Blue Coast Studio presents The Last Curator, Book 1 in the Curator Files, written by Nora Ashford. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. And if you'd like more full-length audiobooks like this, be sure to subscribe. Chapter 1. The Inventory. The sign was older than she expected. Sara Voss stood on the sidewalk with her car keys still in her hand and studied the faded lettering above the shop's entrance. Voss and Vale Antiques. The paint had cracked and peeled back to bare wood in places, the ampersand reduced to a ghostly impression between the two names. She knew the first name. The second meant nothing to her. Martin had never mentioned a partner, not in the handful of holiday cards he'd sent over the years, not in the sparse legal documents the estate attorney had forwarded, not in any of the stories her mother hadn't told her. Vale. She turned the name over once, found no purchase, and let it go. The sign was old enough that whoever Vale had been, they were long gone, their name sinking into the wood grain like something no one had thought to question in decades. She had more pressing concerns. The building itself, for instance. From the street, Voss and Vale Antiques occupied a modest storefront wedged between a shuttered tailor shop and a narrow alley that led to nothing in particular. Single story, maybe 1,200 square feet if she was generous. The facade was red brick, darkened by decades of weather, with a single display window so cluttered with objects that the glass had become more wall than window. The door was heavy, dark-stained oak with an iron latch and a lock so old it belonged in its own inventory. She'd turned the key the estate attorney had mailed her, felt the mechanism resist and then give with a reluctant thunk, and stepped inside. And stopped. The interior was wrong. Not dramatically, not in any way she could have pointed to and named. But Sara Voss had spent 12 years auditing corporate ledgers, and her mind processed space the way it processed numbers, automatically, precisely, with an instinct for discrepancy that ran below conscious thought. She had looked at the building from outside. She had estimated 1,200 square feet, maybe 1,300 with a back office. What she was standing inside did not match that estimate. The aisles stretched deeper than the facade had any right to contain. A corridor toward what she assumed was the back of the building receded into shadow in a way that felt less like poor lighting and more like distance. Real physical distance that the building's footprint could not account for. She turned and looked back at the front door, still open behind her, the gray October light of Hallow Bridge's Main Street framing a rectangle that suddenly seemed very small. The numbers don't add up, she thought. Like the name on the sign, Vale, with no history and no explanation. Another entry in a ledger that didn't balance. And then, with the brisk efficiency that had made her the youngest senior associate at Whitfield & Price, not my problem, either of them. She was here to liquidate an estate, not to audit the architecture or research its dead partnerships. The shop was full of things that didn't fit. She'd file them all in the same column and sort them, never. She pulled the door shut behind her and let her eyes adjust. The shop breathed around her. That was the only word for it. A slow, ambient exhalation of dust and cedar and something underneath both. Something old and mineral, like stone that had been wet for a very long time. The air was heavy and still. Dust motes hung suspended in the thin light that filtered through gaps in the window display, not drifting but hovering, as though the atmosphere itself was too thick to let them fall. Sara moved into the first aisle and began cataloging. This was what she did. When a situation was overwhelming, she inventoried it. She broke it into components, assigned categories, estimated value. It was the same impulse that had carried her through her father's funeral when she was 12. She'd counted the flowers, the chairs, the number of people who said they were sorry. 37 people, 14 arrangements. 8 chairs in the front row, only 3 occupied. Numbers held still when everything else was falling. Silver. She noted a tarnished tea service on a low shelf, Georgian by the look of it, the creamer listing slightly on an uneven surface. Porcelain next, a shelf of figurines, some chipped, some pristine, their painted faces smiling with the vacant pleasantness of things made to be decorative and nothing else. Clocks. She counted 7 in the first aisle alone, none of them running, their faces stopped at different hours like a display of small individual deaths. Mirrors. Several, ranging from a gilt-framed oval that might have been worth something to a hand mirror lying face down on a velvet cloth, as though someone had deliberately turned it away from the room. She made a mental note. Mirrors would need careful handling for resale. Cracks, silvering damage, foxing in the glass, all factors that could halve the price or double it depending on the buyer. She was thinking about buyers, about auction houses and estate sale companies, and the efficient clinical process of turning a dead man's accumulation into a number on a balance sheet. This was a task. She would complete it and leave. Hallow Bridge was not a place she intended to linger. The thought carried her deeper into the aisles, and that was when she became aware of being watched. Not by a person. The shop was empty, she'd confirmed that on entry, calling out a flat hello that had been absorbed by the cluttered silence without echo. But the sensation was unmistakable, a prickling awareness along the back of her neck and the tops of her arms that her body registered before her mind could catalog it. She was being observed, steadily from multiple vantage points, with the patience of things that had nowhere else to be. She looked up. A sparrowhawk perched on the edge of a high shelf, its glass eyes fixed on her with an intensity that living eyes could not have sustained. Beside it, slightly lower, a jay with its wings half spread, mounted as though it had been caught mid-landing and simply never completed the gesture. On a bracket near the ceiling, a weasel or a stoat, she'd never learned the difference, stood on its hind legs in an attitude of permanent alertness, its small dark eyes aimed at a point just above her head. She turned. On a low display table near the end of the aisle, a fox stood frozen mid-step, one paw raised, its brush suspended in an arc that suggested movement arrested rather than movement absent. Its glass eyes caught the thin light and gave nothing back. Taxidermy. Of course. The shop was full of it. She could see more now, scattered through the aisles at varying heights. Small mammals posed on ledges and brackets, birds stationed on shelves and mounted on driftwood perches, all of them oriented with the eerie, coincidental precision of things that had been placed to look in no particular direction, and yet seemed, from where she stood, to be looking at her. She noted the sensation clinically. Preserved things occupying the boundary between alive and not. The shape and texture of living creatures rendered in stillness so complete it became its own kind of presence. They mimicked watchfulness without possessing it. Her body didn't care about the distinction. The prickling along her arms remained. She moved on. Further into the aisles, where the light was thinner and the shelves pressed closer on both sides, her hand brushed something on a low shelf and she stopped. A music box. Dark lacquered wood with inlaid brass detailing along the edges, the kind of piece that would normally feel substantial in a satisfying, well-made way, but the weight of it was wrong. When her fingers made contact, the object communicated a density that had nothing to do with wood and metal. It was heavier than it looked, heavier than it should have been, as though something inside it had settled and compacted over time into a mass the casing was never meant to contain. And it was cold. Not the ambient cool of an unheated shop in October. This was deeper, more deliberate, a settled, drawn-out cold, as though the music box had been pulling warmth from the air around it for so long that the air had simply stopped offering. Sara pulled her hand back and flexed her fingers. The cold lingered in her fingertips for a moment, then faded. She looked at the music box. It sat on its shelf with the passive innocence of an object that had done nothing at all. The mechanism on its side, a small brass key, was still. She did not open it. Data point. Filed alongside the architecture that didn't match, and the glass eyes that followed her, and the air that felt like breathing. Sara Voss did not believe in atmosphere. She believed in inventory, in valuation, in the clean certainty of numbers. But her body had its own ledger, and it was recording entries her mind wasn't ready to audit. She moved on, and the air behind her shifted. A change in pressure so subtle it was less a sensation than the memory of one, as though something had taken note. The voice that interrupted her cataloging came from the front of the shop. "You're not supposed to be here!" Sara turned. A woman stood in the doorway between the front aisle and what appeared to be a small alcove used as a coat room, her hand still on the frame as though she'd stopped herself mid-stride. Late 20s, auburn hair pulled back in a loose knot that was losing its battle with gravity, wearing a layered arrangement of clothing, a cardigan over a blouse over what might have been a vintage slip dress that looked like she'd gotten dressed by walking through the shop with her arms out. The woman's face was the problem. Or rather, the grief on it was. It sat there openly, without apology or containment. Red-rimmed eyes, a jaw held tight against something that wanted to break. The specific rawness of someone who had been crying recently and expected to cry again soon. Sara recognized grief the way she recognized a misbalanced column, by its structural effects on everything around it. "I'm Sara Voss," she said, "Martin's niece. I have the key." "I know who you are." The woman's grip on the doorframe tightened. "Nora Marsh. I worked for Martin. I work here." A correction that mattered to her, the tense shift deliberate. "I've been taking care of the shop since he died." "I appreciate that. The estate..." The estate. Nora said the word the way Sara might have said accounting error. "You're here to sell it." It wasn't a question, but Sara answered it anyway. "I'm here to assess the inventory and determine the most efficient path to settling the estate. That may include a sale, yes." Efficient. Nora's mouth thinned. She released the doorframe and moved into the aisle, and Sara noticed the way she navigated the cluttered space. Without looking, without hesitation, her body making the micro-adjustments of someone who had memorized every object's position so thoroughly the knowledge had migrated from thought to instinct. Her hand brushed a picture frame on a shelf as she passed and adjusted its angle by a fraction of an inch, a gesture so automatic Sara doubted she was aware she'd done it. "This shop," Nora said, stopping 3 feet from Sara with her arms crossed and her chin lifted, "is not just an inventory. Martin spent his whole life building this collection. Every piece in here is cataloged, documented, and in its right place for a reason. You can't just walk in with a clipboard and a timeline and turn it into a number." "I don't have a clipboard." "You know what I mean." Sara did. She also knew that grief made people territorial, that Nora Marsh's hostility was not about Sara personally, but about what Sara represented, the administrative machinery of death, the reduction of a life to paperwork. She'd seen it in 100 estate proceedings, the bereaved defending the possessions because the person was beyond defending. "I'm not going to do anything hasty," Sara said, and was surprised to find she meant it. The shop, whatever else it was, resisted haste. The air was too thick for it, the aisles too narrow, the accumulated weight of all those objects pressing in from every direction like a conversation conducted in whispers. I need to understand what's here before I can make any decisions. You need to understand what's here. Nora repeated it flatly. Then something shifted behind her eyes. Not softening exactly, but a reassessment. She looked at Sara the way Sara had looked at the music box, noting something that didn't quite match the expected weight. Okay, Nora said. Fine. I'll show you around. But the back office is Martin's, and I'd appreciate it if you respected that. I need access to his records. I said I'd show you around. I didn't say I'd make it easy. An uneasy truce, then. Sara recognized the shape of it. Two women with incompatible agendas agreeing to occupy the same space long enough to determine whether the other was a threat. She'd negotiated worse in conference rooms. Nora turned and moved deeper into the shop, and Sara followed, and the taxidermy watched them both. The back office was through a door at the end of the corridor that shouldn't have been as long as it was. Sara marked the distance as she walked it, 17 steps from the main shop floor, and glanced back once. The distance looked shorter from this end. She filed the observation and pushed through the door. Martin Voss's office was small, crammed, and obsessively organized in a way that was invisible to anyone who hadn't spent their career reading the architecture of someone else's filing system. Nora lingered in the doorway while Sara stood in the center of the room and rotated slowly, taking it in. A heavy oak desk dominated the space, its surface covered in neat stacks of paper, a brass lamp with a green glass shade, 3 pens lined up parallel to the desk's edge. The walls were shelved floor to ceiling, and the shelves held not more antiques, but binders, folders, and ledgers, dozens of them, their spines labeled in a cramped, precise hand. A filing cabinet stood in one corner, its drawers labeled with years. Photographs were pinned to a corkboard above the desk, the shop in different decades, objects Sara didn't recognize, and one photo of a lean, white-haired man with ink-stained fingers and reading glasses pushed up on his forehead, looking at the camera with the mild, distracted expression of someone who'd been interrupted mid-thought and found the interruption faintly puzzling. Martin. She hadn't seen his face in years. The photograph stirred something in her chest. Not grief, she told herself, but recognition. The distracted look, the ink-stained fingers. Her father had hands like that, always fiddling with some small thing. Pocket knives, coins, a brass compass he kept on his nightstand. David Voss had been a collector of small objects, a man whose love expressed itself in the careful handling of things that fit in a palm. Sara pushed the memory down with the efficiency of long practice and turned her attention to the ledgers. The standard bookkeeping was competent but unremarkable. Revenue, expenses, acquisitions, sales. She flipped through 3 years of clean entries and found nothing that would trouble an auditor. But her instincts, the same ones that had flagged the building's wrong geometry and the music box's wrong temperature, were telling her that this was surface, a shell. She pulled a ledger from a different section of the shelf. Same binding, different labeling system. She opened it and stopped breathing. The entries were structured nothing like the commercial books. Each page was devoted to a single item, identified by an alphanumeric code she didn't recognize. Below the code, a physical description of an object, detailed enough to function as an appraisal. Below that, a person's name, a date, a cause of death, and then dense, cramped notes that ran for paragraphs, cross-references, observations, questions. Some entries had been annotated multiple times in different inks, as though Martin had returned to them over years. Sara turned pages. Object after object, name after name, death after death. The entries spanned decades. She recognized the structure. Not as bookkeeping. This was something else entirely. Each entry followed a consistent analytical framework: identification, documentation, hypothesis, evidence, conclusion. They were investigative case files, systematic, rigorous, and built on a methodology that any forensic analyst would have recognized. Her uncle Martin, the family eccentric, the odd man with his dusty shop who'd stopped coming to holidays and eventually stopped calling. The brother her mother never talked about. The uncle Sara had been tacitly discouraged from asking after. This was the man who had built these ledgers, not the absent-minded antiquarian of the family narrative, but someone whose mind worked the way hers did. Someone who cataloged, cross-referenced, and followed the evidence wherever it led. If his mind worked like mine, Sara thought, then the family story that he was eccentric was itself a lie. Another silence. Another thing we didn't discuss. She was still absorbing that thought, seated at the desk with the investigative ledger open before her, and the kinship of Martin's analytical framework settling into her like a recognition she hadn't known she'd been waiting for, when the front bell chimed. The sound carried down the length of the too-long corridor and into the office with a clarity that surprised her, thin and bright against the shop's muffled atmosphere. Sara closed the ledger and left it on the desk, moving back through the corridor toward the main floor. Dominic Hale arrived the way expensive things arrive, with the quiet confidence of quality that doesn't need to announce itself. He was already speaking as he came through the door, his voice preceding him into the shop like a handshake offered from across the room. "Sara, I'm so glad I caught you." He moved through the front aisle with a warmth that felt specific and personal, as though he'd been thinking about her comfort all morning. Late 50s, silver-haired, dressed in the kind of tailored blazer and open-collared shirt that communicated professional authority without the rigidity of a suit. Handsome in a maintained, careful way. His smile reached his eyes just enough. "Mr. Hale." She met him where the front aisle opened near the display cases, the office corridor at her back. "Dominic, please." Martin wouldn't have stood for formality, and I don't think you should have to either. He extended his hand, and Sara shook it. His grip was warm, calibrated, firm enough to convey sincerity, brief enough to respect boundaries. A handshake that had been refined over decades of estate meetings and probate proceedings and conversations with the recently bereaved. "I wanted to come by personally," he said, setting a leather briefcase on the edge of the nearest display case with the ease of a man who'd been in this shop many times. "The paperwork can always be mailed, but I think Martin would have wanted someone to welcome you properly. He spoke of you, you know. Not often. Martin was private. But fondly. Always fondly." The word landed with the precision of something placed rather than spoken. Sara noted it. She also noted the contrast, the version of Martin that Dominic was selling her, the quiet eccentric, the private man, and the version she had just been sitting with in the back office. The man whose ledgers were not eccentric at all, but ruthlessly, brilliantly systematic. Dominic's Martin was a narrative. The ledgers were evidence. The two did not reconcile. "I appreciate you handling the estate," she said. "Your office forwarded the initial documents. They were thorough." "That's kind of you. It's the least we can do for Martin. He was a fixture in this town. Quiet, of course, kept to himself, but everyone respected him. The shop is a bit of an institution." He glanced around with an expression of fond familiarity. "But eccentric, like its owner. I think the kindest thing, Sara, would be a clean sale. There are buyers who specialize in this kind of inventory. I can make introductions. Get you a fair price, settle the estate quickly, spare you the headache of managing all this." His gesture encompassed the crowded aisles, the dust, the watchful silence of 1,000 objects. "You have a career, a life. Martin wouldn't have wanted this to become a burden." Eccentric. There it was again, the family word, the dismissal dressed as affection. the same word her mother used, the same word that had kept Sara from asking questions for 20 years. And now Dominic was using it too, casually, as though it were simply true rather than a story someone had built and maintained. "I haven't decided anything yet." "Of course not. No rush at all." He said it the way people said "no rush" when they meant the opposite, smoothly, without pressure, in a tone that suggested patience while communicating expectation. Sara had heard this voice in 100 client meetings, from 100 confident men who believed that competence and charm were the same thing. He reached into his briefcase for a folder, and as he did, his jacket shifted, and Sara saw his key ring. It was clipped to the interior pocket of his blazer, a small, neat collection of keys on a silver ring. Most were modern: a car key, what looked like an office key, 2 others she couldn't identify. But one was different, older, heavier, with the distinctive profile of an antique mechanism. The same cut, the same patina, as the key she had used to open the shop's front door that morning. A key to the shop on his keyring. Sara filed the observation the way she filed every anomaly, silently, without reaction, in the running catalog of things that didn't yet have a column to belong to, but might. "You have a key to the shop," she said. We followed her gaze and produced the keyring with the unhurried ease of a man who had nothing to hide. "I do. Martin gave me a copy years ago. Standard practice, really, for the attorney managing a sole proprietor's affairs. Emergency access, incapacity planning, that sort of thing. I should return it to you now that you've taken possession." He held it up, the old key catching the thin light. "I can have it off the ring in a moment if you'd like." "No rush," Sara said. She watched his face as she used his own phrase back at him. Nothing moved in it that shouldn't have. His expression remained warm, open, faintly helpful. The face of a man offering exactly what you needed before you knew you needed it. An estate attorney with a key to the building. Standard practice, he says. Her forensic mind noted the claim the way it noted every claim. Recorded, unvalidated, held in suspension until corroborating evidence arrived or didn't. "I'll let you know," she said. "Of course." He slid the keyring back into his pocket and handed her the folder. "Preliminary paperwork, nothing urgent. Take your time with it. And Sara, if there's anything at all I can do to make this easier, I want you to call me directly. Martin was important to this community, and so is his family." She thanked him. He gathered his briefcase, offered another calibrated handshake, and moved toward the door with the unhurried stride of a man who had accomplished what he came for, even if what he came for wasn't entirely clear. After the door closed behind him, Sara stood still for a moment in the shop's resumed silence. Then she looked at the display case nearest to where Dominic had set his briefcase. A small ivory figurine, a woman holding a mirror no more than 4 inches tall, had shifted. It now faced the door rather than the aisle. Sara was certain it had been facing the other way when she'd walked past it earlier, its painted eyes directed into the shop's interior rather than toward the entrance. She stared at the figurine. The figurine stared at the door. Dominic's offer to manage things for her, the smooth, calibrated helpfulness of it. "Let me make introductions. Let me handle the headache. Let me spare you." And underneath, the assumption that Sara's choices were his to simplify. She knew this shape. She'd grown up inside it. June's management of what Sara was allowed to know, the same architecture, the same warm, protective exterior, built over the same quiet removal of agency. Her mother and her estate attorney, 20 years and 100 miles apart, both deciding what Sara needed without asking what she wanted. Nora's protectiveness over the shop was something else, grief with its hands out, territorial and raw. But Dominic and June, that parallel sat in Sara's chest like a line item that had finally found its matching entry. She turned back toward the office and the ledgers that were nothing like what anyone had told her Martin was. The phone rang at 7:43 that evening. Sara was in the back office, the desk lamp casting a cone of green-tinted light over the open ledger while the rest of the room receded into shadow. She'd been cross-referencing Martin's coded entries against the commercial books for 3 hours, building a concordance between the two systems, and she was deep enough into the work that the phone's vibration against the desktop hit her nervous system before her conscious mind registered it. The screen said, Mom. Her mother. June Callahan. Not Voss. Not anymore. The woman who had been June Voss until Sara was 12, and then, in the disorienting months after David Voss's funeral, had quietly, firmly reverted to her maiden name. Sara remembered the moment she'd noticed, a piece of mail on the kitchen counter addressed to June Callahan, the unfamiliar surname jolting her with the specific confusion of a child who understands something has changed, but not what it means. She'd asked about it once. Her mother's answer had been a tight smile and a redirect, so practiced it felt rehearsed. It's just simpler, sweetheart. Simpler. Sara had kept her father's name. Her mother had shed it like a skin that no longer fit, or like a word that had become too painful to carry. The Callahan had calcified over 2 decades into a fact so established Sara no longer questioned it. But she'd never stopped noticing it either. The quiet severance from the Voss name and everything it had come to represent, sitting in the part of her mind where she kept the things that didn't add up, but weren't her problem. That mental drawer was, she now realized, getting rather full. And no matter how many years of distance and silence lay between them, no matter how many holidays had been spent exchanging the kind of careful, content-free phone calls that families use to simulate connection without risking it, Sara had never changed the contact name. Mom. A small, stubborn loyalty she'd never examined, and didn't intend to examine now. She answered the phone. Sara, honey, I've been trying to reach you. June's voice was already pitched too high, the cadence too fast. Not frantic, not yet, but carrying the specific tension of someone who has been rehearsing the conversation in her head and is determined to get through it before anything goes wrong. Are you at the shop? When are you coming home? I just got here today, Mom. I haven't even finished the initial walkthrough. There's nothing there that needs your attention. Let the attorney handle it. That's what attorneys are for. I can recommend someone in the city to manage the sale if the local man isn't. I'm looking at the records. Martin kept a lot of things he shouldn't have kept. The words came out fast, sharp, and then June caught herself. Sara heard the correction happen in real time, the micro-pause, the controlled breath, the modulation back to a register of maternal concern. I just mean it's a lot to take on. You have work, you have clients. This doesn't need to be your problem. It's not a problem. It's an estate. It's Martin's estate, and Martin was... You know how Martin was. I'm starting to think I don't. Silence. The specific, weighted silence of someone choosing their next words with surgical care. Sara knew this silence. She'd grown up in it, shaped by it, learned to navigate its edges the way she'd learned to navigate tax code, by understanding where the gaps were and what they were designed to hide. Mom, what don't you want me to find? Sara, that is not what this is about. I'm worried about you. The shop is old, it's in terrible condition, and there's no reason for you to spend more than a day or 2 wrapping things up. Come home. We'll sort it out from here. The we was doing a lot of work in that sentence. Sara let it stand. I'll call you tomorrow, she said. Sara! Good night, Mom. She ended the call and set the phone face down on the desk. The green lamplight made her hand look pale, the tendons standing out. 2 systems. That was what she was looking at, she realized. Not just the 2 sets of books on the shelf behind her, Martin's clean commercial ledgers and his real work, the investigative files that no one was supposed to see. There were also 2 systems in her family. The official narrative. Martin was eccentric. The estrangement was mutual. David's death was a tragedy best left in the past, and some things were not worth discussing. And underneath it, something else. A structure she could feel the edges of but couldn't yet see, designed not to reveal, but to bury. Martin had built his system to preserve truth. June had built hers to contain it. Both systems were meticulous. Both were the work of people who understood that information, properly organized, could be controlled. Sara was the inheritor of both. She sat with that thought in the green-tinged silence of her dead uncle's office, and the shop breathed around her, and the taxidermy watched from their stations in the dark aisles beyond the door, and the music box on its low shelf held its cold. Then she heard the drawer. It came from the filing cabinet in the corner, a sound so ordinary it almost didn't register. Almost. The slow, deliberate slide of a metal drawer on its runners, the faint squeal of old hardware moving after a long stillness. 1 inch, maybe 2. The sound of something opening itself. Sarah's hands went flat on the desk. Her breath held. She stared at the filing cabinet. Its top drawer was closed. All 4 drawers were closed, their labels facing her in Martin's precise handwriting, their surfaces reflecting the lamp's green light. Nothing had moved. She exhaled through her nose, a controlled, deliberate release, and felt her rational mind close around the sound like a fist. Old building, settling wood, temperature change causing metal to contract. She assembled the explanation with the speed and precision of someone who had been explaining away things she couldn't control since she was 12 years old. The explanation was clean, efficient, and complete. It also came too fast, too practiced. The reflex of a woman who had learned very early that the world was more manageable when everything in it had a cause, a source, a line item in a ledger that balanced to 0. Sara looked at the filing cabinet for a long time. The shop waited. The air held its breath. Tomorrow. She would come back tomorrow, pull those drawers open herself, and find whatever Martin Voss had been cataloging for all those years. She would follow the numbers, because the numbers were the only thing she'd ever trusted. And right now, every number in this building was wrong. She closed the ledger, turned off the lamp, and walked through the dark shop toward the front door. The aisles felt longer in the dark. The fox watched her pass with its glass eyes and its raised paw and its forever unfinished step. Behind her, in the office she'd just left, the filing cabinet's top drawer slid open another inch. Chapter 2. The Voice in the Back Room. Sara returned to the shop at 7:30 the following evening, after a day spent in her rented room above the tea shop on Bellam Street, doing what she did best, working the numbers. She had photographed 6 pages of Martin Compattered before leaving the night before. Her phone's camera was mediocre, the light had been poor, and the handwriting required the kind of attention she usually reserved for offshore holding structures. But she'd transcribed what she could onto the lined legal pad she'd brought from home. Object codes, names, dates, causes of death. She arranged them chronologically, then alphabetically by surname, then by cause of death, looking for clusters. The clusters were there. She could feel them forming the way she could feel a balance sheet tilting before she'd finished the column. A wrongness in the weight of things, a gravitational pull toward a conclusion the data hadn't yet confessed. But she needed the physical ledgers. The photographs weren't enough. Martin's alphanumeric codes referenced a system she hadn't cracked, cross-references that pointed to other volumes, Other pages, other entries she hadn't found yet. The transcriptions were pieces of a language she could almost read, and almost wasn't good enough. So she went back. The October air had turned colder overnight, carrying the mineral smell of coming rain. The main street was empty except for a man walking a terrier 3 blocks down. Hallow Bridge at dusk was a town that folded inward, lights clicking on behind curtains, doors closing against the evening with the quiet finality of people who preferred their own company. Sara found the shop's front door exactly as she'd left it. She turned the old key in the lock, pushed the heavy oak open, and stepped inside. The bell chimed. The sound carried deep into the shop, thin and bright and wrong in the way it always seemed wrong. Too clear for a space this cluttered, traveling distances that shouldn't exist in a building she'd measured at 1,200 square feet. She didn't turn on the overhead lights. She'd noticed the previous day that the fluorescent fixtures Martin had installed in the main aisles buzzed at a frequency that made her teeth ache, and the green-shaded brass lamp in his office gave better light anyway. She used her phone's flashlight to navigate the front aisle, past the display case where the ivory figurine stood, facing the door again, or still, she couldn't tell, past the sparrowhawk on its driftwood perch, past the stopped clocks that showed 8 different wrong times, through the thinning light where the shelves pressed closer, and the air grew heavier with cedar and that faint mineral undertone, like wet stone. The music box sat on its low shelf, exactly where she'd found it. She paused. She didn't touch it this time, but she stood close enough to feel the cold radiating from it, a deliberate, settled chill that had nothing to do with October. Her fingers remembered the weight of it, the way it had pulled at her hand like something dense and patient. She moved on. The corridor to Martin's office stretched ahead of her. She counted her steps. 17. The same as yesterday. She turned around and looked back toward the main floor. The corridor looked shorter in that direction, compressed, as though the shop were folding the distance to keep the office farther from the entrance than the entrance was from the office. She noted the discrepancy the way she noted every discrepancy, with the flat precision of a woman who had spent her professional life identifying the gap between what the numbers said and what the numbers meant. She pushed open the office door, crossed to the desk, and turned on the brass lamp. Green light flooded the small room. Martin's papers sat in their neat stacks. His 3 pens lay parallel to the desk edge. The filing cabinet stood in its corner, all 4 drawers closed. She went to it and pulled the top drawer open herself. It slid smoothly, without resistance. Inside, manila folders, tabbed with dates, arranged in descending chronological order. The most recent was labeled with a date from 3 weeks before Martin's death. The oldest she could see without digging went back over 15 years. Each folder contained loose pages, handwritten notes, photocopied documents, what appeared to be correspondence. The same meticulous, obsessive methodology as the ledgers, but rawer, working files. The ledgers were the finished product. These were the drafts. Sara pulled the chair out, sat down, and began to read. She lost herself in it. The files were dense, and the handwriting required decoding. Martin wrote in a compressed script that favored abbreviation, and his margin notes were sometimes closer to shorthand than English. But the structure was sound. Each folder tracked a single investigation, and each investigation centered on an object in the shop's inventory matched to a person's death. The methodology was consistent. Acquisition date, provenance chain, circumstances of death, anomalous properties observed, cross-references to other cases. Martin had built himself a forensic database using manila folders and fountain pen ink, and the database was, by any standard Sara could apply, rigorous. She was deep in a file concerning a pair of Georgian candlesticks and a house fire in 1987 when the temperature dropped. Not gradually. not the slow cooling of an unheated building losing the day's warmth. The temperature fell like a trapdoor opening beneath her feet, a sudden, vertical plunge that turned her next breath into something she could feel in her chest, cold and sharp and immediate. The green lamplight seemed to thicken. The air, which had been still and heavy with dust, went absolutely motionless, the way air goes motionless before a storm, charged and waiting. Sarah's hands flattened on the desk, her spine straightened. The analytical part of her brain was already assembling explanations. Draft from a window, change in atmospheric pressure, the building's old heating system cycling. The explanations lined up neatly, and she did not believe a single one of them. The silence changed. That was the only way she could describe it afterward. The shop was always quiet, but this was a different quality of quiet, a held silence, the silence of a room that contained one more person than it should. The dust motes in the lamplight, which had been drifting in their slow, random patterns, stopped. They hung in the green-tinged air like insects caught in amber. Then her name, Sara. The voice came from directly behind her, from a distance of perhaps 3 feet, and it was a man's voice, warm, slightly rough, carrying the cadence of someone who was accustomed to speaking carefully and at length. It was not a whisper. It was not muffled by walls or distance. It was present in the room with her, as clear as if someone were standing at her shoulder. She did not scream. She did not jump. What she did, in the fraction of a second between hearing her name and choosing her response, was grip the edge of the desk so hard her knuckles went white, and hold absolutely still, and wait. The voice continued. The candlestick file. You're reading it out of order. The cross-reference you need is in Volume 4, page... A pause. A groping, frustrated pause. The sound of someone reaching for a word just beyond their grasp. 60-something. 63, yes, 63. The notation in red. That's the acquisition chain. You won't make sense of the fire without it. Sarah's breath was coming in shallow, controlled pulls. Her heart rate was elevated. She could feel her pulse in her wrists against the desk's edge. But her mind was doing what her mind always did under pressure. Sorting, categorizing, evaluating. The voice was male, older. The cadence was slightly formal, faintly old-fashioned, with the unhurried rhythm of an academic or an antiquarian. The reference to the candlestick file was specific, accurate, and, this was the detail that mattered, referenced a page number in a volume Sara had not yet opened. She could verify that. "Who are you?" she said, and her voice was level, which surprised her. "I think you know the answer to that." The warmth in the voice was unmistakable now. Not performed warmth, not the smooth, calibrated kindness of Dominic Hale, but something rougher and less controlled. The warmth of genuine feeling, restrained by habit and urgency. "I think you've been sitting at my desk, reading my files, and you know exactly who I am. You're just not prepared to say it yet, because saying it means accepting something your methodology doesn't account for." Sara turned around. There was no one there. The office was exactly as it had been, small, crammed, lit by the green lamp, walled with shelves and folders and the accumulated paperweight of decades. The filing cabinet stood in its corner. The corkboard hung above the desk with its photographs. Nothing had moved. Nothing was visible. But the air behind her chair was colder than the rest of the room, by at least 10 degrees. She could feel it on the back of her neck, like a hand held just above the skin, a pressure, an almost touch, a density that had no business existing in empty space. "Martin Voss," she said. "Yes," The voice sounded relieved, then immediately frustrated. Yes, though I'd prefer if we could skip the part where you explain to me why I can't possibly be here. I listened to you think your way through the filing cabinet drawer last night. Old building, settling wood, temperature change. You're very quick with explanations, Sara. You're also wrong. Sara stood up. The chair scraped back against the floor, and the sound was too loud in the held silence. She moved to the center of the room, putting distance between herself and the voice, and turned in a slow circle. No speakers hidden on the shelves, no devices she could see. The room was solid, plaster walls, wooden floor, one door, no windows. The air near the filing cabinet was warm. The air near the desk where she'd been sitting was frigid. "Prove it," she said. "I just did. Volume 4, page 63. Go check." "That proves someone knows the contents of your ledgers. It doesn't prove identity. Anyone with access to these files could have recorded that information." A brief silence. Then what might have been a laugh, not quite a sound, more a shift in the room's pressure, an almost audible exhalation that carried the shape of bitter amusement. "You audit ghosts the way you audit corporations. Fair enough." The voice moved. Sara tracked it, not with her eyes because there was nothing to see, but with her skin, with the path of cold air as it shifted from behind the desk to beside the filing cabinet. The pressure followed, that sense of occupied space, of air being displaced by something that had mass without form. "Your father's name was David. He collected pocket knives, cheap ones, the kind you'd find in bins at flea markets. He kept a brass compass on his nightstand that didn't point north anymore. He said it pointed somewhere more interesting. You were 12 when he died. You counted the flowers at his funeral." Sara's breath stopped. 14 arrangements, the voice said, softer now. 8 chairs in the front row, 3 occupied. You, June, and me. I sat at the far end because I could already feel the distance starting. Your mother holding herself so still beside you, like she was trying not to fly apart. The green light hummed. The dust motes remained frozen. Sara felt the floor beneath her feet and the cold air on her face and the specific, precise devastation of hearing someone recite the numbers she had carried in her chest for 22 years. Numbers she had never spoken aloud, had never written down, had held as a private accounting of the worst day of her life. No one alive knew those numbers. She was certain of that. "Martin," she said again, and this time the name carried different weight. "I need your help, Sara. I need you to listen to me, and I need you to believe what I'm going to tell you, or at least believe the evidence I can point you toward, even if you can't bring yourself to believe the source." A pause. That groping quality again, briefer this time. "I was murdered 3 weeks ago in this shop. Someone came in and the details are difficult, foggy, like trying to read through water. I know it happened. I know who did it. I know why. But the edges are unreliable. Some things I can see clearly, others slip. They were clear last week and now they're not, it's frightening, frankly, to feel your own mind going in stages." Sara listened. She stood in the center of the room with her arms folded across her chest and her weight evenly distributed, and her face composed into the expression she wore in depositions. Neutral, attentive, betraying nothing. And she listened. "The objects in this shop are connected to real deaths, real people. That's what the ledgers document. Not superstition, not eccentricity. Documented cases, evidence trails, provenance chains linking specific items in this inventory to specific deaths stretching back decades. I built that system because someone has been using these objects, moving them, placing them, leveraging their their properties, to kill. And I couldn't prove it through normal channels because the properties themselves defy normal channels, and because the person responsible is trusted, respected, the kind of man no one questions. Who? Sara asked. Martin's silence lasted 4 seconds. She counted. That's one of the things I'm not certain I should tell you yet. Not because I don't trust you, because if I'm wrong, if the fog has gotten to that part and I'm remembering it incorrectly, I've pointed you at the wrong person, and the right one is still free to come for you the way he came for me. He paused, and when he spoke again, the warmth had drained from his voice, replaced by something flat and urgent. And he will come for you, Sara. You're here. You're in the files. And whoever did this will not allow that to continue. That's not a guess. That's a certainty. The way he came for you, Sara repeated flatly. You just said you know who did it. I know. I did say that. Another pause. Longer. And this time the frustration in it was physical. The air pressure in the room shifted, a sudden pulse like a headache pushing outward from a single point. A folder on the corner of the desk ruffled, its pages lifting and falling. I know, and I'm not sure. Both things are true at the same time. What I remember and what I can prove are not the same, and you of all people should understand that distinction. She did. It was the gap between suspicion and evidence, between the forensic accountant's instinct that a column was wrong and the paper trail that proved it. She understood the distinction perfectly, and the fact that a ghost was making it, with the precision of someone who thought the way she did, was more unnerving than anything else that had happened in this room. What can you prove? She said. I can prove the objects are real. I can prove the deaths are real. I can prove the connections because I documented every one of them, and the documentation is in those files you've been reading. What I can do right now, tonight, is walk you through the coding system, the parts I can still... He trailed off. A beat of nothing, then... The coding system. The alphanumeric tags. You've been trying to crack the cross-reference structure. I can give it to you. Why? Because you're the only person who can read it. Nora understands the objects. She understands the shop. She doesn't have the training to follow the documentary evidence. You do. You're a forensic auditor. You know how to trace a financial crime through layers of obfuscation. This is the same work. Different ledger, same methodology. Someone is getting away with murder because the evidence is trapped in a system only I understood, and now only I can explain it. And I'm... The voice thinned, just slightly, just for a moment, like a radio signal flickering at the edge of its range. I'm not going to be able to explain it forever. Sara uncrossed her arms. She walked back to the desk, pulled the chair forward, and sat down. She opened Volume 4 to page 63. The notation in red was exactly where Martin had said it would be. A cross-reference linking the candlestick acquisition to an estate sale in Coventry, with a name and date Sara recognized from the fire file. She closed the volume. She looked at the empty room. Tell me how the codes work, she said. He told her. For the next hour and 40 minutes, Martin Voss walked Sara through the architecture of his investigative system. The alphanumeric codes followed a structure she should have recognized earlier. It borrowed from museum cataloging standards, modified with a suffix system of Martin's own design that encoded threat level, provenance certainty, and what he called activity status. Objects could be dormant, responsive, or active. The distinction, Martin explained, related to whether an object's supernatural properties were latent, triggered by proximity or contact, or continuously emanating. Sara wrote everything down. She asked clarifying questions, She pushed back when the terminology veered into the subjective, demanding operational definitions Martin sometimes struggled to provide. He was verbose and slightly rambling, with the habit of beginning a new thought before finishing the previous one, but his underlying logic was sound. Twice he lost a detail, once a date, once the specific suffix that denoted provenance certainty, and both times the gap announced itself the same way. A sudden halt in his speech, a grasping quality like fingers closing on empty air, followed by a frustrated, "It's gone. I had it this morning. It's gone." Both times he recovered within a minute, circling back to the lost information from a different angle and retrieving most of it. Not all, but most. Sara noted the gaps the same way she noted the evasions, because there were evasions too. 3 times she asked questions that Martin deflected with answers that didn't match the question. Once she asked about the shop's spatial irregularities, the corridor that seemed longer than the building should allow, and he said, "That's not relevant to the immediate investigation." Once she asked about the name on the sign, about Vale, and he said, "That's old history, older than me, not what you need right now." And once she asked who he suspected of his murder, the direct question again, and this time his non-answer was elaborate, a careful, slightly too warm redirection toward the coding system that had the practiced quality of a man who had been avoiding a question for longer than 3 weeks. He was hiding things. The memory gaps were real. She could hear the difference. When Martin forgot something, there was panic in the silence, the ragged frustration of a mind reaching for a shelf that had been emptied overnight. When he chose not to answer, the silence was deliberate, controlled, the silence of a man managing information. She recognized the pattern. She'd spent her whole life around it. "You're keeping things from me," she said, when the last of the coding explanations had been delivered and her legal pad was dense with notes. "You're asking me to trust you with an investigation into your own murder, and you're editing the case file in real time." The cold air near the desk pulsed, something that felt like a sigh. "There are things I can't remember, and things I'm choosing not to share yet. You can tell which is which. You're very good at that." A pause. "I will tell you everything I know. I will. But some of it involves other people's choices. Choices that aren't mine to reveal without consequence. People I love. People you love. And if I..." He stopped. Not the panicked halt of a lost memory, but a deliberate gathering, a man choosing his words with care, even as the effort of choosing showed. "If I dump it all on you tonight, you'll spend the next week processing the personal devastation instead of working the case, and I don't think we have a week. You don't get to decide what I can handle." "No, I don't. And I'm aware of the irony, that I'm doing exactly what everyone in your life has always done, controlling the information, deciding what you're ready for." His voice dropped, and the warmth in it was unguarded now, raw and painful. "I'm asking you to let me be wrong about that, in a way that helps you, instead of in a way that destroys you. Give me 2 days. Let the evidence accumulate. Then ask me again, and I'll answer." Sara stared at the empty air where his voice was coming from. Her pulse had settled. Her breathing was even. Her hands were steady on the legal pad, and the notes she'd taken were clean and organized and verifiable. She was sitting in her dead uncle's office, negotiating disclosure terms with his ghost. The numbers didn't balance. Nothing about this balanced. But the data he'd given her was real. The coding system was testable. The cross-references checked out. And the forensic methodology in these ledgers was the work of someone who understood evidence the way she understood evidence, not as argument, but as architecture, a structure that either held weight or didn't. And despite the evasions, despite the deflections that carried the same fingerprints as every managed silence she'd grown up inside, Martin was still giving her more than anyone in her family ever had. He was volunteering information, pointing her toward evidence, walking her through a system designed to expose the truth rather than bury it. He was withholding, yes, but he was withholding in the context of active disclosure. And the difference between that and what she'd lived with her entire life was the difference between a locked door and a wall where the door should be. The first person in her family who was actively trying to tell her something rather than hide it. And he was dead. The paradox sat in her chest like a stone, heavy and absurd and grief-edged, and she filed it next to the funeral numbers and the stopped clocks and every other thing she carried that didn't balance. 2 days, she said. Then I'm asking every question I have, and you're answering them. All of them. The evasions stop. Agreed. And if I find out you've lied to me, not forgotten, not withheld, but actively lied, we're done. I walk out, and I call a liquidator, and this shop goes to auction. The silence that followed was heavy and complicated. She felt it in the room's pressure, a density that seemed to contract around the desk like a held breath. Agreed, Martin said, and his voice was quieter now, thinner, as though the word had cost him something he couldn't afford. Sara looked at the clock on the wall. It had stopped at 4:17, like every other clock in the shop. She checked her phone. It was 9:10. She gathered her legal pad, capped her pen, and stood. I'll be back tomorrow morning, she said. I'm going to need access to the rest of the filing cabinet and whatever's in the lower desk drawers. And Martin, if you move things while I'm not here, I'll know. I've inventoried every surface in this room. I know you have, he said, and there was something in his voice that might have been pride. You counted the pens. She had. Sara walked out of the office and down the too long corridor. The cold followed her for the first few steps, then fell away, and the shop's ambient chill, ordinary October chill, the kind that came from old brick and no heating, reasserted itself. The aisles were dark. The fox watched her pass. The sparrowhawk watched her pass. A jay on a shelf to her left had its head cocked at an angle that suggested curious attention, and she was almost certain it had been facing the other direction when she'd walked in. Almost. She locked the front door behind her, stood on the sidewalk in the damp night air, and breathed. The rain had started, a fine, cold drizzle that beaded on her jacket and caught the streetlight in tiny points of refracted gold. Across the road, the windows of a closed bakery reflected her silhouette, a dark-haired woman standing alone in front of a shop that had too many dead things inside, and at least one that wasn't dead enough. She called her mother. June answered on the second ring. This Sara had learned to read. First ring meant June was already holding the phone, already expecting the call, already anxious. Third ring or later meant Sara had caught her mid-activity, and June would use the activity as a conversational shield. Second ring meant June had seen the caller ID and hesitated. 1 ring's worth of hesitation, the time it took to decide whether to answer or let it go to voicemail. Sara, how are you, sweetheart? I was just thinking about you. I need to talk to you about Martin. The silence that followed was different from the shop's silence. This one was populated. Sara could hear the faint hum of her mother's kitchen, the tick of the mantel clock June kept wound with religious devotion, the small shift of fabric that meant June was sitting down or standing up or wrapping her free arm across her body, the way she always did when a conversation turned toward ground she'd fenced off. Sara, it's late. Can this wait until… No. Another beat. Sara stood in the drizzle and let the silence work. In depositions, in forensic interviews, in every audit she'd ever conducted, Silence was the most powerful tool she owned. People rushed to fill it. They offered information they hadn't planned to give because the emptiness was more uncomfortable than the truth. "All right," June said carefully. "What about Martin? Why did we stop seeing him? That was a long time ago, Sara. 20 years, give or take. I was 12 or 13 the last time he came to a holiday. Before that, he was at every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, every birthday I had until I was old enough to notice he'd stopped coming. Then he was gone, and you never explained it. You said it was complicated, and you said he'd made his choices, and you said it wasn't worth discussing. I'd like to discuss it now." She could hear June breathing, short, controlled breaths that Sara recognized because they were her own breathing pattern under stress, the one she'd inherited without knowing it, the way you inherit the shape of someone's hands or the specific angle at which they hold a pen. "Your uncle made choices about how he wanted to spend his time," June said. The words were careful, rehearsed. Sara could hear the polish on them. He became very focused on the shop, on his work. He pulled away from the family, and eventually we accepted that. That's the version. What's the truth? "Sara, you told me he was eccentric. That's the word everyone uses. Dominic Hale used the same word, exactly the same word. And I have to tell you, Mom, when a family member and an estate attorney are running the same script, it sounds less like a description and more like a story someone agreed to tell." Silence. Sara let it sit. She counted 5 seconds. 7, 9. "Martin got involved in things that weren't healthy." June's voice had shifted up a half tone, a minor key change that most people wouldn't notice. Sara noticed. "He became obsessed with the shop, with the objects. He started believing things about them that were—" "What kinds of things?" "Things that weren't rational, Sara. He was my brother-in-law, and I cared about him. But he was not a well man in his later years. And the kindest thing we could do was give him space." That's a second version of the first version. I'm asking for a different answer. "I don't know what you want me to say." June's voice climbed higher. The breathing was audible now, no longer controlled. "He was difficult. He pushed people away. Why didn't you ever let me visit the shop?" The question dropped into the conversation like a stone into still water. Sara heard the ripple. A small, sharp intake of breath on the other end. "You were a child. It wasn't a place for children." "It's an antique shop, Mom, not an abattoir." "Don't be clever, Sara. I'm telling you it wasn't appropriate." "Why? What was in that shop that you didn't want a child to see?" "Nothing. Old things. Dusty, old—" "Sara, why are you doing this? Why can't you just let the attorney handle the estate and come home? I told you yesterday." "You told me to leave. You told me Martin kept things he shouldn't have. You wouldn't tell me what those things were. I'm asking again. And I'm telling you again that I don't think this is productive." Sara shifted her weight. The drizzle had thickened. Her collar was damp. She adjusted the phone against her ear and let the silence stretch for a long 5 seconds before she circled back. "Let me ask it differently. You said Martin believed irrational things about the objects. What specifically did he believe?" The question was the same one she'd already asked. What was in the shop? What did Martin know? But angled now through June's own words, using her mother's phrasing as the entry point rather than Sara's. A forensic interview technique she'd honed over 12 years of depositions. When someone deflects a question, don't just escalate. Rephrase it using their own language so the deflection itself becomes the door. "I told you he wasn't well. You said he believed things about the objects that weren't rational. I'm not asking whether he was well. I'm asking what he believed. Specifically, you clearly know. Another silence, shorter this time. Sara heard June's breath catch, the faintest hitch, the sound of a woman realizing her own deflection had given away the shape of what she was deflecting from. He had theories, June said tightly, about the objects being connected to things, to events. It doesn't matter what the theories were. Connected to deaths, Sara said. Nothing. 3 seconds. 5. You already know, June said, and her voice had gone flat. I'm asking you to confirm it. There's a difference. Sara let that sit. Then she asked the question she'd been building toward since the beginning. The same ground again, stripped down to its plainest form. Was it about something Martin knew? Something dangerous? Nothing. The kitchen hum, the mantel clock, the fabric shift. Sara checked the screen. The call was still connected. 38 seconds of silence. Then June spoke, and her voice was different. Flat, stripped of the careful modulations and rehearsed deflections, reduced to something bare and hard and terrified. Sara, I need you to leave that shop. I need you to leave today. It's 10 o'clock at night. Then first thing tomorrow, pack what you brought and drive home, and we will talk about this in person, face to face, where I can... June caught herself. Where I can what? Control the conversation, manage the information, read Sara's face, and calibrate accordingly. Sara heard all of it in the unfinished sentence. Where you can make sure I hear the right version, Sara said. That's not what Sara, please. You don't understand what you're... Just come home. Come home and we'll talk. I promise. You've been promising that talk for 20 years. Sara, what are you afraid I'll find? The question hung between them. Sara could hear June's breathing. Rapid now, uneven, the breathing of a woman whose composure had been methodically dismantled over the course of 8 minutes by a daughter who audited lies for a living. The line went dead. Sara lowered the phone and looked at the dark screen. The drizzle caught in its surface, tiny drops sliding over the last timestamp. June had ended the call. Not with a goodbye, not with a final deflection, but with the abrupt, panicked severing of a connection that had become unbearable. Sara had conducted hundreds of forensic interviews. She had sat across from chief financial officers and managing directors and trustees who had built entire architectures of deception around numbers they'd manipulated for years. And she had taken those architectures apart, question by question, until the person across the table was left with nothing but the truth or the refusal to speak it. She knew what it looked like when a structure of lies was failing. She knew the progression. Rehearsed answers first, smooth and polished, then improvised answers, less convincing, stitched together in real time from fragments of the original story. Then deflection, pure deflection, the conversational equivalent of throwing furniture in front of a door. And finally, when there was nothing left to throw, silence. Or flight. June had followed the progression exactly. From practiced deflection to desperate improvisation, to the flat, terrified command to leave, to the severed call. The architecture of 20 years of careful silence, cracking along its seams. And Sara had tracked each crack with the tools she knew best. Specific questions, short silences that forced June to fill them, and the same question rephrased from different angles. What was in the shop? What did Martin know? What are you afraid of? So that each deflection revealed not the answer June intended, but the shape of the thing she was protecting. Every pivot away was a line pointing back toward the center. Sara stood on the wet sidewalk and processed the data. Not what June had said, what June had done. The escalation pattern was clear, and it pointed in a single direction. June Callahan was not avoiding an uncomfortable family topic. She was guarding a specific secret, and the proximity of Sara to Martin's shop, to Martin's files, had transformed her from a woman managing an old discomfort into a woman in active, escalating fear. Something specific. Something in this shop. Something Sara was getting close to. Inside her jacket pocket, her phone was warm against her hip. She could call June back. She could book a room somewhere closer to home. She could sign the liquidation paperwork Dominic Hale had so helpfully prepared and be back at a desk by Monday, running clean audits somewhere the numbers behaved and the dead stayed dead, and no one's voice followed you through an office that shouldn't be as deep as it was. She could leave. The thought had a specific weight to it. Not heavy, but gravitational, pulling her toward the path of least resistance the way every deflection and every managed silence in her family had always pulled. Come home. Don't ask. Let it go. The current ran through her bloodline like an inheritance more binding than any estate document, and she recognized it now for what it was because Martin, dead, frustrated, deteriorating Martin, whose ghost she had spent the last 2 hours treating as a hostile witness, had named it for her without meaning to. Everyone in your life has always done this, controlling the information, deciding what you're ready for. Sara looked at the shop. Its single window was dark. Its faded sign was illegible in the wet light, the ampersand between Voss and Vale reduced to a smudge. Behind that door were objects linked to dead people, and a ghost who was losing his memory, and a filing system that encoded decades of hidden violence. And somewhere in the town around her was a person who had killed Martin Voss, and who, Martin had warned her, would come for her next. And back home was a mother who had spent 20 years building a wall out of silence and half-truths, a wall Sara had been raised inside, a wall she had only just realized existed because she'd spent her entire life mistaking it for the world. Every person connected to this shop had either walked toward the truth or walked away. Sara pocketed her phone, wiped the rain from her face with the back of her hand, and turned toward Bellum Street and her rented room. She would sleep. She would organize her notes. She would be back at the shop by 8 tomorrow morning, and she would begin the audit. The real audit. The one Martin's ledgers were begging for. The one her mother was terrified of. The one that started with object codes and provenance chains and ended wherever the evidence led. She was staying. Not because she believed in ghosts. Not because she trusted the voice of a dead man who admitted he was hiding things from her. She was staying because the numbers in those ledgers described real deaths, and the pattern forming in her legal pad pointed at a real killer, and her mother's escalating terror, the progression from rehearsed deflection to desperate panic to flight, confirmed not merely that the pattern mattered, but that it was active, dangerous, and close enough to the truth to make a woman who had held her silence for 20 years crack apart in 8 minutes. 2 separate evidentiary lines converging on the same conclusion. The ledgers proved the deaths were real, and June's disintegration proved someone was still afraid of what those deaths revealed. Together, they crossed the threshold. Either confirmation alone might have been enough to keep Sara asking questions. Both together made leaving impossible. And somewhere beneath all of that, in the part of herself she didn't audit, she was staying because a dead man had counted the flowers at her father's funeral and remembered the number, and no one living had ever bothered to ask. Something stirred at the edge of her thoughts. Not a memory, exactly. Not even a thought. something smaller and more fragile, the faintest flicker, the way a candle flame leans before a draft reaches it. Her father. Not his face or his voice, but the shape of him, the space he'd left. She caught the trailing edge of wondering whether David Voss would have stayed too, whether he would have stood on a wet sidewalk at 10 o'clock at night and chosen the harder door. The thought didn't finish. It dissolved before it became a question, before it became something she'd have to hold and examine and answer. Just a pull, like a name on the tip of her tongue, gone before she could close her hand around it. Behind her, the shop held its dark. The fox watched through the window glass with its amber eyes and its raised paw and its patient, endless, almost step. The music box sat on its low shelf and held its cold, and in the back office, in the green-lit silence, the filing cabinet's top drawer stood exactly as Sara had left it, open, exposed, its contents waiting for the woman who would return in the morning to finish what Martin Voss had started and died for. The rain fell on Hallow Bridge, and the town folded inward, and the street was empty, and Sara Voss walked home to prepare for the work ahead. Chapter 3. The First Object. Sara arrived at the shop at 10 minutes to 8. The morning was cold and overcast, the October sky the color of old pewter, and the street was empty except for a delivery van idling 2 blocks down. The closed bakery across the road reflected her approach in its dark windows. A woman in a charcoal blazer, walking with her shoulders set, and a lined legal pad pressed against her chest like a shield. She turned the key. The lock resisted for a half-second, then gave with the same grudging click she remembered from the night before. The door swung inward on its heavy hinges, and the bell above the frame chimed once, bright and thin, and carrying too far into the shop's interior, traveling distances that still made no sense for a building she'd measured at 1,200 square feet. The smell hit her first. Cedar, dust, old metal, and beneath all of it, the mineral dampness she'd begun to think of as the shop's own scent. Something geological, as though the air had been drawn up through stone. She stood in the entry for 3 seconds, letting her eyes adjust to the dim interior and the faint buzz of the fluorescent fixtures that Martin had installed and that set her teeth on edge. Then she moved. Past the display case near the entrance where the ivory figurine stood facing the door. Past the sparrowhawk on its driftwood perch, its glass eyes catching the thin light from the window. Past 8 stopped clocks showing 8 different wrong times. The taxidermy watched from its stations along the aisles. A weasel poised on a high shelf bracket, 2 finches mounted on opposite sides of a narrow gap between bookcases. The jay with its head cocked at an angle that might have been the same angle as yesterday, or might not have been. Sara had stopped trying to catch the animals moving. Whatever they were doing it between the frames of her attention, and she didn't have time to audit the behavior of stuffed birds. She had a mirror to find. The legal pad held her night's work. She'd been up since 5:30, sitting cross-legged on the narrow bed in her rented room above the tea shop on Belham Street, transcribing and cross-referencing the 6 photographs of Martin's ledger pages against his coding system until the data started yielding connections. One entry had surfaced above the others. Object code VS-M-0041, suffix indicators placing it at moderate threat level, high provenance certainty, and a classification Martin had marked as responsive, triggered by proximity or contact. The physical description read, silver hand mirror, hallmarked London 1887, foliate engraving, beveled glass, handle worn smooth. Below that, in Martin's compressed script, Clara Dunn, then a date, then, in the cause of death field, 2 words that had stopped Sarah's pencil. House fire. 15 years ago. Sara found the mirror exactly where Martin's inventory log said it would be. 3rd aisle, east-facing shelf, 2nd tier, resting face down on a cloth of faded blue velvet. Face down and turned away from the room, the same deliberate positioning she'd noticed on her first walkthrough. She'd assumed it was accidental. Now she understood it was containment. She set down her legal pad on a clear section of shelf, squared her shoulders, and picked up the mirror. The cold hit her hands first. Not the ambient chill of the unheated shop, but something sharper and more specific. A cold that began in the silver and drove inward through her palms, up her wrists, into the bones of her forearms. Her fingers locked around the handle involuntarily, as though the muscles had received instructions her brain hadn't sent. Then the smell. Smoke. Not fireplace smoke or candle smoke, but the acrid chemical reek of a structure burning. Paint and insulation and something organic beneath it, something that made her gorge rise. And then, at the edge of hearing, less than a whisper and more than silence, a sound like a woman's voice compressed to a single syllable. A fragment so brief, Sara couldn't tell if it was a word or a breath, or a scream that had been folded in on itself until it occupied no more space than a pin's head. She set the mirror down. It took effort. Her hands were shaking, and she had to consciously uncurl each finger from the handle. The velvet received it with the faintest settling sound, and the cold lingered in her fingertips for several seconds after contact was broken, fading in slow degrees. Sara stood very still. She was aware of her own breathing, short, controlled, and of the shop's silence around her, and of the sweat cooling on her upper lip. She pressed both palms flat against the shelf edge and held them there, grounding herself in the wood grain, in the physical fact of a solid surface under her hands. Her forensic vocabulary had a dozen categories for evidence: documentary, testimonial, demonstrative, physical, digital. She had no category for what the mirror had just done to her. The temperature drop was measurable. The smell was identifiable. The sound was... She didn't know what the sound was. Not hallucination, because her hands were still shaking from the physiological response. Not evidence, because she couldn't reproduce it on demand or submit it to a lab. Something between those categories. Something that occupied a gap in her framework she hadn't known existed until it wedged itself in and refused to close. Clara Dunn. Martin's voice came from her left, approximately 4 feet away, near the shelf where a brass carriage clock sat showing the wrong time. The temperature in that pocket of air dropped, and Sara felt the familiar pressure change, the sense of space being occupied by something with mass but no form. House fire, Stratham Road, 15 years ago this past March. I read the entry. Sara's voice came out steadier than she felt. Your notes say the fire was ruled accidental, faulty wiring. The fire was real. Martin paused. The pause had weight to it. Not a memory gap, but the careful, effortful marshalling of facts, as though each word required a small act of retrieval. The wiring was not faulty. I spoke with the fire investigators. The investigators. He stopped. Sara heard him pull the word back from wherever it had slipped. Assistant. I spoke with his assistant. 2 years after the ruling. Another pause, shorter but labored, the silence of a man reassembling a sentence that had tried to come apart in his hands. She had concerns about the origin point. The fire started in a room where Clara kept her most valuable pieces. She was a collector, small things, silver mostly. And the mirror was hers, acquired from Clara Dunn's estate. Another pause, longer this time. Martin's voice had the same warm timbre she remembered from the night before, the same old-fashioned cadence in its bones, but the rhythm was different, slower. He was working harder to maintain the thread, visibly harder than he had been the previous evening, each sentence arriving with the quality of something carried across a distance that had grown overnight. The estate was administered through a local solicitor. The repetition was small but audible, a hitch in the machinery, the sentence restarting around a word he'd had to reach for. The objects were dispersed at auction and through private sales. I traced the mirror to a lot purchased by a dealer in Coventry, then resold. Then, Sara, the provenance chain runs through 4 transactions, and at the origin of every one, the same office appears. Whose office? Check the cross-reference. Volume 3, page 41. Margin notation in blue. Sara retrieved Volume 3 from the shelf in Martin's office. The corridor between the main floor and the back office took 17 steps, as it always did, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like trapped insects. She found page 41. The margin notation was exactly where Martin said it would be, written in blue ink that had faded to the color of old veins. Estate of C. Dunn, Admin, D. Hale, Hale and Associates. Dominic Hale, the estate attorney who had sat across from her 2 days ago, smiling his practiced smile and urging her to sell. Sara closed the volume and carried it back to the main floor. She set it beside her legal pad and wrote in her clean block letters, Clara Dunn, house fire, 15 years ago. Estate admin, Dominic Hale. Then she drew a line beneath the name and moved to the next flagged entry. The second entry she decoded was a porcelain figurine of a dancing woman linked to a man named Jeffrey Branch, who died of a fall from his second-story landing 9 years ago. Estate administered by Dominic Hale. 2 objects, 2 deaths, 2 estates, 1 name. Sara noted it, drew the line, and moved on. The third entry required a provenance detail that wasn't in the file. An acquisition date for a painted miniature portrait linked to the death of a woman in Exeter needed to establish when the object entered Dominic's documented orbit. Sara had the object code, the death date, and the estate record, but without the acquisition chain, she couldn't prove Dominic had access to the object before the death rather than after. The timing was everything. It was the difference between a pattern of suspicious estate management and proof of premeditated selection. Martin, the painted miniature, VSP0019. I need the acquisition date. Your file references a private sale but doesn't name the dealer or the date. That one. Martin's voice came from the direction of the desk, the cold concentrating there like a held breath. That one I tracked through a dealer in Bath, a woman. Her name was... He stopped. The silence had a different quality than his deliberate evasions the night before. This wasn't a wall. This was a hole. Her name. I had it. I documented it in the supplementary notes, the second set, the ones I kept in the... He started the sentence again. The dealer was based in Bath, and she operated through estate networks. She was connected to the... The third attempt was worse. Martin's voice thinned, the warm timbre fraying at the edges, and the cold air around the desk seemed to pulse with something Sara could only describe as distress. He was circling the missing information the way a tongue probes a gap where a tooth used to be, returning again and again to the empty space where the detail should have lived. It's gone, he said finally. The frustration in his voice was raw. I had it. I documented it. The dealer's name, the sale date, the chain from her stock to the estate. It was all... Sara, I know I wrote it down. It has to be in the supplementary files, in the second drawer, or possibly the... Somewhere, Sara said, isn't a citation. The words came out colder than she intended. Or perhaps exactly as cold as she intended. She couldn't tell, and the uncertainty bothered her. She was standing at the desk with her legal pad open and her pencil poised over the gap in her evidentiary chain, and the gap was real. Without the acquisition date and the dealer's name, she had proximity, Dominic's office appearing in the estate records, but not sequence. She couldn't prove he'd handled the object before the woman in Exeter died. She had 2 confirmed connections, and a third that should have locked the pattern into place, the critical third point that would have turned coincidence into something that demanded investigation. Instead, she had a hole. The link was there in Martin's memory, documented somewhere in his files, and his deteriorating consciousness had swallowed it the way fog swallows a road sign, leaving only the certainty that it had once been visible. Martin didn't respond for several seconds. The cold near the desk held steady, dense, and still. "You're right," he said quietly. The halting quality in his voice had shifted from frustration to something more controlled and more painful. The sound of a man acknowledging a limitation he can neither accept nor fix. I'll look, the supplementary files. If I can remember where I'll find it myself, Sara said. I'll pull the second drawer and cross-reference against the bath dealer networks. If you documented it, the paper trail exists independent of your memory. Yes, a beat. Yes, the paper won't forget. She heard in his voice the anger of a competent person rendered powerless, and she recognized it because she'd heard it in a dozen boardrooms. Witnesses who'd built careers on precision, watching their own testimony crumble under cross-examination as dates slipped and details blurred. She'd never been on the other side of that exchange. She'd always been the one with the pencil, noting the gap, circling the inconsistency. The empathy she might have felt was genuine, but it arrived entangled with the professional frustration of an investigator whose primary source had just gone unreliable on a critical point and at exactly the wrong moment, when she needed that third link to transform 2 data points from coincidence into pattern. She saw both the man and the obstacle. She couldn't choose between them, and the impossibility of that choice was a new kind of discomfort, one that didn't fit in her audit framework any better than the mirror's smoke had. She set aside the miniature portrait's entry and moved to the next flagged case, working around the gap. The pattern she was building would have to hold its shape with a missing piece until she could find another route to the bath connection, through the commercial ledgers, through dealer networks, through whatever alternate paper trail existed independent of Martin's dissolving memory. She worked for another hour, moving between the ledger volumes and her legal pad with the systematic focus that had carried her through 12 years of corporate audits. Each entry she decoded followed the same methodology: object code to physical description to person to date to cause of death to estate records, and from estate records, a single name kept surfacing. A set of Victorian mourning jewelry, a brooch and matching earrings, connected to the death of a woman named Patricia Seward. Cardiac arrest at 53. No prior history of heart trouble. 7 years ago. Estate administered by Dominic Hale. A silver cigarette case traced to the sudden death of a retired schoolteacher named Robert Finch, whose car had gone off the road in clear weather on a straight stretch of highway 11 years ago. Estate administered by Dominic Hale. A jade letter opener connected to the death of a man named Thomas Waring, who had collapsed without warning during an evening walk 17 years ago. Healthy, mid-40s, no explanation ever established. Estate administered by Dominic Hale. 5 confirmed objects, 5 deaths, 5 estates, 20 years, 1 name, and 1 gap. The painted miniature, the third entry, still hanging open where Martin's memory had failed and the pattern had stuttered before recovering its rhythm. Sara's hand was steady as she wrote, but the numbers themselves carried a weight that her pen couldn't quite convey. She was accustomed to patterns in financial data, the ghost signatures of embezzlement, the fractal geometry of fraud. Those patterns were cold. They described greed or desperation or systemic failure. This pattern described a man who attended funerals and filed paperwork and walked through the estates of the dead, selecting objects like a sommelier choosing wines. She was deep in the 6th entry when she found it. Object code VSM0027, moderate threat, high provenance certainty, active classification. Music box, dark lacquered walnut with inlaid brass, Swiss movement, mid-19th century, key wound mechanism. Below the physical description, Ellen Thorpe. A date 12 years past, and in the cause of death field, drowning. Bathtub. Sara's pencil stopped. She read the entry again. Martin's notes were detailed, more detailed than some of his other files, as though this case had troubled him. Object exhibits persistent cold well below ambient. Sensory profile. Cold, persistent, aquatic resonance. Anomalous temperature field extends approximately 18 inches from surface. Activity status suggests continuous low-level emanation rather than triggered response. Handle with extreme caution. Do not activate mechanism. She looked up from the ledger. Through the narrow aisle, she could see, just barely, the low shelf where the music box sat in the dimmer reaches of the shop. The dark lacquered wood, the brass inlay, the small brass key on its side that she had chosen not to turn on her first visit. The cold she'd felt when she'd touched it 2 days ago. The deep, settled chill that had seeped into her fingertips and lingered after she pulled her hand away hadn't been the October air. It had been this. The object's signature. 12 years of cold radiating from the place where Ellen Thorpe had drowned. She wrote the entry down on her legal pad beneath the others. Ellen Thorpe, drowning, 12 years ago. Then she checked the cross-reference. Volume 2, page 19. Estate of E. Thorpe, Admin D. Hale, Hale and Associates. 6 confirmed objects, 6 deaths, 6 estates, 20 years, 1 name. And the gap, the painted miniature, the 3rd entry that should have been the 7th link, but remained suspended, its provenance chain broken where Martin's memory had dissolved and the dealer's name had vanished into fog. Sara set her pencil down. The music box's entry deserved a full investigation. Its own provenance chain, its own cross-referencing, its own place in the evidentiary map she was building. But she'd chosen her methodology. One case at a time, building the framework with the mirror before expanding the scope. The music box was filed. Its drowning connection was logged. Its physical location in the shop now occupied a different space in her awareness. No longer a curious anomaly on a low shelf, but an active object with a documented death signature that she had put her hands on without knowing what it was. She moved on. The remaining entries were less complete. 2 more files carried Dominic's name in the estate records, a crystal decanter linked to a death in Glastonbury, and a set of cameo brooches connected to a sudden illness in Wells. But the evidence was thinner, the cross-references partial. Martin's notes on both carried question marks and tentative language. Probable connection requires further documentation. DH appears in peripheral records, but not as primary administrator. Sara tagged them on her legal pad as probable rather than confirmed. Dominic's fingerprints visible but smudged, present enough to deepen the pattern without yet meeting the standard she'd set for the 6 solid connections. A 3rd partial entry, a pair of opera glasses linked to a death in Taunton, had Dominic's office mentioned in a margin note with a single word beside it: verify. Martin had never completed the verification. Sara logged it alongside the other two, marked it with the same cautious notation, and moved on. 15 years since Clara Dunn had died, and Martin had spent most of them documenting, cross-referencing, building a case no one would hear. Justice delayed so long it had outlived the investigator and passed to a woman who talked to his ghost. Sara set down her pencil and rubbed her eyes. When she opened them, she needed to retrieve a cross-reference volume from the east wall shelving, and she stood and navigated the narrow corridor between two display cases toward the back of the third aisle. The corridor was flanked on both sides by objects: a bracket-mounted weasel on the left, a row of ceramic vessels on the right, and on the upper shelf ahead, a taxidermied owl with tawny feathers and glass eyes the color of pale gold, perched among the shop's dense inventory and watching the aisle with unblinking stillness. She stopped. The corridor felt shorter. Not dramatically, not in a way she could point to and say, "This wall has moved." But her body knew this space. She had walked it on her first visit, navigating these aisles with the same compulsive attention to dimension and distance that made her count chairs at funerals and pens on desks. She counted now, the same instinct, applied fresh. Fewer steps than the space should have required. The distance between the weasel's bracket and the east wall had compressed, as though something behind the plaster had shifted in the night. Not the objects on the shelves, but the shelves themselves, the walls, the architecture. The owl on the upper shelf regarded her from a closer distance than it should have occupied, its glass gaze filling more of her visual field, as though the compression of space had tightened the audience around her. Sara stood in the shortened corridor and felt, for the first time, the quality of the shop's wrongness settle into something beyond intellectual curiosity. The exterior that couldn't contain the interior. She'd flagged it on arrival, her accountant's mind registering 1,200 square feet of brick, holding what felt like twice that space. The 17-step corridor to Martin's office that appeared shorter looking back toward the entrance than walking away from it, as though the building folded the distance differently depending on which direction you faced. And now this, a passage that had physically changed dimension between one visit and the next, measurably, countably, by the evidence of her own stride. The exterior-interior mismatch on arrival. The corridor's directional inconsistency on her second visit. And now a passage that had compressed overnight, shrinking the distance between walls that should have been fixed in brick and plaster. 3 observations, 3 independent data points. She filed the third alongside the first 2, and the shape they made together was no longer dismissible as coincidence. It was the early geometry of a pattern, and patterns, in Sara's experience, did not stop at 3. She kept moving. She had a murder pattern to establish, not an architectural survey to conduct. But the owl's eyes followed her to the shelf, and the corridor's shortened distance stayed in her awareness like a number that wouldn't balance, sitting wrong in the ledger of the building itself. She pulled the cross-reference volume and carried it back to the desk. By 11:30, Sara had the full scope of what Martin had spent 2 decades building. The legal pad held 8 pages of notes, organized by her own system now, a hybrid of Martin's object codes and her forensic accounting methodology. Each entry tagged with threat level, connection strength, and the number of independent data points linking it to Dominic Hale. The strongest connections had 4 or 5 points of convergence: object provenance, estate records, timing, geographic proximity, anomalous circumstances of death. The weakest still had 2. No single entry would survive a courtroom, but the pattern, the cumulative weight of 6 confirmed connections, with the painted miniature still suspended and 3 more requiring verification, described something that no statistical model would call coincidence. Sara knew this shape. She'd seen it in embezzlement cases where the individual transactions looked clean, but the aggregate formed a signature as distinctive as a fingerprint. Martin's investigation had been meticulous in its early years. The Clara Dunn file was thorough, cross-referenced, annotated in at least 4 different inks, spanning what appeared to be a decade of revisitation. The Jeffrey Branch file was nearly as complete. But as Sara moved through the chronology, she noticed the work changing. The later files were shorter, more erratic. Martin's handwriting, always compressed, deteriorated in the most recent folders into something cramped and hurried. The letters pushed together as though he were writing in the dark or under a deadline. Margin notes became fragmented. Cross-references trailed off mid-citation. In one file, dated roughly 2 years before his death, a single sentence appeared at the bottom of the final page, underlined twice in red. "He knows I know." And 3 folders from the end, another note in the same red ink, smaller, written in the upper corner, as though Martin had added it and immediately tried to make it invisible. "Being watched, confirmed, can no longer conduct field research." Sara stared at that note for a long time. She thought about Martin Voss, lean and white-haired, ink-stained fingers, reading glasses on his forehead, alone in this office, in this shop that breathed and shifted around him, building his case against a man the entire town trusted, while that man circled closer and closer. She thought about the family holidays Martin had attended until Sara was 12 or 13, and then the silence that swallowed him, the phone calls that stopped, the visits that ended, the questions Sara wasn't allowed to ask. The family silence that isolated him may have been lethal. Not a gun or a knife, but a quarantine, cutting Martin off from the people who might have helped, might have listened, might have stood between him and a man who had already killed and would kill again. 20 years of silence, and at the end of it, Martin died alone in his shop. "You stopped," Sara said. She didn't turn toward the cold spot near the desk. She kept her eyes on the ledger. "For years, you built this case from the Clara Dunn file forward, and then you stopped. And when you started again, the quality of the work had changed. You were afraid. What happened?" Martin's silence lasted long enough that she thought the question had hit another memory gap. Then he spoke, and his voice carried something she hadn't heard in it before. Not frustration or the careful cadence of information delivery, but a grief so deep it seemed to come from below the floorboards. "Dominic was my friend." The words came slowly, each one placed with effort. "For decades. Before I understood. We played chess Thursday evenings. He brought port, the good kind. We talked about provenance and attribution and the market, and A pause. The cold near the desk thickened. I trusted him, Sara. Completely. For years, I trusted him with everything that mattered to me." Sara's pencil stopped moving. "I began to suspect 6 years after David's funeral. Small things, coincidences I couldn't explain away. I started documenting, and then I stopped." His voice dropped. "I stopped for a long time, many years. I can't explain why yet. That belongs to the conversation I asked you to give me 2 days for." She registered the reference, the 2-day deadline she'd set last night. This was the morning after, day 1 of 2. The window was still open. Whatever Martin was holding back, he was holding it within the terms they'd agreed to, not in violation of them. The accountant in her logged the timeline and moved on. You stopped investigating a man you believed was killing people. Yes. The word hung in the air between them. Sara felt it settle. Not with judgment, not yet, but with the cold weight of a fact that changed the shape of everything around it. Martin had known. Martin had stopped. And whatever had made him stop was tangled with the family, with June, with the 20-year silence that had cut Sara off from her uncle and her uncle from every person who might have saved him. She wrote on her legal pad, M stopped investigating. Multiple years. Reason withheld. Connected to family. Then she underlined the word family twice and turned to a fresh page. The bell above the front door chimed. Sara's hand went to the legal pad instinctively, covering the most recent page, before she registered the sound of footsteps in the front aisle, quick, familiar, navigating the maze of objects without hesitation. Nora Marsh appeared at the end of a corridor. She wore a green jacket over layers of mismatched fabric, her auburn hair in its usual loose knot, and she carried a paper bag that smelled like fresh bread and a takeaway cup trailing steam. She stopped when she saw Sara at the desk, and her expression shifted through three things in quick succession: surprise, then wariness, then something Sara hadn't seen from her before: concern. "You look terrible," Nora said. "Good morning to you, too." "I mean it. You're white as a sheet and your hands are shaking. Have you eaten anything?" Sara looked down at her hands. They were, in fact, still trembling. The mirror's cold had faded hours ago, but something residual lingered in her nervous system. A low vibration she'd been suppressing by writing. She placed her palms flat on the desk. The gesture was automatic, the same one she'd been using since she was 23 and a senior partner had told her that visible emotion in a deposition was a liability. "I've been working," Sara said. Nora set the bread and the tea on the corner of the desk, pushing aside a stack of folders with the casual ease of someone who'd organized this surface 100 times. She pulled a stool from beneath a shelf. Sara hadn't noticed the stool before, which meant Nora knew the office's hidden inventory better than Sara's surveys had yet mapped, and sat down. "You touched one of them," Nora said, not a question. Sara's first instinct was deflection. Her second was to measure the risk of honesty against the potential value of an independent witness. The second instinct won. The silver hand mirror, Clara Dunn's. Nora nodded slowly. Her hands, which were always touching things, adjusting, straightening, a tactile relationship with the inventory that had struck Sara as nervous energy on their first meeting, found nothing to reach for. They settled in her lap, and the absence of motion was louder than any gesture Sara had seen from her. A silence in the body where there was usually speech. "What did you feel?" "Cold. Smoke. A sound I can't categorize." "Could you put words on the sound?" "No." Sara hesitated. The accountant's reflex demanded she qualify, contextualize, reduce the experience to measurable parameters. But the honest answer was simpler and less comfortable. It was a voice, or part of a voice, a fragment. "I don't have a framework for it." Nora's eyes held steady. There was no surprise in them, and no skepticism, just recognition. The quiet confirmation of someone who had heard a similar thing and been similarly unable to describe it. "The Victorian mourning jewelry," Nora said. "Patricia Seward's. I was shelving inventory about 2 years ago, and I brushed the brooch with my wrist. It wasn't even a full touch, just my skin against the pin clasp for maybe a second." She paused. "Sadness. That's the only word I have. Not my sadness, someone else's. So heavy I sat down on the floor and cried for 10 minutes, and I didn't know why." Sara studied her. In 12 years of forensic work, she had developed a finely calibrated sense for testimony. the rhythm of truth versus rehearsal, the texture of genuine memory versus constructed narrative. Nora's account had the hallmarks of authenticity, the specific physical detail, the admission of inadequate language, the residual bewilderment that no amount of retelling had resolved. But what struck Sara more than the testimony itself was the way Nora delivered it. Open, undefended. The sadness had happened to her, and she'd let it stay on the surface, accessible, integrated into her understanding of the shop and its objects. The opposite of Sara's containment. The opposite of pressing your hands flat on the desk and burying the tremor. Martin knew, Nora said, about the brooch. He documented it. He said every object has its own, he called it a sensory profile. The mirror is smoke and cold. The brooch is grief. The music box. She trailed off, glancing toward the aisle where the low shelf sat in dimmer light. I've never touched the music box. Martin told me not to. He said it was one of the worst. Sara said nothing. She was thinking about Ellen Thorpe, drowned in her bathtub 12 years ago, and the persistent cold that radiated from dark lacquered wood, like heat from a stone that had baked in the sun all day, except inverted. Cold leaching outward in a steady, patient exhalation that had nothing to do with the season. "How did you find this place?" Sara asked. Something moved behind Nora's eyes. Not a memory gap. Nora's mind was sharp, and her recall was immediate. This was a door closing. A deliberate, conscious redirection that happened in the space between the question landing and the answer forming. "I felt drawn here," Nora said. The phrase came out with a weight that exceeded its 4 syllables, as though she were pressing something large into a small container. "I was in Hallow Bridge for other reasons, and I walked past the shop, and She shrugged. The shrug was too careful. "Martin was looking for help. I needed work. It fit." Sara noted the deflection. She filed it alongside the genuine emotion Nora showed when discussing the objects, the grief she wore openly for Martin, the ease with which she navigated the shop's maze. A woman who felt drawn to a building full of cursed objects and processed their supernatural effects with the fluency of someone who'd encountered similar phenomena before this shop. There was a story there. Sara chose not to press it, not because she wasn't curious, but because she recognized the boundary and respected it. One case at a time. "Martin used to say something," Nora added, and her voice shifted into the register Sara was beginning to recognize as her Martin-quoting voice. Slower, more deliberate, carrying an echo of the man's old-fashioned cadence. "He said the objects choose their own custodians. I thought he was being poetic. Now I think he was being precise." Sara wrote the word custodian on her legal pad. She didn't know yet why it mattered, but her instincts, which had always been better than she gave them credit for, told her it would. They talked for another 20 minutes. Sara shared the outline of the pattern, carefully omitting specific names, and Nora filled in contextual details about the objects and the shop that Martin's ledgers didn't capture. How certain objects seemed to pulse with energy on some days and go dormant on others. How the shop's mood shifted when particular pieces were disturbed. How Martin had spent his final months working late, barely eating, his handwriting shrinking as his fear grew. The alliance formed not in a single moment, but in the accumulation of small recognitions. Sara's analytical framework and Nora's intuitive understanding overlapping in ways that made each more useful. They were different tools applied to the same lock. Nora left at noon, promising to return the next day. Sara ate the bread, drank the tea, and spent the next 2 hours pulling supplementary files from the second drawer, searching for the bath dealer's name that Martin's ghost had lost. She found folders organized by region, by dealer network, by acquisition year. Martin's filing system had dozens of subdivisions, and each drawer she opened revealed further layers of cross-referencing. But the specific folder for the bath dealer's records, the one that should have contained the miniature portrait's acquisition chain, was missing. Not misfiled, missing. The alphabetical sequence in the regional subdivision jumped from Avon, Antiques Fair Contacts, to Bath, Estate Auction Houses, with a visible gap between them where a folder's width had left its impression in the compressed paper on either side. Something had been removed. Sara sat back in the chair and stared at the gap. Martin had said the documentation existed, had been certain of it with the bone-deep confidence of a man who trusted his own record-keeping above all else. The paper won't forget. But the paper, it seemed, could be taken. The gap in Martin's memory and the gap in the filing system occupied the same space in the evidentiary chain. One might have been natural, a dying mind losing its grip on details. But both together, the same detail missing from two independent sources, carried a different weight. Sara had spent 12 years tracking the signatures of deliberate removal. The invoice that vanished from a financial archive, the email that disappeared from a server, the witness statement that was never filed. Documentation didn't develop gaps that perfectly matched human memory loss. Documentation developed gaps when someone with access reached in and pulled. She wrote on her legal pad, "Bath dealer file removed from supplementary records. Gap corresponds to Martin's memory loss. Same detail, same case. Coincidence or targeted removal? DH has key. DH has had unsupervised access." The questions sat on the page, unanswered. She'd have to find another way to the Bath connection. Through the commercial ledgers, through dealer networks, through whatever alternate paper trail Dominic hadn't thought to touch. She was deep in the commercial ledgers, tracing acquisition costs against estate auction records, when the front bell chimed again. This time the footsteps were different, unhurried, deliberate, the sound of expensive shoes on old wood. Sara closed the commercial ledger and placed her legal pad in the desk drawer, face down before standing. She straightened her blazer. She smoothed her expression into the one she wore in client meetings. Professional, mildly pleasant, revealing nothing. Dominic Hale appeared at the corridor's mouth with another man behind him. Dominic wore a different blazer than the one he'd worn 2 days ago. Navy, gold buttons, the understated uniform of a man who'd curated his appearance the way Martin curated his objects. His smile was warm and immediate. "Sara, I hope I'm not interrupting." He gestured to his companion, a thin man in his 40s with wire-rimmed glasses and the careful hands of someone who handled fragile things for a living. "This is Gerald Carstairs. He's an independent appraiser I've worked with on estate valuations. Now, Sara, I thought, given the scope of the collection, it might be helpful to have a professional eye." "That's very thoughtful," Sara said. She kept her hands at her sides. "You might have called ahead. Spur of the moment. He was passing through, and I thought, well, why not take advantage?" Dominic's gaze moved past her, scanning the office with the easy familiarity of a man who'd been in this room many times before. "Sara, how's the inventory coming along?" "Slowly. It's a big collection." "It certainly is." He stepped aside to let the appraiser through. "Sara, why don't you let Gerald start in the front rooms? You and I can talk terms whenever you're ready." The appraiser nodded and disappeared into the aisles. Sara watched him go. Then she leaned against the office doorframe with her arms crossed and watched Dominic Hale watch her. And for 3 minutes they made polite conversation about property values and estate timelines and the mild October weather. And Sara wore her mask of the overwhelmed heir, while Dominic wore his mask of the helpful friend, and neither of them acknowledged that the air between them was doing something neither mask could contain. When Dominic left, Warmly, with a hand on her shoulder she didn't flinch from because flinching would have been data, Sara moved immediately to the front of the shop and shadowed the appraiser's route. The man had spent 40 minutes in the aisles, and Sara had memorized his path from the sounds of his footsteps and the pauses between them. But she'd been in the office for the first several minutes of those 40, her attention split between Dominic's performance and the distant sounds of movement in the aisles, and by the time she'd begun tracking the appraiser's stops with real precision, he was already well into his circuit. She retraced the stops she'd caught. Display case near the entrance, the ivory figurine. Third aisle, east-facing shelf, the silver hand mirror. Second aisle, lower tier, the Victorian mourning jewelry. Far back, near the dim reaches where the light thinned, the low shelf where the music box sat in its pool of cold. Every object she'd tracked him to corresponded to a flagged entry in Martin's investigative ledgers. Every one. The man had moved through the shop not like someone browsing, but like someone working a list, and the list matched Martin's case files with a precision that obliterated any possibility of coincidence. Sara stood in the silent shop with her legal pad open and the appraiser's route mapped, and the realization settling through her like cold water through loose soil. This was not an appraisal. This was reconnaissance. Dominic Hale had sent a man into the shop with a list, not of the most valuable objects, but of the most dangerous ones, the ones Martin had connected to deaths, the ones that constituted the physical evidence of 20 years of murder. She caught herself pressing her hands flat on the desk. The gesture, the containment, the reflex she'd been performing since she was 23 without ever asking where she'd learned it. And she realized, with a clarity that had nothing to do with ledgers or evidence, that she and Dominic Hale had just performed the same scene for each other. He had smiled and pretended to help. She had smiled and pretended to be helpless. Both of them wearing masks. Both of them watching the other for cracks. A man who had killed at least 6 people had stood 3 feet from her and put his hand on her shoulder. She could still feel the weight of his palm through her blazer. Sara sat down at the desk. She wrote, "Appraiser targeted flagged objects exclusively. DH mapping evidence for removal." Then she stared at the wall for a long time before she picked up her phone and called her mother. June answered on the first ring. That alone was significant. June Callahan screened every call, a habit Sara had absorbed so thoroughly she'd once let a client's urgent message go to voicemail 3 times before returning it. "Sara, how are you, sweetheart?" The sweetheart landed wrong. It was pitched too high, delivered too quickly, a bid for normalcy that overshot and revealed the strain underneath. Sara could hear her mother's kitchen in the background, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant tick of the mantel clock June wound with religious devotion. "I want to talk about Dominic Hale." Silence. Not the silence of confusion. Not the silence of someone placing a name. The silence of a woman who had been waiting for this sentence for 20 years and dreading every second of its approach. "He's the estate attorney," June said carefully. "He handled Martin's... He's been in the shop, twice now. He brought an appraiser today who examined specific objects from Martin's records, objects linked to people who died." "Sara, how well do you know him?" He was Martin's attorney. I've met him a few times over the years at... How well, Mom?" The name slipped out. Mom, not June. And Sara heard her mother's breath catch on the other end of the line. The mantel clock ticked in the silence. Martin trusted him for a long time. They were friends. You know how Martin was. June's voice had shifted into the rehearsed register Sara had identified 2 nights ago. The careful, practiced construction of sentences designed to convey information without revealing anything. but the construction was shakier now. The mortar between the bricks was crumbling. Martin's files connect Dominic to at least 6 deaths spanning 20 years, Sara said. Estate administration, every time. The same office handling the same kind of case with the same pattern of... Stop. The word came out sharp and compressed, a controlled detonation, then silence again. Sara could hear June breathing, short, tight breaths, the pattern Sara recognized because it was her own. The same rhythm, the same containment. Mom, did you know what Dominic was doing? Sara, please. Please come home. Please let the attorneys handle. Did you know? A sound on the line that Sara couldn't categorize. Not a word, not a breath, not a cry. Something between all three, pressed small and held in the throat. And then a silence so deep and so charged that Sara felt it in her chest. She knew that silence. She knew it because she wore it herself, in boardrooms, in depositions, in every moment when the true reaction was too large and too dangerous to allow past the walls. Practiced containment, the discipline of swallowing what you felt so it couldn't be used against you. She had spent her entire adult life believing that discipline was something she'd built from scratch, a professional skill honed through 12 years of corporate combat. She was wrong. She'd inherited it. Mother and daughter on opposite ends of a phone line, wearing the same armor, using the same defenses, breathing the same controlled breaths. The inheritance that mattered most wasn't the shop. It wasn't the ledgers or the objects or the coded files. It was this, the silence, the containment, the architecture of suppression that June had built around the family after David died, and that Sara had absorbed so completely she'd mistaken it for her own personality. I can't, June whispered. Sara, I can't. The line went dead. Sara set her phone down on the desk. She sat very still. The shop breathed around her, the cedar scent, the mineral dampness, the fluorescent buzz from the main aisles. In the dim light of the green-shaded brass lamp, her legal pad lay open to the page where she'd written Dominic Hale's name 6 times, each one connected to a date and a death and a life that had ended so a man in a good blazer could process the estate. The fox watched through the window glass at the end of the aisle. The owl held its station on the upper shelf, closer now in the shortened corridor, its glass eyes the color of pale gold. The music box sat on its low shelf and held its cold. The cold of Ellen Thorpe's bathwater. 12 years of drowning compressed into dark lacquered wood and brass. Waiting. And Sara Voss sat at her murdered uncle's desk, with her mother's silence ringing in her ears, and the first clear, terrible understanding of what she had inherited taking shape beneath her ribs. Not property, not objects, not a building that couldn't decide how large it was. Silence. 20 years of it, passed from mother to daughter like a genetic defect, shaping every choice, every deflection, every hand pressed flat on every desk. The pattern was clear now. The danger was proximate, and the man at the center of it all had a key to the front door. Chapter 4. The name she wasn't looking for. She found his name on the 4th morning. Later she would think about that. How ordinary the moment was. How the shop had offered no warning, no drop in temperature, no shift in the air. The sparrowhawk on its driftwood perch caught the thin October light the same way it always did. The 8 stopped clocks showed their 8 different wrong times. The fluorescent fixtures buzzed their low, tooth-aching frequency in the main aisles, and the green-shaded brass lamp in Martin's office pooled its warmer light across the desk, where Sara sat with Volume 5 open to page 23 and her legal pad beside it, her pen moving in the small, precise script she'd developed over 12 years of corporate audits because it fit more data per line. She had arrived earlier than usual, before the tea shop on Bellum Street had even unlocked its doors, driven out of bed by the momentum of 3 days' accumulated evidence and the nagging pull of the undecoded entries in Volume 5. She had been working since just before 8. The tea Nora had left yesterday was gone, and she hadn't replaced it. The previous evening, back in her rented room, she had added 2 more pages to her legal pad, working through cross-references between Martin's coding system and the supplementary files she'd photographed from the second drawer, connections multiplying as the pattern deepened. Her lined legal pad now held 10 pages of notes, with the latest entries devoted to those cross-references and to refining the 3 probable connections she'd already flagged: the crystal decanter, the cameo brooches, the opera glasses, tightening the threads between Dominic's peripheral records and the emerging pattern. She was methodical. She was thorough. She was building something airtight, the way she'd built cases at Whitfield and Price, brick by brick, number by number, each entry cross-checked and confirmed before she allowed herself to draw a connecting line. The pattern was solid. 6 confirmed deaths, 6 estates, one name threading through all of them like a signature no one had bothered to read. She was looking for the 7th, the painted miniature, the Exeter connection, the missing Bath dealer file that would close the gap, when she turned the page and found her father instead. The entry was formatted like all the others: object code at the top, physical description beneath, then the personal data: name, date, cause. Martin's handwriting was the same compressed, careful script she'd come to know over 3 days of immersion, the abbreviations and cross-references following his established system with the mechanical consistency of a man who had done this many times. The object code read VST0088, and the location suffix used a designation Sara hadn't encountered in Martin's system. A pair of letters and a number sequence she couldn't decode, unlike the shelf and aisle references she'd learned to read. Beneath it, a physical description: pocket watch, gold case, hunter style, Swiss movement, engraved initials DRV on interior lid. DRV. David Robert Voss. The name below the description was written in full, no abbreviation, no shorthand. David Voss. Date of death, she didn't need to read it. She had carried it for 22 years, the way she carried the 14 flower arrangements and the 8 chairs and the 3 occupied seats. But she read it anyway, because reading was what she did. Because the forensic mind that had been her greatest professional asset did not know how to look away from data. The date matched. Cause of death occupied 2 lines. The first read, vehicle, mechanical failure, official. The second, in the same ink but with the letters pressed harder into the page, as if the pen had been gripped tighter. Sabotage, actual, see evidence file. Sara's hands stopped moving. The word sat on the page with the quiet, absolute weight of a number that refuses to balance. She stared at it and the shop disappeared. The cedar scent, the mineral dampness, the fluorescent buzz, all of it sliding away like water off a surface, until there was nothing left except the desk lamp's circle of light and Martin's handwriting and the 6 letters that dismantled 22 years of careful, necessary architecture in the time it took to read them. Sabotage. Not mechanical failure. Not the random cruelty of metal fatigue or a worn brake line or whatever story the official report had told and the family had accepted and Sara had carried into every year of her adult life as the foundational premise upon which she'd built her understanding of loss. That premise, that her father died because machines sometimes fail, because entropy is indifferent, because there was no one to blame, had been the load-bearing wall of her grief. She had leaned against it at 12 years old and never questioned it, because questioning it would have meant admitting that the world was not merely indifferent, but actively hostile, that someone had looked at David Voss and decided he should die. Someone had looked at her father and decided he should die. Her pen was still touching the legal pad. She became aware of this because her hand had begun to shake, a fine tremor that traveled from her fingers through the pen and left a small wandering mark on the paper that didn't correspond to any word or number. She lifted the pen, set it down beside the pad with the deliberate precision of someone performing a task that required no thought in order to avoid the thought that was pressing against her from every direction. The entry continued below the cause of death. A cross-reference pointed to an evidence file, Volume 5, Supplementary, File DV. Location code matches object code VST0088. The notation added, "Physical evidence secured with object. Do not separate." She looked for Dominic Hale's name on the page. It wasn't there. The entry named no killer. The evidence file was referenced but not present in the ledger itself. It existed somewhere else, presumably in the supplementary records, though Sara hadn't seen a file tabbed DV in her earlier searches of the second drawer. The object code's location suffix remained undeciphered. The entry was thorough, meticulous, and incomplete in exactly the way that made a forensic auditor's teeth ache. The documentation of a man who knew more than he had written, who had pointed toward proof without placing it on the page. But Sara didn't need the name written here. Her mind had already done the work, the way it always did, running the pattern, checking it against the established data, measuring the gap between what was proven and what was inescapable. 6 deaths, 6 estates, 1 administrator. Clara Dunn, Jeffrey Branch, Patricia Seward, Robert Finch, Thomas Waring, Ellen Thorpe. Every flagged death in Martin's ledgers traced to estates managed by Dominic Hale. Every one. The statistical probability of that coincidence was not 0. Nothing was ever truly 0. But it was close enough to 0 that her professional mind, the mind she had trained to resist narrative bias and demand documented proof, could not dismiss it. The pattern was not suggestion. The pattern was architecture. And David Voss's entry sat inside that architecture like a keystone someone had tried to hide by leaving the mortar unmarked. The implication was devastating and inescapable even without Dominic's name on this page. The pattern did the work. Dominic Hale had killed her father. The words formed in her mind with the clean, terrible precision of a column that finally totals. She sat with them. She did not cry. She did not stand up or push back from the desk or make any sound at all. Her hands lay flat on the desk surface, the gesture she'd learned at 23 from a senior partner who told her visible emotion in depositions was a liability. The gesture she now knew she'd inherited from her mother long before that. The architecture of suppression passed from June to Sara like a genetic marker neither of them had chosen. She pressed her palms harder against the wood. The desk was solid. The lamp was warm. The plaster walls of Martin's office held their positions. These were facts. These were measurable. Her father had been murdered. That was also a fact. Also measurable. Also written in ink on a page in front of her, by a man who had known and said nothing for more than 2 decades. The irony arrived with the force of something she should have seen coming. She had chosen to treat this investigation as a case, had insisted on it, had wrapped herself in the forensic methodology like armor, because armor was what she knew, and because the alternative was feeling something she couldn't categorize or contain. She had trusted numbers. She had trusted the pattern, and the pattern had delivered the worst news of her life, with the same dispassionate clarity it brought to every other entry in Martin's ledgers. The numbers don't lie. She'd said that to herself 100 times, 1,000 times, in boardrooms and depositions and late nights hunched over spreadsheets. The numbers don't lie. They didn't. She wished they had. The shop breathed around her. She could hear it again now. The cedar, the old mineral scent she'd come to think of as geological, as if the air itself rose through stone. The fluorescent fixtures hummed. Somewhere in the aisles, something creaked the way old wood creaks when temperature changes, or weight shifts, or nothing changes at all, and the building simply speaks because it has been silent long enough. Sara picked up her pen. Her hand was still shaking. She wrote David Voss on her legal pad beneath the last entry, and the date of his death, and the word sabotage, and the object code VS-T0088, and the reference to an evidence file she had not yet located. She wrote these things because writing was what she did when the world lurched beneath her. She cataloged. She documented. She pressed data into rows and columns and forced it to behave. The data did not behave. It sat on the page and burned. She thought about staying. The thought surprised her, not its content, but its shape. The way it arrived not as a question of logistics or professional obligation, but as something closer to inheritance. She wondered, for half a breath, whether David Voss would have stayed too, whether her father, who collected cheap pocket knives and kept a compass that pointed somewhere more interesting than north, would have sat at this desk and turned to the next page instead of walking away. The thought pulled at her, a current beneath still water. She let it go before it became a question she'd have to answer. She needed Martin. The thought arrived with the force of instinct, followed immediately by a secondary awareness that sharpened into something colder. Martin had known. The entry was in his handwriting, his system, his ledger. He had documented David Voss's death as murder, had noted the existence of physical evidence, had cross-referenced it with a system Sara was only now learning to read. And he had said nothing. 2 nights of conversation, an hour and 40 minutes explaining his coding system, 3 days of working beside her in the cold pocket of air that marked his presence, and he had never once mentioned that her father's death was documented in Volume 5. He had told her about Clara Dunn's fire, about Jeffrey Branch's fall, about Ellen Thorpe drowning in her bathtub. He had taught her the suffix system and the threat classifications, and the difference between dormant and responsive and active. He had answered her questions about provenance chains and acquisition dates, and the careful forensic methodology he'd developed over decades. And he had not told her about her father. She stood. The chair scraped against the wooden floor, loud in the small office. She picked up the ledger and carried it with her as she walked out of the office and into the corridor. 17 steps. She counted them automatically, the way she always counted them, and the counting steadied her the way it always did, even though the thing she was steadiest about was the fury building in her chest, with a heat that had nothing to do with the shop's temperature fluctuations, and everything to do with the realization that she had been managed. By Dominic, by June, and now by Martin, the one person she had begun to trust because he was the first family member to tell her something that checked out against independent evidence. He had told her just enough truth to keep her working, just enough to be useful. The corridor felt the same length it always did, though she had stopped trusting her own spatial sense in this building days ago. She emerged into the main shop floor, where dust motes hung in the pale light filtering through the front window, and the taxidermy watched from its positions on shelves and brackets and driftwood perches. The sparrowhawk. The jay, head cocked at an angle she no longer tried to verify. The weasel on its high bracket. The fox in the window, amber eyes, one paw raised in its eternal, almost step. She stopped in the third aisle, near the brass carriage clock that showed the wrong time, and spoke into the still air. "Martin." Silence. The shop held its breath. "Martin, I know you're here. I can feel the temperature differential. You're somewhere near the east wall." A pause. Then the air shifted. Not dramatically, not the way it had during their first conversation when the cold dropped like a curtain. This was subtler. A thinning of warmth near her left shoulder. A sense of occupied space, of mass without form pressing against the edge of her awareness. "Sara." His voice came from approximately 3 feet away, near the shelf where the silver hand mirror rested face down on its faded blue velvet. The word arrived slowly, as if carried across a distance that had nothing to do with the physical gap between them. "You found it." Not a question. Volume 5, page 23. She held the ledger up, though there was nothing to see, no face to read, no eyes to meet. The gesture was instinctive and useless, and she made it anyway. "David Voss, my father. Cause of death? Sabotage." The silence that followed had texture. It was the silence of the shop, the deep, mineral quiet that lived beneath the fluorescent hum and the cedar and the old wood settling. But it was also Martin's silence, and she could tell the difference now. His silences had weight. They displaced air the way his presence did, and this one was heavy with something she recognized from 2 nights of conversation. The careful, managed quality of a man deciding what to say. Not the panicked frustration of a lost memory, the controlled stillness of a deliberate evasion. "How long have you known?" she asked. "Sara, I need you. I need you to understand." "How long?" Another pause. When he spoke, his sentences were shorter than she remembered. Clipped. The warmth was still there, but it came in bursts, separated by gaps that might have been deterioration, or might have been the effort of composing a response he didn't want to give. "I suspected. Early. 6 years after the funeral. 6 years after my father's funeral, you suspected he was murdered, and you wrote it in your ledger, and you said nothing to anyone." "I said something." The words came harder now, pressed out with visible effort. I tried to tell." A break. The air near her shoulder thinned further, and for a moment, the temperature dropped sharply before stabilizing. "It's complicated, Sara." A pause. "The reasons I stopped." Another pause, longer. "The family." Did Dominic Hale kill my father? The question fell into the shop like a stone into water. She watched the ripples. Not literal, nothing so dramatic, but the way the dust motes near Martin's position seemed to slow. The way the air thickened for a fraction of a second, as if the building itself flinched. Martin didn't answer. 6 deaths, Sara said. 6 estates, all administered by Hale and Associates. Clara Dunn, Jeffrey Branch, Patricia Seward, Robert Finch, Thomas Waring, Ellen Thorpe. I built this pattern with your files, your system, your evidence. Every line points to Dominic. And now my father's name is in the same ledger, documented the same way, following the same methodology. So I'm asking you directly, Did Dominic Hale kill David Voss? The evidence file. You need the evidence file. His voice had thinned. The formal cadence was still there, but strained, the sentences shorter and more effortful than the flowing, slightly rambling speech she'd grown accustomed to. The object, the location code. Find it. It will tell you what I... He stopped, started again. What I couldn't. What I didn't. A pause, then quieter, as if the words were being pulled from somewhere deeper than speech. Dominic. He... The sentence fractured. The cold near her shoulder pulsed once, hard, and she felt something in it. Not information, but the shape of information, the contour of a thing Martin knew and could not or would not force through the narrowing channel of his voice. I can't say it the way you need me to. Not because I don't... Another break. Longer. The air thinned almost to nothing before he managed... I know what I know, Sara. That's not an answer. I know. You owe me an answer, Martin. You made me a partner in this. You taught me your system. You sat in this shop for 3 days and watched me build a case against a man who may have murdered my father. And you let me do it without warning me what I'd find. That is not partnership. That is management. The cold near her shoulder intensified. She could feel it through the fabric of her blouse. A deep, penetrating chill that reminded her, absurdly, horribly, of the silver hand mirrors cold driving through her palms. But this was different. This was grief. She could feel it radiating from the space where Martin wasn't visible. A raw, formless anguish that the shop's air conducted the way old buildings conduct sound through their bones. You aren't ready. The full truth about David. About why I... He stopped. The air thinned. When his voice returned, it had lost its thread, groping. I stopped. There were reasons. The family. You aren't... I don't need your permission to investigate my own father's death. The words came out harder than she intended, and exactly as hard as she meant them. She heard them land in the still air, and she did not soften them. She did not qualify or retreat or offer the diplomatic follow-up she would have offered in a boardroom. This was not a boardroom. This was the shop where her uncle was murdered, and the ledger where her father's death was documented as sabotage, and the space where the one person who might have told her the truth 22 years ago had instead chosen the family specialty, silence. Martin's voice came back after a long pause, broken into fragments that could have been guilt or deterioration or both, and Sara found she could not distinguish between the two with the certainty she'd maintained in earlier conversations. The professional in her noted this. The daughter in her didn't care. 2 days, he said. You gave me 2 days. The deadline hasn't... The deadline was for questions about Vale and the spatial anomalies and whatever else you're filing under old history. This is my father. This is not the same category. It's connected. Barely audible. The sentences came clipped and halting, each one arriving with effort, the pauses between them stretching longer than they had the night before. All of it is connected. The family, the silence, why I stopped investigating, why June... He cut himself off. Or the words cut themselves off. Or whatever process governed his coherence simply failed to sustain the sentence. The cold near Sara's shoulder flickered and thinned, and for a moment she felt nothing there at all. Just the shop's ambient chill and the cedar scent and the distant hum of fluorescent lights. Then he was back, dimmer. I'm sorry, Sara. I'm sorry. She stood very still. The apology sat between them. She could have accepted it, could have softened, could have recognized that the man speaking to her, the ghost speaking to her, the dead man whose voice was thinning by the hour, was carrying 20 years of whatever had driven him to stop investigating his own brother's murder. She could have been generous. She was not feeling generous. The evidence file referenced in the entry. Volume 5 Supplementary. Filed under DV. Where is it? Not in the drawer. A pause. Longer this time. Separate. Hidden. I moved it to keep it safe. Safe from Dominic. Yes. Where? The silence stretched. When Martin spoke, his voice had the quality of something being held together by will alone. The pocket watch. They're together. The evidence is with the watch. He broke off, restarted, the words coming in short, strained bursts. The location code in the entry. I remember writing it, but I can't see it now. I can't. Gone. She could hear the gap where the word should have been. Not gone from the page. She could look at the page and read the code any time. Gone from his memory, dissolving the way so much of his knowledge was dissolving, day by day, conversation by conversation. He had written the location code months or years ago, and now the key to reading it was blurring behind whatever veil separated his dwindling consciousness from the world he was trying to reach. It's on the page, she said. I can read the code. I just can't decipher the location suffix. It doesn't match your standard shelf and aisle system. Because it's not standard. It's a place in the shop. A place Another fracture. She could almost feel the frustration radiating from the space where his voice originated, a cold pulse that pressed against the air. Sara, please, give me the 2 days. Everything. I'll tell you everything. The family, Dominic, why I stopped, all of it. I just need... You need time. You always need time. She closed the ledger, held it against her chest. But my father didn't get time, did he? He got a mechanical failure that wasn't mechanical, and a funeral with 14 flower arrangements and 22 years of silence from every adult who was supposed to protect me. The cold retreated, not disappeared. She could still feel it at the edge of her awareness, a thinning in the air near the east wall, near the shelf where Clara Dunn's mirror lay face down on its cloth. But it pulled back, the way a person steps away when they've been struck and don't know whether to stay or go. She let it go. She walked back to the office. 17 steps. She sat down at the desk and stared at the entry and did not cry. She had not cried at her father's funeral. She had not cried in the 22 years since. She was not going to cry now, in this office, in this shop, in this town where a man in a tailored blazer had killed at least 6 people and gotten away with it for 2 decades because the people who knew kept their mouths shut and their hands pressed flat against desks. She picked up her phone. June answered on the first ring. She had been waiting. Of course she had been waiting. The calls were getting shorter and the waiting was getting longer. And Sara could hear the architecture crumbling in real time, the mortar between the bricks of 20 years of careful silence, giving way under the weight of a daughter who had inherited her mother's discipline and was now using it to take the walls apart. Mom? Sara? June's voice was thin, controlled. The mantel clock was audible in the background, the one June kept wound with religious devotion, ticking steady time in a household built on stopped clocks and frozen conversations. Sara, are you all right? I found Dad's name in Martin's ledger. Silence. Not the charged, managed silence of their last call, when June had whispered, "I can't," and hung up. This was a different quality. This was the silence of a wall that had been struck too many times and was no longer deciding whether to hold, but was simply registering the final blow before it fell. His entry says sabotage, Mom. Not mechanical failure. Sabotage. Martin documented it. He cross-referenced it with physical evidence. He wrote it in the same system he used to document every other death that traces back to Dominic Hale. She heard June's breathing change. The short, controlled rhythm. Sarah's rhythm, the one she now knew she'd inherited, stuttered and broke into something ragged. A sound that wasn't a word and wasn't a sob, and occupied the space between the two the way June's entire adult life had occupied the space between truth and the lie she'd told to replace it. Did you know? Sarah, please. Please stop. Please come home. Did you know my father was murdered? The sound June made then was one Sarah would carry for the rest of her life. It was small, and it was broken, and it was the noise a person makes when the thing they have spent 2 decades containing finally exceeds the capacity of the container. Not a confession, not a denial, something worse than both. The sound of a woman who had known the answer to that question for 22 years and had never been asked it out loud. June did not say, "That's impossible." June did not say, "That's not true." June did not say Martin was eccentric or confused or unwell or any of the careful, pre-constructed deflections she'd relied on in 3 previous phone calls. Sarah. Her mother's voice cracked. Sarah had never heard it crack. Not at the funeral, not in the months after, not in 2 decades of phone calls on birthdays and holidays and the careful, clipped conversations of women who loved each other from inside separate fortresses. Sarah, you don't understand what was. If you keep digging into this. That's not a denial, Mom. I know. Almost inaudible. I know it's not. The admission settled into the line between them. Sarah held the phone against her ear and felt the weight of it, not the phone, but the admission. The 22 years of silence it represented. The staggering, crushing reality that her mother had known. Had known her husband's death was murder. Had known and said nothing and built a life on that silence and raised a daughter inside it. And let that daughter carry a narrative about random mechanical failure like a shield against a world that was, in fact, exactly as hostile as Sarah had always been afraid to believe. Who told you? Sarah asked. Martin? A breath. Sarah, I can't do this on the phone. I can't. This isn't. You need to come home. We need to talk face to face. We're talking now. You don't understand what was at stake. What would have... The things that would have... June's voice broke again, and this time Sarah could hear something beneath the fracture that she hadn't detected. Not just fear, not just guilt. Terror. The same bone-deep terror she'd heard in the last call, but stripped of its last layer of containment, raw and immediate, as if the thing June was afraid of was not in the past, but in the present, still circling, still dangerous, still capable of harm. Mom, are you afraid of Dominic Hale? The silence that answered was its own kind of language. I have to go, June said. Sarah, I have to go. I love you. Please come home. Please. The line went dead. Sarah set the phone on the desk. She sat very still. The green-shaded lamp made a warm pool of light around the open ledger and her legal pad, and the small, wandering pen mark she'd made when her hand shook. In the corner, the filing cabinet stood with its drawers closed, and she could see the gap in the second drawer's alphabetical sequence where the bath dealer file should have been, the compressed paper on either side holding the impression of a folder that had been removed by someone with a key and a reason. The shop settled around her. She could feel it. Not just hear it or smell it, but feel it. The way you feel the presence of a very large, very old thing that has been watching you for longer than you realize. The cedar scent deepened. The mineral dampness crept closer to the surface. The air in the office, which had been merely cool, thickened to something approaching cold, though Martin's specific cold had retreated, and what she felt now was the building's own temperature, the shop itself breathing in and out with the slow rhythm of a thing that keeps its own time and marks it on clocks that never agree. She pulled the legal pad toward her. On a fresh page, she wrote, in the precise hand that fit more data per line, David Voss, Volume 5, page 23. Object code VST0088. Pocket watch, gold case, hunter style, Swiss movement, engraved DRV. Cause, sabotage. Evidence file, separate, hidden, co-located with object. Location code, undeciphered. Martin claims evidence is with the watch. Unable to recall location key. Memory gap. Genuine. She paused, added, Martin knew. June knew. Duration of silence, 22 years minimum. June's reaction confirms knowledge of murder, not surprise at allegation. June displays active, present tense fear of Dominic Hale, not historical fear, current, proximate, ongoing. Martin's evasion Ray David entry is consistent with guilt and deteriorating capacity. Cannot determine ratio of each with current data. Martin's evasion Ray Dominic's involvement is consistent with knowledge he cannot or will not articulate directly, neither confirmed nor denied. Fragmented response suggests answer exists, but capacity to deliver it is narrowing. She paused again, pressed the pen against the pad, then wrote, Pattern established across 6 confirmed deaths. All estates admin D.H. David Voss. Entry fits pattern. Explicit naming of killer absent from entry. Explicit evidentiary confirmation absent from ledger. Evidence file referenced but not located. Implicit connection through pattern. Overwhelming. Professional assessment. If this were a corporate audit, the cumulative pattern would be referred for criminal investigation. This is not a corporate audit. This is my father. She underlined the last 4 words. Then she set the pen down and sat with her hands flat on the desk and breathed the way her mother breathed under stress. Short, controlled, each exhale measured, and recognized the borrowed architecture for what it was, and used it anyway because it was the only thing keeping her in the chair. The shop held its silence. In the main aisles, the taxidermy kept its watch. The sparrowhawk, the jay, the finches flanking their narrow gap between bookcases, the owl on its upper shelf with glass eyes the color of pale gold, closer than it should have been in the corridor that had shortened overnight. The music box radiated its cold from the low shelf where it sat, patient and aquatic, holding the memory of Ellen Thorpe's bathwater. The ivory figurine faced the door. The fox watched through the window. And in the space near the east wall where Martin's cold had retreated, there was nothing. No voice, no pressure, no shifting air. Just the shop, breathing, waiting, keeping its own counsel the way it always had and always would, indifferent to the human dramas that played out in its aisles, the way a cathedral is indifferent to the prayers spoken beneath its vaults. Sara looked at the ledger entry. Her father's name. His death date. The word sabotage. Then she looked at the undeciphered location code. VST0088, followed by the suffix she couldn't read. The pocket watch was somewhere in this shop, hidden by Martin, co-located with physical evidence that would, she corrected herself, because the pattern was overwhelming and she was done hedging, confirm what the ledger implied. Confirm that Dominic Hale, estate attorney, friend of the family, chess partner, port bringer, man of impeccable grooming and practiced warmth, had murdered David Voss and gotten away with it because the people who loved David chose silence over justice. Her phone screen lit up. She glanced at it and saw a text notification she'd missed. From Nora, time-stamped 90 minutes ago, while Sara had been deep in Volume 5, and the world was still a place where her father's death had been an accident. "Shop's covered. I'm here if you need anything." She looked at the message for a long time. Then she looked around the office and saw what she hadn't noticed while she was drowning in the ledger. A shelf of objects near the door that had been dusty yesterday had been carefully wiped, each piece lifted and replaced in its exact position. A fresh box of filing supplies, acid-free folders, archival paper, the specific materials Martin used, sat beside the desk where it hadn't been that morning. Small things, quiet things. The evidence of someone who cared about the shop and about the woman working in it, and who had come and gone without demanding attention. Nora had been here. While Sara was tearing apart the ledger, while Martin was retreating into his guilt, while June was breaking apart on a phone line 200 miles away, Nora Marsh had come in through the front door. Sara must have been so deep in the filing system she hadn't heard the bell, and dusted the shelves and left supplies and checked in by text and gone again without interrupting. Maintaining the shop, maintaining the alliance, asking nothing. Sara did not respond to the text. She did not delete it either. She looked back at the location code. She thought about her father's pocket watch. Gold case, hunter style, Swiss movement, engraved with his initials. She had never seen it. It had not been among the personal effects returned after the accident. After the murder. She had never thought to ask about it because she was 12, and because her mother had managed the details, and because asking questions was not what you did in the Callahan household after David Voss died. You endured. You contained. You pressed your hands flat and breathed short and controlled, and you did not ask where the pocket watch went, or why Uncle Martin stopped coming to Christmas, or what the word eccentric really meant when two different people used it with the same careful inflection. 22 years. Martin had spent 22 years knowing her father was murdered. June had spent 22 years building a fortress of silence around the knowledge. And Sara had spent 22 years inside that fortress, believing the walls were her own. She picked up her pen. Her hand was steady now. The shaking had stopped, replaced by something harder and quieter and more dangerous. Not the brittle discipline of suppression, but something underneath it. Something that had been growing since she opened Volume 5 to page 23 and found her father's name in a dead man's handwriting. A fierce, personal need for justice that had nothing to do with patterns or professional assessments or the dispassionate language of forensic audits. This was not a case. This was her father, and the man who killed him was walking free in a town that trusted him, carrying a key to the shop where the evidence of his crime was hidden, and Sara was going to find that evidence, and she was going to use it, and no amount of silence, not Martin's, not June's, not the shop's own ancient, indifferent quiet, was going to stop her. She turned to a fresh page on her legal pad. At the top, in her precise, data-dense script, she wrote, "Evidence file, David Voss." Below it, location code undeciphered, object hidden in shop, Martin unable to recall location key, physical evidence co-located with pocket watch. Next steps, decode location suffix, locate object, retrieve evidence file. She underlined next steps twice. The shop breathed. The clocks showed their wrong times. The fox watched the street with amber patience. And Sara Voss sat at her murdered uncle's desk with the knowledge that her father had been killed by a man who was probably, at this very moment, sitting in his own office in Hallow Bridge, with a key to this shop on his keyring, and a ledger he didn't know she'd found, and the calm, unhurried confidence of someone who had never been questioned in his own town. She was going to question him. She was going to find the pocket watch and the evidence file, and she was going to build a case so complete, so documented, so airtight, that no amount of charm or institutional trust or Thursday evening chess games could contain it. Her father deserved more than 22 years of silence. Her father deserved the numbers. And she was going to give them to him, with or without Martin's help, with or without her mother's consent, with or without the cooperation of a shop that kept its own time and changed its own dimensions and watched her through glass eyes that had never been alive and never quite managed to be dead. She turned back to the undeciphered code and began to work. Chapter 5. What June Chose. The call went through on the first ring. Sara had known it would. The pattern was locked in now. June Callahan answered on the first ring because she had been holding the phone, or keeping it on the counter beside the stove, or carrying it from room to room the way you carry a grenade whose pin has already been pulled. 4 calls since the investigation began. 4 first-ring answers. Whatever architecture of control June had spent 22 years maintaining, it had narrowed to this. A woman 200 miles away, waiting for the next demolition charge. Sara sat at Martin's desk in the back office, the green-shaded brass lamp throwing its warm circle across volume 5 and her legal pad. The pad held 12 pages now. She had added 2 more since that morning, cross-referencing the location suffix on VST0088 against every coding convention Martin had taught her, testing permutations of shelf designations, aisle numbers, and the alphabetic prefixes she'd cataloged from his standard system. None of them fit. The pair of letters and the number sequence in the suffix followed no pattern she could reproduce. It was either a system Martin had used only once, or a system he had never explained. She had stopped working on it at 11. Not because she was tired, but because she had realized what she needed to do next, and she had needed the hours between 11 and now. It was 9:15 on a cold October evening, the shop closed and dark around her except for the lamp's circle, to build the operational plan for doing it. The plan was simple, forensic, procedural, the same framework she had used in 12 years of depositions at Whitfield and Price, where the objective was never to argue, but to remove the subject's ability to maintain a false position. You didn't attack the lie directly. You dismantled its supports until it could no longer stand on its own. And then you waited for gravity. Sara? June's voice arrived in her ear already braced. Not the rehearsed warmth of the first call, or the crumbling deflections of the second and third. This was the voice of a woman who had stopped pretending she didn't know why the phone was ringing. "Are you all right?" "I need you to listen," Sara said. "I'm going to tell you what I've found, and then I'm going to ask you questions, and I need you to answer them. Not deflect, not redirect, not hang up. I need answers." A pause. The mantel clock ticked in the background, faint but steady. June kept it wound with the same devotion she brought to every domestic ritual, as if the small disciplines of maintenance could substitute for the larger ones she'd abandoned. "Sara, I've asked you to come home. I've asked you to—" 6 deaths, Sara said. "I'm going to give you the names. Clara Dunn, Jeffrey Branch, Patricia Seward, Robert Finch, Thomas Waring, Ellen Thorpe." She let each name land with the pause of a line item being entered into a ledger. 6 people dead over 20 years. 6 estates, all administered by the same attorney, Dominic Hale. Silence. Not the charged wall-before-the-blow silence of their last call. Something deeper. The silence of a woman listening to a structure she built 2 decades ago, being read back to her like a financial statement. "I've documented the pattern," Sara continued. "Object provenance, estate records, acquisition chains, timing, geographic proximity, anomalous circumstances. No single case would survive a courtroom. The cumulative pattern is statistically impossible as coincidence." She could hear her own voice, clipped, precise, the deposition register that had served her through hundreds of professional extractions, and underneath it, something that wasn't professional at all. And then there's a 7th. Volume 5, page 23. Object code VST0088. A pocket watch. Gold case, hunter style, Swiss movement. Engraved initials on the interior lid. DRV. The sound June made was not new. Sara had heard its precursor on the last call, the noise of a container exceeding its capacity. This was smaller, tighter, as if the container had already cracked, and what escaped now was the thin, high sound of pressure leaking from a vessel that knew it was failing. "David Robert Voss," Sara said. "My father." "I know whose initials they are." June's voice had dropped below its normal register, flat, barely inflected. The vocal equivalent of a woman pressing her hands against a desk to stop them from shaking. And Sara recognized it because she had learned the gesture herself, not from a senior partner at 23, but from a mother who had practiced it first, in a kitchen with a ticking clock, for years before Sara ever walked into a boardroom. The entry says sabotage, not mechanical failure. Sabotage. Sara kept her voice level. Martin documented it the same way he documented every other death in his ledger. Same system, same methodology, same rigor. He knew, Mom. And so did you. Sara, you didn't deny it last time. You said, "I know it's not," when I told you your silence wasn't a denial. That was this morning. Sara kept her voice level, but the weight beneath it was new. Not accusation, but the settled gravity of a woman who had spent the hours since that call disassembling every assumption she had ever made about her own childhood. "I've had all day to sit with the fact that my mother knew my father was murdered and never told me. So I'm asking you now, plainly, because the silence ends tonight. What happened? What did you choose? And why?" The mantel clock ticked. 4 beats. 5. 6. Sara counted them the way she counted everything, not as a conscious choice, but as the involuntary reflex of a mind that processed the world through measurement, because measurement was the only thing that had never lied to her. 7. 8. "You want to know what I chose." June's voice had changed. The tense, deflecting register that Sara had heard across every prior call, the half-sentences, the subject changes, the desperate pivots, was gone. In its place was something Sara had never heard from her mother. Slow, raw, each word placed with the terrible deliberation of a woman speaking sentences she had rehearsed in her head for 22 years and never said aloud. "Yes, then you need to understand what was in front of me." A long breath. The clock ticked. Martin came to me. Not right away, not when he first suspected. He suspected early, he told me, about 6 years after the funeral. But he didn't come to me then. He investigated on his own first, quietly for a while, pulling records, building his files the way Martin always did, brick by brick. And then he came to my kitchen table. A pause, and when June spoke again, her voice carried the specific weight of a date she had never forgotten. "You'd just turned 18, just left for university that autumn, and he sat across from me and he told me David had been murdered." Sara closed her eyes. The lamp hummed. The shop breathed its slow, cedar-scented breath around her. "He had evidence. Not enough for the police," he said, but enough that he was certain. He said Dominic Hale had done it. Dominic, who had handled David's estate. Dominic, who had sent flowers. Dominic, who had called me every month for a year after the funeral to ask how we were managing. June's voice carried the particular flatness of someone recounting a horror they have held at arm's length for so long it has become almost administrative. Almost. The cracks showed at the edges. Martin wanted to go to the authorities. He wanted me to support him, to come forward, to help build a case. And you said no. The silence that followed was not evasive. It was the silence of a woman standing at the edge of something she had never spoken aloud, and finding the drop farther than she had imagined. "I said no." "I said no, Sara, and I need you to understand why before you decide what that makes me." Sara opened her eyes. She was gripping her pen so hard, the tendons in her hand stood white against the skin. She set it down. "Tell me, Dominic Hale held things over us, over your father before he died, and over the family after. Financial entanglements. Your father and Martin had investments, business arrangements, things that went through Dominic's firm because he was the family attorney, because he was trusted, because he had been part of everything for years." June's voice was almost clinical now, the words arriving with the precision of someone who had reviewed this statement 10,000 times in the dark. Those arrangements were not clean. Some of them were structured in ways that, if they had been scrutinized, if they had been pulled into a police investigation or court proceedings, would have destroyed us. Not just the money, the reputation, the liability. David was dead, and the entanglements didn't die with him. They were still in Dominic's files, and Dominic knew it. Sara's mind moved automatically, the auditor's reflex sorting and tagging. Financial leverage, documentary evidence of irregular arrangements, a weapon that could be deployed without violence, through disclosure alone. But that wasn't all of it, Sara said, not a question. Another silence. Longer. "No." June's voice dropped to something barely above a whisper. That wasn't all of it. The money, the exposure, that was what he could say. What he could point to. Folders in his office, numbers on paper, things he could produce if anyone asked questions. But underneath that was something he never had to say out loud. He never had to threaten us directly, Sara, because we already knew what he had done. A pause so long Sara almost spoke. Then, "A man who kills your husband and then sends flowers and then calls to ask how you're managing. A man like that doesn't need to make a threat. He is the threat. He is standing in your kitchen, holding a casserole dish and asking about your daughter's school. And you know in your body, the way you know a fire is hot before you touch it, that this man will do whatever is necessary to protect himself. And whatever is necessary includes you and your 12-year-old daughter." Sara's breath caught. She forced it steady. The pen lay on the legal pad, motionless. The small wandering mark where her hand had shaken 2 days ago when she found her father's name was visible at the edge of the lamplight. So when Martin came to me with his evidence and his certainty and his plan to go to the police, June said, I looked at what was in front of me. A dead husband I couldn't bring back. A brother-in-law who was brilliant but obsessive and alone. Financial records that would unravel the family. And a man who had already proven he would kill, and who knew where my daughter went to school. Those were the numbers, Sara. Those were the numbers. And they didn't balance. And there was no entry I could make that would bring them into alignment. So I chose. Her voice cracked, a thin fissure in granite. I chose you. The words settled in the office like dust after a collapse. Sara sat motionless. She was aware of her own breathing, of the lamp's hum, of the faint mineral scent that the shop exuded from somewhere beneath its cedar and old paper, the scent she had begun to think of as geological, as if the building itself had been pulled up through stone. You told Martin to stop, Sara said. I begged him to stop. I told him he was going to get us killed. I told him the evidence wasn't strong enough and going to the police would only alert Dominic and give him a reason to move against us. I told him that if he loved David, he would protect David's daughter instead of chasing a dead man's justice. June's voice broke on the word justice, and what Sara heard in the fracture was not weakness, but the sound of a word that had been turning poisonous in her mother's mouth for 22 years. And when he didn't stop? He did stop. For years. He stopped because I asked him to, and because I threatened to cut him off from you entirely if he didn't, and because... June's breath shuddered. Because I think, deep down, part of him was relieved. Part of him wanted someone else to make the decision for him. Investigating Dominic terrified him. He loved Dominic, Sara. They had been friends for decades. Chess on Thursday evenings. Port. That kind of friendship. And acknowledging that the man who brought port to your kitchen table every Thursday had murdered your brother. Martin needed someone to tell him he could stop carrying that. I gave him permission. And he took it. Sara pressed her hands flat against the desk. The gesture, the one she had learned at 23, or thought she had, before recognizing that it had been her mother's long before it was hers, carried a different weight now. She was not suppressing visible emotion. She was holding herself to the desk because the desk was the only solid thing in a room where the foundations of her entire life had just been pulled out from under her. And then you cut him off, Sara said. He started again, years later. I don't know what triggered it. Maybe another death, another estate Dominic handled, another name in those damned ledgers. He called me. He said he had to keep going, that people were dying, that he couldn't live with it. I told him if he went forward, Dominic would come for us. He said he would be careful. I said careful wasn't good enough. A pause. I changed our phone number. I stopped answering his letters. I told you he was pulling away, that he was eccentric, that the family needed space. I built a wall between you and Martin, and I told myself it was protection. It wasn't. No, the word came out like something extracted. It was a prison. For all of us. I locked Martin out, and I locked you in, and I locked myself in the middle, and I spent 22 years maintaining the walls because the alternative was admitting what I'd done. What I'd allowed to continue. June's breathing was audible now, ragged and shallow. I went back to Callahan, my maiden name. Sara, I couldn't carry Voss anymore. Every time someone said it, I heard David. I heard what had been done to him. I heard the choice I'd made. Callahan was the name of the woman I was before. Before David, before Dominic, before any of it. I thought if I could go back to that name, I could go back to that person. A sound that might have been a laugh, if it had any warmth in it. You kept his name. You never asked me if you should change it, You were 12, and you kept Voss, and I never, ever asked you to give it up, because that was the one thing I couldn't take from you. The one thread I couldn't cut. Sarah's vision blurred. She blinked, hard. The legal pad came back into focus. 12 pages of meticulous notes, object codes, and cross-references, and the precise, data-dense handwriting of a woman who had spent her entire adult life believing that if you documented something thoroughly enough, it couldn't hurt you. Mom, the word came out rougher than she intended. Did you know Dominic was still killing people? Silence. The clock ticked. The shop was so quiet, Sarah could hear the fluorescent fixtures in the main aisles buzzing faintly beyond the office door, that low, tooth-aching frequency she had never managed to tune out. I suspected. June's voice was barely audible. I read the obituaries in the Hallow Bridge paper online. I don't know when that started, maybe 10 years ago, maybe 12. I would see a name and wonder, and I would close the browser and make dinner and wind the clock and not think about it until the next name. A long, shaking breath. That is what I chose, Sarah. That is what silence costs. You choose it once and you think it's temporary. You think it's just until things settle, until the danger passes, until you can think clearly. And then it becomes the structure of your life. It becomes the house you live in. And every year the walls get thicker and the windows get smaller, and you cannot even remember what it looked like outside. Sarah sat with it. She let the words fill the office the way the shop's own atmosphere filled its impossible spaces. Slow, heavy, pressing into corners. She thought about 12-year-old Sarah at a funeral, counting flower arrangements because counting was the only language she had for grief. She thought about June at that same funeral, sitting very still in the front row, hands in her lap, knowing the man who killed her husband had sent some of those arrangements, and there was nothing she could do about it. And Sarah thought about the woman she had become. The clipped speech, the pressed hands, the legal pad full of numbers that were supposed to add up to safety. Every tool she had, every defense she had built, every instinct she trusted. She had learned them all inside the fortress June constructed. The emotional armor was not Sarah's invention. It was her inheritance, as surely as the shop and the ledgers and the silence itself. I understand what you chose, Sarah said. Her voice was steady, but the steadiness cost her. I understand why, and I need you to hear me when I tell you that I am not going to make the same choice. Sarah, please! Dominic Hale murdered my father. He murdered at least 6 other people. She heard her own voice shift, the deposition register cracking, conviction bleeding through where documented proof had not yet followed. And I believe he murdered Martin, too. The distinction mattered, the auditor in her insisting on it even now, even as every instinct she had screamed that the pattern admitted no other conclusion. She knew Martin was murdered. He had told her so himself, and she had built her entire investigation on that foundation. Martin's ledger documented a man who killed for decades. The implication was overwhelming. But knowing it and proving it to the standards that would hold in a courtroom, in a police report, in the world beyond this shop where ghosts did not testify, those were different ledgers. And Sara Voss did not state as fact to others what she could not yet demonstrate outside these walls. Even when the distance between conviction and proof had narrowed to almost nothing. He is walking free in this town because everyone who knew the truth decided the cost of speaking was too high. She heard her own words and recognized them for what they were. Not an accusation, but a statement of accounts. The final audit. I am going to find the evidence Martin hid. I am going to build a case. And I am going to make sure Dominic Hale answers for what he did. I'm telling you this because you're my mother, and because I love you, and because 22 years of silence is enough." June was crying. Sara could hear it. Not the small, contained sounds of their previous calls, but open, wrecked weeping. The kind that comes when a dam doesn't crack, but collapses entirely. It was terrible. It was the most honest sound Sara had ever heard her mother make. "Be careful," June whispered. "Please, Sara. Please be careful." "I will. He's not... You don't know what he's like when..." "I know exactly what he's like," Sara said. "I've been reading about what he's like for days. I know." A long, shattered silence. The clock ticked. The weeping settled into ragged, uneven breathing. "You're so much like him," June said. So quiet, Sara almost missed it. "You're his. You always were." The words hit something deep enough that Sara's hand moved to the desk again, pressing flat, and this time she recognized the gesture not as armor, but as anchor. The act of a woman holding on while the ground shifted beneath her. "I love you, Mom. I love you. I love you so much, and I am so sorry." Sara let the silence hold them for a moment. Not the weaponized silence of their earlier calls, not the evasive silence of 22 years, but something quieter and more fragile. The first honest silence between them since Sara was 12. "I'll call you," Sara said, "when it's done." "Okay." Sara ended the call. She set the phone on the desk beside the legal pad and the open ledger. The green lamp hummed. The shop breathed. She became aware, in the stillness that followed, that she was not alone. The cold arrived first. Not the general chill of an unheated October building, but the specific, localized drop she had learned to associate with Martin's presence. It drifted in from the corridor, moving through the office doorway the way it had moved through the shop's aisles during their earlier conversations. Martin crossing from the shop floor into the back office, his cold trailing him like a wake. He settled near the east wall of the office, approximately where the wall adjoined the corridor that led back out to the third aisle. The position mirrored where he had retreated that morning on the shop floor, after she'd confronted him about 22 years of silence. Near the shelf where Clara Dunn's silver hand mirror rested face down on its faded blue velvet, just a few steps beyond the office door in the passage outside. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. "You heard," Sara said. The cold shifted. A faint pressure change in the air, like a door opening in a room deeper than this one. Every word. Martin's voice came from roughly 4 feet away, quieter than this morning, thinner. The warmth was still there, that slightly formal, old-fashioned cadence she was learning to distinguish from the shop's ambient sounds, but it arrived with visible effort. Each word carried across a distance that grew wider every time she heard him speak. The pauses between sentences had stretched. His verbose, rambling tendency had been compressed by diminishing capacity until what remained was essential, stripped, and effortful. "Then you know what she told me." "Yes." Sara turned in the chair to face the cold. The office was small enough that facing the east wall put the corridor entrance at her shoulder, and through the open doorway she could feel the dual chill, the mirror's embedded cold drifting in from its shelf a few steps down the passage, smoke-scented and structural, layered underneath Martin's nearer presence like 2 different frequencies of the same signal. "Your turn," she said. Another silence. Longer than the ones between his words had been even this morning. She could feel him gathering himself, not a metaphor but a physical sensation, the air pressure near the east wall shifting and concentrating as if something diffuse was pulling itself together through sheer will. His presence flickered, stabilized, flickered again, held. I stopped looking. The words arrived with the quality of something forced through a space that was closing. Each syllable carried weight it shouldn't have, as if the act of forming coherent sound required more energy than it had that morning. A long pause followed. His presence guttered like a candle in a draft, and Sara leaned forward involuntarily, the way you lean toward a radio when the signal fades. Your mother asked me to. Another pause. Longer. The cold near the wall thinned, and for a terrible moment Sara thought he was gone, simply extinguished mid-sentence the way a bulb burns out without warning. Then the cold returned, dimmer, and his voice came from what felt like a greater distance, though he hadn't moved. And because it was easier to stop. Sara pressed her hands against the desk. She waited. She had spent 12 years in depositions, learning that the most important information arrives in the silences between statements. And she applied that training now, not as technique, but as the only way she knew to honor what Martin was trying to tell her. The words arrived one cluster at a time, each separated by pauses so long she had to resist the urge to fill them. I told myself. A silence that stretched until Sara almost spoke. Then, barely above a whisper, a sound she had to strain to catch. It was love. Another silence. Martin's presence flickered. The cold near the wall pulled in on itself, concentrating into a point so dense it made the temperature drop drifting in from the mirror's shelf feel diffuse by comparison. Sara could feel the effort, not see it because Martin had never been visible, but feel it the way you feel someone bracing against a heavy door. Then, with what sounded like everything he had left, cowardice. A ragged sound that wasn't breath because ghosts don't breathe. The sound a consciousness makes when it is pushed past its capacity, and the cost is immediate and structural. The same cowardice. The rally collapsed. Sara heard it. Not a dramatic silencing, but a terrible diminishment. Martin's voice thinning from whispered words to a frequency she could barely separate from the lamp's hum. He was still there. She could feel the cold, the pressure. But the voice that had delivered those hard-won fragments was spent, and what remained was thinner and more fragile than anything she had heard from him in 4 days of conversation. Sara sat in the quiet. Her eyes burned. She didn't press her hands flatter against the desk. She didn't count anything. She let the words settle, assembling the confession from its fragments the way she assembled cases from incomplete data, because that was what Martin had given her. Not a speech, not an explanation, a confession delivered at the cost of everything he could still muster, and the shape of it was devastating in its simplicity. He had stopped looking for David's killer because June asked him to, because it was easier, because acknowledging that his closest friend had murdered his brother was a weight he couldn't carry alone, and when someone offered him permission to set it down, he took it. He told himself it was love. Love for June, love for Sara, love for the fragile remnant of the family David's death had shattered. But it was cowardice, the same cowardice June carried, the same careful, protective, reasonable cowardice that had kept a murderer free for 22 years, while the people who knew the truth wound their clocks and changed their names and built their fortresses of silence and called it survival. Martin hadn't asked for forgiveness. That registered. In the effortful, stripped-down architecture of what he'd managed to say, there had been no appeal for absolution, no plea for understanding. Just the barest admission, offered at a cost his deteriorating state could barely sustain, and the implicit understanding that he knew exactly what it made him. Sara looked toward the east wall. She couldn't see him. She had never been able to see him, only the peripheral suggestion of a shadow, a pressure, a cold that occupied space the way a person does. But she looked anyway, because some things require facing even when there's nothing visible to face. "You stopped," she said, "and then you started again." A long pause. When his voice came, it was thinner than before the confession, audibly diminished, as if the rally had burned through reserves he didn't have to spare. What reached her now was less voice than vibration, fragments that arrived at the threshold of hearing, requiring Sara to lean forward and reconstruct meaning from syllables that dissolved between his consciousness and the air. Years later. The words barely held together. Then nothing for so long Sara thought the exchange was over. She waited. 2 words was not enough. She needed to understand what had pulled him back, what had broken through the years of compliant silence and made him pick up the investigation again. But the architecture of his depletion was written in the thinning cold beside the east wall, and Sara recognized that what she needed and what Martin could give were no longer the same currency. So she did what she had learned to do in depositions when a witness was failing. She carried the weight herself. "Another name," she said. Not a question, a statement offered for confirmation, the way you offer a word to someone who can no longer retrieve it. "Another estate Dominic handled. That's what pulled you back." A shift in the cold, the faintest pressure change, acknowledgement without speech. Sara's mind moved through what she already knew. The timeline, the cases. June had said she didn't know what triggered Martin's return to the investigation, but the ledgers told their own story. The cases were dated, the inks changed, the handwriting shifted from Martin's careful early script to the cramped, hurried notation of his final years. "Someone died," Sara said, "and you recognized the pattern, and you couldn't stay stopped." Another shift, fainter. She was interpreting temperature gradients and air pressure now, reading his responses the way a seismologist reads tremors, not the event itself, but the trace it leaves in the medium it passes through. "And by then, it was too late to go back to who you were before you knew." She said it for him, because he couldn't say it for himself, and because she recognized the shape of the truth even in silence. "So you documented. You built the record. You hid the evidence where Dominic couldn't find it. And you hoped someone would come." The cold near the east wall flickered. Not a word. Not even the ghost of a word. But something moved through the air. A pressure, a shift, a recognition. And Sara felt it land the way his spoken acknowledgments had landed earlier, before the rally had stripped him to this. She understood now. The inheritance, the ledgers, the coded system, the hidden evidence, the plan that had mailed her a key and drawn her to Hallow Bridge and seated her at this desk. Martin's dead man's switch. The only redemption available to a man who had spent years choosing silence. Ensure that after his death, the truth would find someone who wouldn't make the same choice. It didn't erase the betrayal. 22 years of knowing her father was murdered. 22 years of letting Sara grow up inside a lie. 22 years of June's silence and Martin's complicity, and a fortress built brick by brick from the reasonable, protective, cowardly conviction that the truth was too dangerous to speak. But Sara looked toward the place where Martin's presence guttered and felt something she hadn't expected. Not forgiveness, recognition. A man who had chosen wrong and spent his death trying to choose right. A consciousness holding itself together through diminishing will because the work wasn't finished, because the ledger wasn't balanced, Because somewhere in this impossible shop was a gold pocket watch with his brother's initials engraved inside the lid, and the evidence that could end 22 years of silence. It wasn't enough, but it was something to work with. "Martin," she kept her voice steady, "I need to know something else." A pause, then thin but present. "Yes." "Dominic, is he watching me?" The cold shifted, a flicker of something that felt like urgency cutting through the post-rally exhaustion. When Martin spoke, his voice was more depleted than before, shorter phrases, longer gaps, but the urgency gave the fragments direction. "Asking about you." A pause that stretched. Sara leaned closer. "Around town." "Asking what?" "Who you..." A long silence. Sara waited, watching the cold. Martin's presence thinned, rallied faintly, thinned again. When the next fragment came, it was barely above the threshold of hearing. "R." Another pause, so long the word seemed orphaned from whatever had preceded it. "How long staying?" Sara pieced it together. "Who you are. How long you're staying." She leaned closer still. "Who else I've been talking to." A shift in the cold. Confirmation. The urgency was still there. She could feel it in the density of his presence, the way the cold concentrated rather than diffused. But the voice had thinned past the point where urgency could compensate for depletion. "How do you know this?" "Nora." The name came with its own clarity, as if the certainty of the source steadied him. Then a longer silence. Sara waited, but the silence continued, stretched into something she could feel him straining against. A fragment surfaced. "Shopkeeper told her." Then nothing. Then, barely, "Before..." The sentence dissolved. Sara waited. The cold near the wall thinned to almost nothing. When the next words came, they arrived at the very edge of what she could separate from the lamp's hum. "Before this bad. Before I got this bad." Sara assembled it from the fragments the way she had assembled everything else, listening carefully, filling in the gaps, carrying the interpretive weight because Martin could no longer carry the communicative one. Nora had learned about Dominic's inquiries from a shopkeeper some time before Martin's deterioration had reached this stage. She had reported it to Martin. Martin had held the information, waiting for the right moment, and now he was spending what little he had left to pass it on. She sat with that. Dominic Hale, asking neighbors and local contacts about her. Careful inquiries from a respected man in a town where no one questioned him. Not the aggressive surveillance of a cornered predator, but the methodical information gathering of a patient one. While Sara had been excavating 22 years of family silence, Dominic had been mapping the present, her movements, her connections, her vulnerabilities. The danger that had felt abstract during June's confession was suddenly immediate. A cold that had nothing to do with Martin or the mirror settled in Sara's stomach. And beneath that awareness, another recognition. Nora Marsh. Nora, who came and went without interrupting. Nora, who dusted shelves and left archival supplies and sent texts Sara didn't answer. Nora, who had noticed Dominic's inquiries and reported them to Martin while Martin could still process the information. The alliance Sara had half dismissed as grief-stricken protectiveness had been operating in the background the entire time. A quiet, persistent vigilance that Sara was only now seeing at its full scale. Martin, she needed to ask, even now, even with his voice thinning to something she had to strain to separate from the shop's own ambient sounds. Is there anything else? Anything I need to know before tomorrow. A long silence. The cold near the east wall was barely perceptible now. A faint gradient rather than the concentrated chill it had been when he'd forced himself to speak. His presence was guttering. Not gone, but close to a threshold Sara could feel the way you feel the last light draining from a winter afternoon. Find the watch. The words arrived separately, each one a small, effortful exhalation. Sara held still, straining to catch them. Then, after a pause so long she had started to rise from the chair, one more word surfaced, thin, frayed, barely distinguishable from the silence it emerged from. Careful. Then nothing. Not absence. She could still feel him, a trace of cold, a pressure like a hand resting on the air itself. But the voice was gone, spent, reduced to whatever frequency existed below the threshold of hearing. Martin Voss was still in the room, but he was further away than he had ever been, and the distance was not spatial. Sara sat at the desk for a long time after that. The lamp hummed. The shop kept its own counsel around her, breathing its cedar and mineral breath, its 8 clocks marking 8 wrong times, its taxidermy watching from perches and shelves and brackets, with glass eyes that caught the light from the office door in small, steady gleams. She thought about June, 200 miles away, weeping in a kitchen where the mantel clock ticked its meticulous time over 22 years of silence. She thought about Martin, barely present, a ghost whose confession had cost him whatever coherence he had left. She thought about David Voss, who had collected cheap pocket knives and kept a compass that didn't point north, and died 22 years ago because a man he trusted had made his car into a weapon. Every adult in her life had chosen silence. June, out of terror. Martin, out of complicity disguised as love. David had never gotten a choice at all. And Sara had grown up inside the result. A 12-year-old at a funeral who counted flowers because no one told her what to count instead. Who became a woman who pressed her hands flat against desks and spoke in numbers, and built her entire professional identity on the conviction that if you documented the truth thoroughly enough, it could protect you. It hadn't protected her father. It hadn't protected Martin. It hadn't protected June from 22 years in a prison she'd built herself. But Sara was not going to stop documenting. She was not going to stop counting. She was going to find a gold pocket watch hidden somewhere in this impossible shop, and she was going to retrieve the evidence her uncle had spent years securing. And she was going to build a case so thorough that the truth would be undeniable, even to a town that had never thought to question Dominic Hale's smile. She picked up her pen. On a fresh page of the legal pad, page 13, and she noted the number with the wry, automatic reflex of a woman who counted everything. She wrote, June's account confirmed. Dominic Hale leverage over Voss family. Financial entanglements plus implied physical threat. June's choice, silence to protect Sara. Martin's choice, complicity. Duration, 22 years. Result, 6 confirmed dead. David Voss, implied. Martin Voss, unverified. Minimum. Below that, in smaller letters, Dominic conducting local surveillance of SV per Martin via Nora Marsh. Active, current, not historical. And below that, underlined, he knows I'm here. He doesn't know what I found. The window is closing. She capped the pen. She looked at the dark office around her, the shelves of ledgers, the corkboard with its photographs, the filing cabinet in the corner with its carefully tabbed folders, Martin's nerve center, the room where a man had spent decades cataloging the terrible work of his closest friend, and where he had died for it, and where his ghost had just spent everything he had left to admit that he'd been afraid too. The shop was quiet. Not the active, watchful quiet of her earlier visits, but something deeper. The held breath of a building that contained more than it showed, more than its 1,200 exterior square feet could account for, more than the aisles and corridors that shifted their dimensions between her visits could explain. She could feel the sealed spaces behind the walls, the architectural impossibility she'd flagged on her first day and confirmed across 3 subsequent spatial observations, pressing against the edges of what she could measure. She thought about Dominic Hale, somewhere in Hallow Bridge right now, making his careful inquiries with his warm baritone and his practiced smile, asking who Sara Voss was, how long she was staying, who she had spoken to. She thought about the pocket watch, hidden in a location she couldn't decode, holding evidence she couldn't yet access, waiting in the dark for someone to find it. And she thought about Nora Marsh, who had noticed what no one else had noticed, and reported it to a dying ghost, and kept showing up to dust shelves and leave supplies and send texts that Sara didn't answer. A steady, quiet presence operating at the edges of the investigation, like a variable Sara had underweighted in her calculations. Tomorrow she would decode the location suffix. Tomorrow she would begin the final phase. Tonight, she would sit with what her mother had told her, and what her uncle had confirmed, and the knowledge that she was the first person in her family in 22 years to choose truth over silence, and that Dominic Hale was already measuring the distance between them. Sara closed the ledger. She turned off the lamp. In the darkness, the shop settled around her. The faint tick of wrong clocks, the creak of old wood, the mineral breath of a building that kept its own time. And somewhere near the east wall, a presence so faint it was barely distinguishable from the cold itself, holding on. She stood, gathered her legal pad and phone, and walked the 17 steps down the corridor toward the front of the shop. The sparrowhawk watched from its driftwood perch, glass eyes catching the streetlight that filtered through the display window. The fox watched from its low table, amber-eyed, one paw raised in its perpetual almost step. The jay watched from its shelf, head cocked at an angle she no longer verified. She paused at the front door, hand on the iron latch. The shop was dark behind her, and the street was dark ahead, and somewhere between the two darknesses, a man was asking questions about her. And the only advantage she had was that he didn't know what she had found, and he didn't know that the fortress of silence he had relied on for 22 years had finally, irreversibly, fallen. Sara stepped out into the October night and locked the door behind her. The window was closing, but it wasn't closed yet. Chapter 6. What Fights Back? Sara arrived at the shop at 7:20 the next morning, because stopping meant feeling, and she could not afford to feel. She had not slept. She had lain on the narrow bed above the tea shop on Bellum Street with her legal pad propped against her knees and the lamp on and her eyes open, running the case from the beginning. 6 confirmed deaths. David Voss implied. Martin Voss unverified. The location suffix on VST0088 that matched nothing she had tested. Dominic's inquiries around town, methodical and patient. June's voice on the phone, slow and wrecked, and finally honest after 22 years of architecture. She had not processed any of it. Processing required stillness, and stillness was a luxury she could not afford, with Dominic Hale already measuring the distance between them. So she did what she had always done when the numbers were catastrophic. She kept auditing. She reviewed her 13 pages of notes, cross-referencing timestamps and connections. She tested 3 more permutations of the location suffix. None fit. She stared at the ceiling until the ceiling turned gray with early October light, and then she got up and dressed and walked to the shop, because forward was the only direction that didn't require her to sit with what her mother had told her, and what her uncle had confirmed, and the sound June had made when she finally stopped pretending. The street was empty. Hallow Bridge at this hour was shuttered and still, curtains drawn, the bakery across the road dark, its windows reflecting her approach like a flat, indifferent mirror. Sarah's breath clouded in the cold. She had her key in her hand before she reached the door, her legal pad pressed against her ribs under her coat, her phone in her pocket, with the 6 photographed ledger pages that represented her backup of Martin's work. Dominic's surveillance was active. She had internalized that overnight, absorbed it into her operating assumptions the way she absorbed risk factors into an audit. He was watching. She was moving. She saw the door before she reached it. The lock was wrong. Not broken. Worked. Tool marks scored the brass plate around the keyhole. Fine parallel scratches where something thin and hard had been inserted and manipulated. The scratches were deliberate, visible, the kind of damage that announced itself. Sara stood on the step with her key extended and did not insert it. She studied the marks the way she studied ledger entries, not for what they showed, but for what they meant. Dominic Hale had a key. She had seen it on his keyring the afternoon they met, identical in profile and patina to her own, hanging alongside his car keys and the polished brass fob of a man who coordinated his accessories. He had offered to return it with the practiced ease of someone volunteering information before it could become a question. She had filed it. If he had a key, why pick the lock? She filed the question the way she filed every number that refused to reconcile, as a discrepancy awaiting a ledger entry that would explain it. She would find the matching entry eventually. She moved on. Then she pushed the door open. The bell chimed. The sound traveled the length of the shop with the same thin, bright clarity it always carried. Too clear for a space this cluttered. Too far for a building she had measured at 1,200 square feet. But beneath the bell's familiar ring, something was wrong. The air was different. Heavier. The shop's usual atmosphere, dust and cedar, and the faint mineral dampness she had come to think of as the building's own geological breath, had been displaced by something denser, colder. She knew this cold. Not the ambient chill of an unheated October building, not the localized frost that attended Martin's ghost. This was the deep, settled, deliberate cold she had felt 4 days ago when her hand brushed the dark lacquered music box on its low shelf. The cold that radiated from the walnut case, as though the object had been pulling warmth from the surrounding air for a very long time. But that cold had been contained. 18 inches, Martin's notes had said. A field that extended approximately 18 inches from the surface. This was not contained. This filled the room. The cold pressed against Sarah's face and hands as she stepped inside, and beneath it ran a sound she could not immediately place. Low, rhythmic, persistent, like distant water moving through a space too narrow to hold it. A rushing. Constant. Coming from everywhere and nowhere. Sara moved past the display case near the entrance. The ivory figurine stood in its usual position, facing the door, but its painted eyes caught the gray morning light at an angle that made them look wet. She passed the sparrowhawk on its driftwood perch. Its glass eyes gleamed in the altered atmosphere, darker than she remembered, though she knew that was the light. Past the first row of stopped clocks showing their 8 different wrong times. Past the shelves where porcelain and silver crowded together on every surface. Things had been moved. Not rearranged, disrupted. A row of ceramic vessels she knew from the third aisle lay on their sides, 2 pushed to the edge of a shelf as though something had swept past them. A framed photograph leaned against the wall where it had clearly fallen. The filing supplies Nora had left the day before, the box of acid-free folders and archival paper, sat where Sara had placed them beside Martin's desk. But the box had been opened and the contents rifled, folders bent at angles that spoke of hasty, careless hands. The back office told the rest. Martin's desk drawers stood open. The filing cabinet's top drawer was pulled out to its full extension. On the shelf behind the desk, a gap showed where Volume 5 had been. The volume containing her father's entry on page 23, the pocket watch's object code, the sabotage notation, the evidence file reference. The gap was surgical. Whoever took it knew exactly which volume mattered. Sarah's legal pad was in her coat, pressed against her ribs. She had carried it with her the night before, a habit that now felt less like paranoia and more like the only sound decision she had made since arriving in Hallow Bridge. But her earlier notes, the pages she had left face down in the desk drawer before transferring her working documents to the pad, those were disturbed. The drawer was open an inch wider than she had left it. The pages inside had been turned, their careful alignment disrupted. Dominic Hale had read her notes. He knew about the 6 confirmed connections. He knew about the 3 probables. He knew she had decoded Martin's coding system. He knew how far she had gotten. The violation landed somewhere below her sternum, cold and precise. Her methodology was her last protected space, the one domain where her competence was absolute, where numbers obeyed rules and evidence accumulated according to laws she understood and controlled. Dominic had walked through it with the same unhurried confidence he brought to everything, reading her work the way he read Martin's, assessing what she knew and calibrating his next move. Martin's warning from the night before, Dominic asking about her around town, who she was, how long she was staying, clicked into place with an audible internal snap. The inquiries were not idle curiosity. They were preparation. He had been mapping her schedule, her habits, the window of time when the shop would be empty, and he had used that information to come here in the dark and take what he needed. Sara stood in the doorway of Martin's office and pressed her hands flat against the doorframe, feeling the old wood grain against her palms. The gesture she had learned from June, the architecture of suppression she had inherited and refined, and she was using it now not as armor but as anchor, because the floor was shifting beneath her, and she needed something solid to push against. Then the rushing sound deepened, and the cold became something else entirely. It happened in the front of the shop first. A sound like water flooding a drain, not from the walls or the ceiling, but from a specific point source deeper in the aisles, low and to the left, exactly where the music box sat on its shelf. The cold that had been diffused through the entire building began to contract, to concentrate, drawing inward like a breath being held. For a half-second, the shop was warmer, and the air was almost normal, and Sara thought wildly that whatever had been released was being recaptured, pulled back into its container. Then the music box played. A single note. High, clear, sweet in a way that had nothing to do with sweetness and everything to do with the sound water makes when it closes over your head. The note hung in the air, and the cold exploded outward from its source with a force that was not metaphorical, not atmospheric, not the subtle chill of supernatural presence. The concussive wave hit the shelves first. Porcelain rattled and slid. A cut glass vase toppled from its position and shattered on the floor. Silver pieces rang as they struck each other and the wood beneath them. Along the third aisle, the ceramic vessels she had noticed earlier were swept from their shelf entirely, crashing in a cascade of impact. A display of mounted butterflies under glass pitched forward and hit the floor face down with a sound like a small, sharp scream. Sara grabbed the doorframe as the wave reached her, and her fingers locked. The drowning came. Not gradually, not building. It arrived complete and absolute, the same way a wall of water arrives, all at once, everywhere, with no negotiation and no escape. Her lungs seized, her chest clamped as though iron bands had been drawn around her ribs and tightened to the last notch. Water that was not water filled her throat, her sinuses, the backs of her eyes. She could taste it. Not clean water, but bath water. Stale and warm and soapy. The specific temperature and mineral quality of water drawn from a household tap and left to cool in a porcelain tub. Ellen Thorpe. Drowning in her bathtub 12 years ago. Estate administered by Dominic Hale. Aquatic resonance. Cold, persistent, aquatic resonance. Martin's clinical notation in the ledger entry she had read 2 days ago, sitting at his desk with her legal pad and her methodical notes, thinking she understood what the words meant because she could classify them and cross-reference them and assign them a threat level on a grid of her own making. She had understood nothing. Sarah's knees buckled. She hit the floor hard, palms slapping the old wood, and the impact sent a jolt through her arms that she could barely feel through the crushing pressure in her chest. The rushing was deafening now. Not the sound of distant water, but the sound of immersion. The roar you hear when your head goes under. The sound that fills every cavity of your skull and replaces the world. Her vision blurred, darkened at the edges, the shop dissolving into shapes she could not name. She tried to draw breath, and her body refused, her diaphragm spasming against the weight of something that was not there, but was real, was as real as the wood beneath her hands and the cold searing her skin. Through the drowning haze, the shop watched. The fox on its low table, amber glass eyes catching the gray light, one paw raised in its perpetual almost step. The owl on the upper shelf of the third aisle, pale gold eyes wide and unblinking. The sparrowhawk on its driftwood perch near the entrance, glass eyes dark with reflected chaos. The weasel on its high bracket, the two finches on either side of their narrow gap between bookcases, the jay with its cocked head. Sara could not have said, under oath, that the taxidermy moved. She could not have testified that the glass eyes tracked her. But kneeling on the floor with water that wasn't water filling her lungs, she had the absolute, irrational certainty that every preserved creature in the shop had oriented toward the disturbance, that their frozen poses, which she had always read as decorative or eccentric or mildly unsettling, were suddenly legible as attention, as witness. Dead things watching a dying thing, their stillness no longer neutral, but charged with a quality she could not name and did not have time to classify. Another note from the music box. Lower. Longer. The cold intensified, and Sara felt herself going under. Then Martin was there. Not his voice. Not at first. A pressure in the air, a displacement, the sense of mass without form that she had learned to recognize over 4 days of partnership with a dead man. But this was not the warm, slightly formal presence that had taught her his coding system and deflected her questions with academic evasions. This was desperate. This was everything he had left, thrown against the drowning the way you throw your body against a door you know you might not open. The cold fractured. Not evenly, not completely, but in the space directly around Sara, a seam opened in the drowning. The crushing pressure on her chest loosened by a degree. 1 degree. Enough for a single, ragged, burning breath that tore through her throat like fire. "Move!" Martin's voice, barely audible, thin as wire, crackling at the edges like a signal degrading in real time. "Sara, move!" She crawled, Hands and knees, her fingers numb from the cold, her vision still swimming, the taste of bathwater thick in the back of her throat. The corridor of relative calm that Martin had carved around her was narrow, perhaps 3 feet wide, a tunnel through a wall of supernatural force that pushed against its boundaries with the weight of 12 years of embedded death. She could feel Martin's effort in the way the air trembled, in the flickering quality of the lessened cold, as though the corridor was being held open by someone whose arms were shaking. Right. A fragment, barely a word. Toward the sentence died. The corridor wavered. Sara threw herself forward and the drowning surged back in, hitting her like a physical blow, and she choked on nothing, and her vision whited out, and she thought with perfect clarity, "This is how Ellen Thorpe died. This is what it felt like. This is what he did to her." The music box played a third note, and the note shattered against something, against Martin's presence, against whatever he had become in the act of spending himself to keep her alive. The sound broke apart like glass hitting stone, and the fragments scattered through the shop, and then there was silence. Silence so absolute, Sara could hear her own heartbeat, rapid and arrhythmic, hammering against the inside of her chest like a fist on a locked door. She was lying on the floor near the entrance, 6 feet from where she had fallen, and she did not remember covering the distance. The cold was receding, not vanishing, but withdrawing, pulling back toward the low shelf where the music box sat, contracting from the entire shop to a concentrated field that Sara could feel diminishing as the manifestation spent itself. The rushing sound faded to a whisper, then to nothing. The shop settled. Objects that had been knocked loose finished their slides and falls, small sounds in the returning quiet, a silver spoon rolling to a stop against a table leg, a book's pages fluttering as it lay face down where it had fallen. The smell of dust and cedar crept back in, layered over something else. Something Sara could not name, but associated with the word aftermath. The mineral dampness returned, geological and ancient, the shop's own breath resuming. Sara pushed herself up to sitting. Her hands were shaking, not the controlled, hours-long tremor she had experienced after touching Clara Dunn's mirror. These were the large, ugly shakes of a body that had just been told it was drowning and was not yet convinced it had stopped. "Martin." Nothing. "Martin!" The air near the east wall held a trace of cold, faint, barely distinguishable from the ambient chill of an October morning in an unheated building. It was the same location where his presence had settled the night before during his confession. The same wall that adjoined the corridor leading to the third aisle where Clara Dunn's silver mirror rested face down on its faded blue velvet. "Martin, answer me!" The cold flickered. Not a word, not a shift in pressure. Just a flicker, the way a candle gutters in its last half-inch of wax. Then his voice, and it was terrible. Not because of what it said, but because of what it sounded like. Thin, crackling. Each word arriving as though it had been carried across a distance that should not exist inside a building. A distance that had nothing to do with square footage or corridor length. He didn't learn this alone. The words came slowly, forced out in a single effortful exhalation. Each one dragged forward by sheer will, with long pauses between them where Sara thought he was gone. The effort of it radiating through the cold like a tremor through stone. One sentence, barely coherent, delivered the way a dying man delivers his last breath. Not in pieces by choice, but as a single thing his body could only release in fragments. Then, nothing. Sara sat on the floor of the devastated shop, with her back against the wall and her hands shaking in her lap. and Martin Voss's silence filling the space where his voice had been, and she understood three things simultaneously. The first was that Dominic Hale had broken into the shop overnight, stolen the ledger volume documenting her father's murder, read her investigative notes, and deliberately activated a cursed object knowing what it would do to whoever walked through the door in the morning. He had weaponized Ellen Thorpe's death to kill Sara. The second was that Martin had spent what might have been the last of himself to save her, and the cold near the east wall was so faint now that she could not be certain it was not simply the wall. The third was the sentence itself. He didn't learn this alone. Dominic Hale, a state attorney, chess player, port drinker, man of impeccable grooming who had administered 6 deaths over 20 years, had not figured out how to weaponize cursed objects by himself. Someone had taught him. Someone or something existed beyond Dominic, beyond this shop, beyond the pattern Sara had mapped across her 13 pages of notes. Sara pressed her hands flat against the floor. The wood was cold. The shop was quiet. Somewhere deeper in the aisles, glass was still settling. She did not stand up. The light had shifted by the time Sara registered it. Gray brightening to the pale, thin white of an October morning that had moved past dawn without her noticing. She did not know how long she had been sitting on the floor. Minutes? Longer. Time had become unreliable, the way the shop's geometry was unreliable. The way everything in Hallow Bridge was unreliable except the things that wanted to kill her. She sat on the floor of the devastated shop surrounded by fallen objects. The ceramic shards from the third aisle, the silver spoon against its table leg, the butterfly display face down in its shattered glass, the cut glass fragments catching the new light like teeth. And she considered leaving. The thought arrived with the honest clarity of exhaustion. She could stand up, walk out the door, drive back to the rented room on Belham Street, pack her bag, and be 200 miles away by afternoon. She could call the police and report a break-in, and let them draw their own conclusions from the scratched lock and the stolen ledger and the shattered inventory. She could call June and say, "You were right. It's not worth it. I'm coming home." She could retreat into the life she had built, the audit spreadsheets, the clean numbers, the controlled environment of Whitfield and Price, where evidence behaved according to rules, and no one's ghost threw itself against a wall of supernatural force to keep you breathing. She sat with it. The temptation had weight. It had logic. It had 22 years of family precedent supporting it. June had chosen silence to protect Sara. Martin had chosen silence to protect June. Both of them had told themselves it was love. Both of them had known it was cowardice. The silence had eaten 22 years and consumed at least 6 lives and possibly more. The word minimum on her legal pad, underlined, carrying the weight of everything she hadn't found yet. And Dominic Hale had won every one of those 22 years, not because he was smarter or more powerful, but because the people who knew the truth had been too afraid, too compromised, too embedded in the architecture of their own choices to break it. Martin's confession echoed in the cold air. The fragments, wrung from him phrase by agonizing phrase the night before, while his voice thinned past audibility. "I stopped looking. Your mother asked me to. And because it was easier. To stop. It was love. Cowardice. The same cowardice. If Sara left now, she would be the third. The third Voss to choose silence. The third to tell herself the retreat was pragmatism, or self-preservation, or the only rational response to a situation that had exceeded the boundaries of what her tools could measure. She would drive away and the pattern would hold. Dominic would continue. The names in Martin's ledger would remain names in a stolen book. Her father's death would remain a mechanical failure. The music box would go on radiating its deep cold on its low shelf, holding Ellen Thorpe's drowning like a recording pressed into lacquered wood, and no one would ever know. Sara looked at her shaking hands. The tremors were ugly and visible, and she did not press them flat against anything. She let them shake. She let the fear be legible. She was still sitting on the floor when the bell chimed. Nora Marsh came through the front door carrying a paper bag from the cafe on Belham Street and stopped 3 steps inside. Sara watched Nora take it in. The scattered objects, the broken glass, the ceramic fragments in the aisles, the cut glass vase in sharp pieces on the floor, the butterfly display face down in its shattered frame, the cold that lingered in pockets throughout the shop, the smell of dust and aftermath. Sara, on the floor, with her back against the wall and her hands trembling and her face— Sara did not know what her face was doing, but from the way Nora's expression shifted, it was doing something Nora recognized. Nora set the bag down on the nearest flat surface without looking at it. She walked to where Sara sat and lowered herself to the floor beside her, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. She did not ask what happened. She did not say, "Are you all right?" or "What did he do?" or "We need to call the police." She sat, and she looked at the devastated shop, and after a full minute of silence, she said quietly, "The music box." It was not a question. "Someone wound it," Sara said. Her voice sounded distant to her own ears, roughened by the drowning that had not been a drowning. "He activated it before he left, last night, and he took volume 5. Nora's hands, which Sara had observed in constant motion since the first day, touching, adjusting, straightening, her tactile relationship with the inventory as natural as breathing, were completely still in her lap. The same arrested quality Sara had noticed once before, the day Nora told her about touching Patricia Seward's mourning brooch and crying on the floor for 10 minutes. The absence of motion was more frightening than any gesture. "Martin?" Nora asked. "I don't know. He stopped it. He pushed through it and gave me space to move, and then it—" Sara stopped. She tried again. "He said one thing, one sentence, then nothing." Nora closed her eyes. When she opened them, they were wet, but her jaw was set. "Okay," Nora said. "Okay. I need to show you something." She stood and extended her hand. Sara looked at it, the slightly chapped fingers, the silver ring on the index finger she had not noticed before, a thin band with no stone. Sara took it and let herself be pulled upright. Her legs held, barely. Nora walked to the back office. She navigated the debris in the aisles without hesitation, her memorization of every object's position making the disruption visible in a way Sara's inventory skills could not match. Nora knew what belonged where, and every displaced piece registered as a wound. Sara followed, stepping over the glass vase fragments, the scattered ceramic shards, the silver spoon still resting against its table leg. The devastation was general. Objects knocked from shelves indiscriminately by the supernatural surge, breakage mixed with breakage in the debris underfoot. Evidence and inventory alike reduced to the same wreckage. She filed the scope of loss without itemizing it. There would be time for a full accounting later, if later came. In the office, Nora went to the shelf behind Martin's desk. Not the shelf where the ledgers sat, the other shelf. The one crowded with old binders and folders labeled in Martin's compressed handwriting. She reached behind a row of cloth-bound reference volumes and pulled out a sealed envelope. It was large, manila, heavy with contents. Martin's handwriting on the front, in the dark blue ink Sara recognized from his earliest, most careful case files. Nora. For Sara. When she's ready, or when I can't. Nora held it with both hands. Her fingers, those perpetually moving, adjusting, touching fingers, were shaking. He gave me this 2 weeks before he died, Nora said. Her speech had changed. Not the bursting, associative energy Sara had come to expect. The filler words, the restarts, the scattered surface that masked the perception underneath. This was slow, deliberate. Each word placed like something fragile being set on a high shelf. He said, "Okay, so the thing is," he was very specific. He said, "If my niece comes, she'll need this. Give it to her when she's ready, or if I can no longer help." And I said, "Martin, what do you mean if you can't help? You're standing right here." And he looked at me the way he sometimes looked when he'd been up all night in the files, and he said, "Nora, I might not always be standing right here." Nora's voice cracked on the last word. She blinked twice, hard, and held the envelope out. Sara took it. The paper was smooth under her fingertips, the seal unbroken, the weight of whatever was inside distributed unevenly, something flat on one side, something thicker on the other. She turned it over. No other markings. "You've been carrying this since he died," Sara said. "Since before. 2 weeks before. 14 days of knowing this existed, and Martin was getting worse and worse, staying later and later, and I wanted to open it every single day, and I didn't because he told me not to. And then he was dead, and you were here, and I didn't know if you were—" Nora stopped herself, started over. "I didn't know if you would stay. At first. And then I watched you work, and I watched you touch the mirror, and I watched you sit at that desk for hours and hours with your legal pad and your pen, and that look on your face like you were going to count every lie anyone had ever told you and present the total. And I knew you were ready. And I still waited. Because I thought maybe he could still help you himself, and you wouldn't need—" Nora stopped talking. She pressed her lips together, and her eyes were bright. "Thank you," Sara said, "for waiting, and for being here." Nora nodded once, quickly, and looked away. Sara broke the seal. Inside the envelope were 2 items. The first was a handwritten letter, 3 pages, the ink dark and the handwriting steady. This had been written before Martin's deterioration had reached its later stages, when his script was still the careful, compressed penmanship of an antiquarian whose precision was a form of devotion. Sara would read the letter fully later. Her eyes caught fragments, the word custodian underlined, a sentence about duty being something you choose, not something chosen for you, a line that read, "The shop has been many things to many people. I want it to be yours." The second item was a map, hand-drawn on heavy paper, rendered in Martin's methodical style with the same care he brought to his ledger entries. It showed the shop's interior, every aisle, every shelf, every alcove, in precise architectural detail. But it showed more than what Sara had walked through. Martin had annotated the map with small red circles, indicating hidden compartments throughout the shop. A false panel behind a section of shelving in the second aisle. A hollow space beneath the floorboards near the front display case, marked with the notation, "Locked Box, Combination in Volume 4, Appendix." A removable section of baseboard in the corridor near the back office. And behind the east wall. The same east wall where Martin's ghost settled when he was exhausted. The same wall that adjoined the corridor Sara walked 17 times a day. A compartment. Drawn in red with precise measurements. The annotation, in Martin's careful hand, read, VST0088 DV. Evidence file secured with object. Access, 3rd shelf bracket, quarter turn counterclockwise. Her father's pocket watch. The evidence file, hidden behind the wall she had been walking past every day since she arrived. Sara's breath caught. The location suffix she had spent hours trying to decode. The pair of letters and number sequence that matched no standard shelf and aisle system Martin had taught her was not a code at all. It was an abbreviation for the hidden compartment's access mechanism. Martin had created a private notation system for spaces that did not officially exist, and without the map, the code was unbreakable. But her eyes had already moved past the pocket watch's location to something else on the map, something larger. To the left of the east wall compartment, extending into a space that should have been exterior wall, should have been brick and air and the narrow alley that led to nothing on the building's south side, Martin had drawn a room. Not a compartment. Not a hollow. A room. Walled, sealed, with no visible entry point from any corridor Sara had walked. The dimensions were precise, roughly 8 feet by 12, drawn with the same careful hand as the rest of the map. But where every other hidden compartment was annotated with contents and access instructions, this room carried only a single notation, written in red ink and underlined. Not yet. Not until you understand what the shop is. Sara stared at it. The room occupied space that could not exist. The building's exterior was 1,200 square feet of red brick, flanked by a shuttered tailor shop and a narrow alley. She had walked the exterior her first day. She had measured it with her eyes the way she measured everything, automatically, instinctively, the accountant's reflex for numbers. The interior had never matched. The corridor was too long. The aisles stretched too deep. The passage near the east wall had compressed overnight. 4 separate observations filed across 5 days, each one a data point in a pattern she had been tracking with the same methodical attention she brought to financial irregularities. The map confirmed all of it. The spatial wrongness she had sensed from her first step inside the shop was not her imagination, not a trick of cluttered sightlines and poor lighting. There was space inside this building that did not correspond to any room she could access. Martin had known. He had drawn it, and he had told her not to open it. Sara filed it. She did not have time for that mystery. Martin's warning, not yet, not until you understand what the shop is, carried the weight of a man who had spent decades cataloging objects that killed, and a lifetime learning the boundaries of things he could not fully explain. She would honor the warning, for now. She looked up at Nora, who was watching her with the careful attention of someone who had handed over the most important thing she possessed and was waiting to see what it meant. "Do you know what this is?" Sara held up the map. "I know it's Martin's. I know he drew it. I don't know everything on it. He never showed me the details. He said I'd know when the right person had it, and I would give it to her, and that would be my part." Your part. His word. My part. Nora's hands had resumed their motion, one thumb rubbing the silver ring, a small circuit of contact. He built this, Sara. All of it. The ledgers, the codes, the hidden places. He built it for someone, and then he spent years afraid no one would come. And then you came. And he was right. Sara looked at the map. The pocket watch behind the east wall. The letter calling her a custodian. The sealed room Martin had warned against. The stolen ledger, the red notes, the activated music box. Martin's last coherent sentence about Dominic not learning alone. The network of hidden compartments laid out with the precision of a man who knew his time was running out and built his defenses anyway. Martin had planned for this. Not the music box attack specifically. He could not have foreseen Dominic's exact escalation. But he had anticipated that a moment would come when his ghost could not help, when the investigation would be in danger, when Sara would need tools he could no longer hand her directly. The envelope was his failsafe. Nora was his mechanism. The map was his answer to a question Sara had been asking for days without knowing she was asking it. Where did you hide the truth? Everywhere. He had hidden it everywhere, in compartments and codes and the careful architecture of a shop that folded its secrets into walls and floors and impossible geometry. He had built redundancies the way Sara built audit trails, multiple paths to the same conclusion, so that if one was destroyed, another would lead you there. The stolen ledger was not the only record. Martin had seen to that. Sara pressed her hands flat against the map. The paper was warm from the envelope, slightly yielding under her palms. She thought about June in her kitchen winding the mantel clock. She thought about Martin choosing silence because June asked and because it was easier. She thought about her own body, sitting on this floor 10 minutes ago, considering whether to walk away. The family pattern. Silence as inheritance, passed from one generation to the next, not through genes or intention, but through the accumulated weight of choices made and unmade, truths spoken and swallowed, doors opened and closed against the dark. June had chosen silence. Martin had chosen silence. The silence had held for 22 years and 6 confirmed deaths, and a stolen ledger, and a weaponized music box, and a ghost that had spent its last breath keeping her alive. Sara stood up. The motion was not dramatic. She did not feel reborn or renewed, or any of the things that people in stories seem to feel when they decided to keep going. She felt exhausted. She felt afraid. She felt the tremor in her hands and the rawness in her throat, and the specific, unprocessed weight of everything that had happened in the last 12 hours. June's wrecked voice, Martin's fragmentary confession, the drowning that was not a drowning, the silence where Martin's voice should have been. But she stood up, and she looked at Nora, and she said, "The pocket watch is behind the east wall. I'm going to retrieve it first thing tomorrow morning. The access mechanism requires careful handling, a quarter turn counterclockwise on the 3rd shelf bracket, and I want to do it precisely, not with hands that are still shaking from nearly drowning on a dry floor." She paused, and the auditor in her added the calculation she had already run. He set the trap. Now he waits for the result. Police report, ambulance, woman fleeing town. Patient predators don't check their traps until morning. That's our window. She looked at Nora. I need to photograph every page of this map and secure copies of everything I have left. I need the front lock changed today, and I need you to tell me something. Nora nodded, waiting. When Dominic comes back, and he will come back, because he didn't do all of this to walk away, I'm going to be ready. But I need to know, are you in this? Because what he did last night was meant to kill me, and anyone standing next to me is standing in the same path. Nora's scattered associative energy had gone quiet. She stood very still in the small, cluttered office where she had worked for years, beside a man who had cataloged the evidence of murder in ledgers no one else could read, and she met Sara's eyes with a directness that dissolved the last of the distance between them. Martin was the best person I've ever known, Nora said. And he's gone because of Dominic Hale. And I have been carrying that envelope for nearly 6 weeks and waiting for you to be ready. And the answer is yes, I'm in this. I've been in this since before you arrived. And the only reason I didn't tell you sooner is because Martin said the timing mattered, and I trusted him then, and I trust him now. She paused. And I trust you. So tell me what you need. Sara looked at the map, the pocket watch, the evidence file, the sealed room she would not open, the shop around them, devastated and cold and still watching with its glass-eyed creatures and its impossible geometry and its mineral breath and its dead things and its cursed things and whatever ancient, indifferent force sustained the whole of it. She folded the map carefully and placed it inside her coat beside her legal pad. She picked up the letter and placed it alongside. "Keep watching. Keep listening. If Dominic asks about me, let him ask. But I want to know every question he asks, and everyone he asks it to." Nora nodded. "And Nora, I may need you available tomorrow morning, early, before the town is awake. I'll call if anything changes." Something in Nora's expression shifted. Not quite surprise, not quite relief, but the particular quality of a person who has been waiting to be asked. "I'll be ready," Nora said. Sara looked toward the east wall. Behind it, in a compartment sealed and hidden by a man who had spent years choosing wrong, and his death trying to choose right, her father's pocket watch waited. The evidence file waited. The proof that Dominic Hale had killed David Voss waited in the dark, and had been waiting for 22 years. And tomorrow morning, Sara was going to reach through the wall and take it. The shop was cold. Martin's presence was a trace so faint she could not distinguish it from the chill of the building itself. The fox watched from its low table with amber patience. The owl watched from its high shelf with pale gold eyes. The taxidermy throughout the aisles held their positions in the aftermath of a violence they had witnessed with the stillness of creatures that had been dead long enough to know what death looked like. And somewhere in Hallow Bridge, Dominic Hale was waiting to see if the music box had done its work. It hadn't. Chapter 7. His Last Thought. The shop was quiet in a way that had nothing to do with silence. Sara stood before the east wall of the corridor at 6:40 in the morning, Martin's hand-drawn map open in her left hand, the green-shaded brass lamp dragged from the office and set on the floor behind her, casting a pool of warm light against the plaster. She had called Nora at 5:30 from her room above the tea shop on Bellem Street. Nora answered before the second ring. Sara told her she was going in now, not at 8, not together, but now, alone, first. She needed to do this herself. She needed her hands steady and the shop empty, and no one else's breathing in the corridor when she opened the wall and found what her father had left behind. Nora was quiet for 3 seconds. Then she said she understood and would be there at 8. Sara said 8 was right. The decision to go alone had not been a plan. It had been the thing that happened at 4:15 in the morning when she stopped pretending she would sleep and sat on the edge of the narrow bed with her coat already on and her legal pad already in her hands. The retrieval was hers. The evidence was hers. The watch had her father's initials engraved inside its lid, and she would be the first person to touch it in 22 years. And that moment did not belong to partnership or procedure. It belonged to the 12-year-old girl who had counted flowers at a funeral and been told a lie about mechanical failure and carried that lie in her chest like a stone for 2 decades. Nora would be there after. Nora would witness what she'd found and help her secure it and stand beside her for everything that followed. But the opening of the wall, that Sara would do alone. The corridor was 17 steps from the office door to the main floor. Sara had counted them again on her way out to fetch the lamp, and again on her way back. 17 both times. The shop, for once, was not rearranging itself. She studied the map. Martin's draftsmanship was precise, each line drawn with the same methodical care he'd brought to his ledger entries. The careful hand of a man who understood that documentation was a form of love. The east wall showed a small red circle beside an annotation in his compressed script. VST 0088 DV. Evidence file secured with object. Access, third shelf bracket, quarter turn counterclockwise. The third shelf bracket. She looked up. The shelves on the east wall were dense with objects. A brass orrery missing 2 planets, a set of leather-bound atlases, a porcelain inkwell shaped like an acorn. Things Martin had chosen to place here for reasons she was only beginning to understand. The brackets were iron, blackened with age, bolted into the plaster at regular intervals. She counted from the left. 1, 2, 3. The third bracket looked identical to the others. She set the map on the floor beside the lamp and reached up. The iron was cold under her fingers. She gripped the bracket and turned it counterclockwise. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, something inside the wall shifted. A mechanical sound, old and precise, like tumblers falling in a lock, and a section of plaster the size of a bread box recessed inward a 1/4 inch, revealing a seam she had walked past every day since arriving. She pressed her fingertips against the seam, and the panel swung inward on hidden hinges. The compartment behind the wall was shallow, perhaps 8 inches deep, lined with what felt like cedar. Martin had built it, or had it built, fitted with the same obsessive care he brought to everything. Inside, resting on a folded square of dark cloth, were 2 objects. The first was a manila folder, thin, labeled in Martin's handwriting, DV evidence file. Do not separate from VST0088. The second was a pocket watch. Sarah's breath caught. It was gold, hunter style, with a smooth case worn to a soft luster by decades of handling. Not ornate, not ostentatious. The kind of object a man who collected cheap pocket knives and broken compasses would carry. Beautiful in its simplicity, chosen for the pleasure of holding it rather than the impression it made. She could see, even in the lamplight, that the case had been polished by a thumb rubbing the same spot thousands of times, the way her father used to rub the face of his compass while he talked. She reached into the compartment. The moment her fingers touched the gold, something shifted in the air behind her. Not a voice, not a word or a whisper, just a faint change in pressure, as if the shop itself had drawn a slow breath and held it. A thread of cold drifted past her shoulder from the direction of the east wall, so slight she might have imagined it, barely distinguishable from the ambient chill of a building that had been unheated for 3 weeks. But it was there, a trace, a presence too depleted to speak, too stubborn to disappear entirely. She closed her hand around the watch. The gold was warm. That was wrong. Everything in this shop carried cold. The mirror, the music box, the mourning jewelry. The objects held their dead the way winter holds ice, locked and bitter. But the pocket watch was warm, the particular warmth of something that had been held recently, or held for so long the heat never quite left. It fit her palm exactly. She turned it over and felt the familiar weight of a well-made mechanism, Swiss movement, the satisfying heft of precision engineering in miniature. She pressed the crown and the case opened. The interior lid bore 3 engraved letters, D.R.V. David Robert Voss. Her father's initials, cut into the gold in a simple serif font by a craftsman who understood that the best engraving doesn't call attention to itself. She ran her thumb across the letters the way her father must have done, and the edges were soft, worn smooth by repetition, by a man's habitual gesture of opening his watch and touching his own name before checking the time. The dial was ivory, the numerals Roman. The hand stopped at 3:47. 3:47. She did not know what that time meant. She knew only that the hands had stopped, that no one had wound the mechanism since, and that the stillness of those hands carried the same quality as every stopped clock in this shop. Not broken, but arrested, holding the shape of a specific moment the way the taxidermied fox held the shape of a step never completed. Somewhere below the dial, the Swiss movement waited to resume, gears meshed and still, a mechanism designed for motion arrested in permanent pause. 22 years. The watch had been counting nothing for 22 years. Sara closed her eyes. She did not press her hands flat against the nearest surface. She did not reach for her legal pad. She did not inventory the sensations or sort them into categories or calculate the margin of uncertainty. For the first time since she was 12 years old, she stopped trying to hold things at arm's length and let the pocket watch in. The warmth deepened. It moved through her palms and up her wrists the way the silver mirror's cold had done in this same corridor 3 days ago. But where the mirror had driven inward like ice picks, this was gradual, spreading, almost gentle, a tide rather than a blade. It reached her forearms, and she felt the fine hairs rise, not from cold, but from recognition, as if her body understood what was coming before her mind did. The shop dissolved. Not all at once. The shelves and the lamp and the cedar-lined compartment remained at the edges of her awareness, like stage scenery glimpsed through a scrim. But the center of her perception shifted and filled with something else. A feeling so dense and specific, it was almost a place. She felt confusion first. It arrived like a hand pushed against her chest, sudden, physical, the particular confusion of a body expecting one thing and receiving another. Her hands were on a steering wheel that wasn't there. Her foot pressed a brake pedal that didn't respond. The confusion was not hers, but she lived inside it completely. And she understood, in the way you understand a dream, that the man whose confusion this was had felt his car respond wrong. A wrongness in the mechanics, in the resistance of the pedal, in the way the steering column suddenly required more force than it should have. Then came awareness. Not a thought, but a flare of comprehension burning through the confusion like a match struck in a dark room. The brakes had been tampered with. The steering had been compromised. This was not an accident. This was engineering. And she felt the devastation that followed, a sickening wave of it flooding through her, the grief of a man realizing that trust itself had been made into a weapon. The betrayal struck her like a physical blow, horror and sorrow so intertwined they were indistinguishable, and she gasped. His fear flooded through her next, not the rational fear of a calculated risk, but the animal terror of a body that understands it is about to be destroyed. Muscles bracing, jaw clenching, the entire architecture of survival firing every signal it possessed, while the hands on the wheel fought a machine that had been turned into a weapon. The road was there at the edges, a straight stretch through green countryside, afternoon light golden on the tarmac, and the car was going where he couldn't stop it, and the fear was so immense it should have been the last thing. It wasn't. The fear crested and broke, and beneath it was something else, something that had been there the whole time, running underneath the confusion and the terror and the betrayal like groundwater under stone. It rose through everything. She felt his love. Not as a word. Not as a thought she could transcribe or a sentiment she could categorize. It arrived as force, as pressure, as a wall of feeling so overwhelming that the fear and the pain and the sense of trust shattered, were submerged beneath it, the way the music box's drowning had submerged her beneath bathwater. But this was not water. This was warmth. This was the particular, ferocious, ungovernable love of a father whose last conscious act was not rage at whoever had done this to him or grief for the life he was losing, but a desperate, futile, absolute reaching toward a 12-year-old girl with dark hair who counted things when she was afraid. Sara. She recognized herself as the object of that love. Not because she heard him think her name, but because the emotion carried her shape within it, the specific, unmistakable contour of her, recognized and held and reached for in the last fraction of a second her father possessed. He had spent his final moment trying to get back to her, and the watch had recorded that effort the way it recorded the time, precisely, permanently, with the mechanical fidelity of a Swiss movement that could not lie. The imprint held her for what felt like hours. She lived inside the reach, inside the love that had no voice and no words and no chance of arriving where it was aimed. She felt the road and the light and the car that had been made wrong, and the man who knew he was going to die and chose, in the airless space between the last heartbeat and the silence that followed, to think of his daughter. Then it released her. The corridor reassembled itself around her. Shelves, lamp, cedar-lined compartment, east wall, the faint mineral smell of the shop's own breath. She was on the floor. She didn't remember sitting down. The pocket watch was in her right hand, pressed against her sternum, and her left hand was braced against the plaster wall, and she was weeping. Not the controlled blur of vision she had allowed once during June's confession. Not the pressed flat, held-in, architecture-intact weeping of a woman who had spent 22 years building containment walls. This was the grief she had never been allowed to process, breaking free with a force that buckled her forward until her forehead nearly touched her knees. She wept for her father, who had died reaching for her. She wept for the 12-year-old told it was an accident, who had believed the lie because the adults around her had made it watertight. She wept for the uncle who had tried to tell someone and been silenced. She wept for the mother who had chosen a prison built of silence over a battlefield where her daughter might have been hurt. She wept for herself. For the woman who had spent 12 years at Whitfield and Price making everything balance, because balance was the only defense she knew against a world where fathers died on Tuesday afternoons, and no one told you why. The sobs were ugly and loud, and she did not try to contain them. The shop absorbed the sound the way it absorbed everything, into its impossible depth, its cedar and mineral and dust, its watching glass eyes and stopped clocks and corridors that led deeper than they should. When the grief ebbed enough for her hands to steady, she opened the evidence file. The manila folder contained 2 items. The first was a handwritten note from Martin, undated but in the careful penmanship of his earlier, more coherent years. Sara, this is what he used. The chain of purchase is documented below. I have verified the part number against the vehicle's service records. The match is exact. I'm sorry. The second item was a photocopy of David Voss's vehicle service records, annotated in Martin's hand with red circles around specific mechanical components. Sara laid the items on the floor beside the lamp. Then she lifted the pocket watch and opened the case again. And there it was, tucked behind the interior lid, in the narrow space between the lid's inner surface and the case back. A thin slip of photographic paper, perhaps 2 inches by 3, fitted so precisely into the watch's architecture that it had been invisible when the imprint took her, hidden in the same space where her father's initials caught the lamplight. Martin had secured it there with the meticulous care of a man who understood that the most important evidence should be physically inseparable from the object it condemned, not co-located, not adjacent, but contained within, so that to hold the watch was to hold the proof. She eased the microphotograph free with her fingernails, careful not to bend it. The photograph showed a financial document, a receipt from an automotive parts supplier in Somerset, dated 1 week before her father's death. The receipt listed a specific brake component by manufacturer and part number, the buyer's name, printed clearly in the supplier's records. Dominic Hale. Not DH, not initials, not a pattern of circumstantial connections spanning 20 years and 6 estates. Dominic Hale's full name on a receipt for a brake part matching the component that failed in her father's car, purchased 7 days before David Voss died. Sara held the photograph under the lamplight and read it twice. Her hands were still shaking from the imprint, her face wet, her chest raw. But the auditor in her, the part that had survived 12 years of depositions and forensic reconstructions, the part that had made her the youngest senior associate at Whitfield and Price, recognized what she was holding. This was not a pattern. This was not an implication. This was proof. Martin had hidden the receipt inside the watch, and the watch inside the wall, and the wall behind a mechanism no one could find without his map, and the map inside an envelope given to the one person he trusted to deliver it when the time was right. The man who had stopped investigating out of what he called cowardice had built redundancies into his evidence trail, the way Sara built audit trails. Multiple paths to the same conclusion, each protecting the others, each ensuring that the truth could not be destroyed by the removal of any single piece. Volume 5 was gone. The ledger entry was stolen, but the proof remained here, behind the wall, where it had waited for 22 years for someone stubborn enough and precise enough and angry enough to find it. She pressed the microphotograph flat against her legal pad and photographed it with her phone. Then she photographed Martin's handwritten note, the service records, and the exterior of the evidence folder. She photographed the open pocket watch with the stopped hands at 3:47 and the engraved initials DRV. She was thorough. She was methodical. She was crying the entire time, and she did not stop to wipe her face because the tears and the documentation were not in conflict. They were the same act. The receipt told her the time. 1 week before her father's death, and the watch's frozen hands at 3:47 aligned with what the receipt implied. An afternoon, a Tuesday, a car that left the road because a man named Dominic Hale had purchased the means to make it leave. The watch had stopped at the moment of impact. It had held that moment for 22 years, and now Sara held it too. She placed the evidence file back in the cedar-lined compartment, slid the microphotograph back inside the watch case behind the interior lid where Martin had secured it, and closed the panel, leaving the mechanism engaged. The originals would stay where Martin had secured them. The copies were on her phone, and in 20 minutes they would be transmitted somewhere Dominic Hale could not reach. The pocket watch she kept. She held it in her closed fist, feeling the warmth that should not have been there, and pressed it against the center of her chest, where the old grief had lived for 22 years, and the new grief had just blown the door wide open. 3:47. The time her father died. The time she had not known until this morning, carried unknowingly in the shape of a stopped watch behind a plaster wall, folded into the weight of 14 flower arrangements and 8 chairs and 3 occupied seats, and the way June Callahan's hands had been perfectly still beside her at the funeral. All of it, every number Sara had used to contain the uncontainable, had been pointing here, to a gold watch in a cedar-lined compartment behind a plaster wall in a shop that was bigger on the inside than any building had a right to be. She breathed, and noticed the shop had changed. The shift was not dramatic. There was no concussive wave, no roaring sound, no cold expanding to fill the corridor. It was subtler than that, a recalibration, as if the frequency of the air had adjusted by a half step. The mineral smell was stronger, or she was more aware of it. The lamplight on the brass orrery 2 shelves above seemed sharper, each missing planet's absence more defined. The dust motes hanging in the corridor were not frozen. They moved, slowly, in patterns that suggested currents she could not feel on her skin but could sense in some other way, a proprioception that had not existed in her body 15 minutes ago. Sara stood. Her legs were unsteady but held. She turned to face the corridor that led back toward the main floor, and the shop opened before her with a density of presence she had never felt. Not watching exactly, though the taxidermy eyes still caught the lamplight from their various stations. It was more than watching. The objects on the shelves carried weight she could perceive, each one distinct, each radiating its own particular signature into the air, the way a tuning fork radiates sound after being struck. She took a step forward and felt the silver hand mirror before she saw it. It was 3 shelves down on the east-facing wall, resting face down on its faded blue velvet, exactly where it had been since her first day. But now it gave off something she could only describe as heat shimmer, a visible distortion in the air above its surface that had not been there before. Not literal heat, something adjacent. The mirror's sensory profile, smoke and cold, Martin had told Nora, pressed against her perception the way a scent presses against the sinuses. Unmistakable, specific, carrying the compressed residue of Clara Dunn's house fire 15 years ago. Sara stopped walking and stared at the shimmer. She had touched that mirror 4 days ago and experienced sharp cold, the smell of structural fire, a compressed sound at the edge of hearing. Her hands had shaken for hours afterward, and she'd had no forensic category for any of it. Now the mirror's signature was legible to her from 3 feet away, arriving without physical contact, readable the way she read columns of numbers in a ledger, as data, as pattern, as meaning. She moved past the mirror and felt the mourning jewelry next. The Victorian brooch and earrings that Patricia Seward had owned, 2 shelves lower and to the left. Their signature was different. Grief, Nora had said, quoting Martin. And that was exactly right. But the word was insufficient. The grief was textured, specific, carrying the weight of a woman who had been 53 years old with no prior heart history, who had died because a man she probably trusted had placed something near her that fed on whatever vulnerability it found. Sara could feel the brooch the way she could feel a headache forming, a pressure behind the eyes, an emotional charge distinct from the mirror's smoke and heat. She kept walking. The jade letter opener, cold and clean, with an undertone of interrupted motion, a walk that stopped mid-stride, a healthy body that simply ceased. The porcelain figurine of a dancing woman, a vertiginous tilt, the sensation of falling, Jeffrey Branch's second-story landing encoded in the glaze. The silver cigarette case, speed and the wrongness of a straight road that suddenly wasn't. Each object was different. Each carried its dead with a fidelity that was both beautiful and terrible. And Sara could feel every one of them from the aisle like a woman walking through a gallery where the paintings emanated sound. She reached the front of the shop and faced the music box. Even from 6 feet away, the difference was stark. Where the other objects radiated their signatures outward, heat shimmer, grief pressure, cold, vertigo, speed, the music box radiated nothing. It sat on its low shelf in its pool of depleted stillness, and what Sara felt was absence. Not the neutral absence of an empty shelf, but a specific shaped absence, The space where a field of cold had lived for 12 years before Martin spent the last of his strength shattering it. The music box felt like a held breath, like a mouth open in the shape of a word that never arrived, like the silence after Ellen Thorpe's bathwater closed over her head. Sarah's stomach turned. She backed away from the music box and stood in the center of the main aisle, breathing carefully, trying to process what was happening to her body. The sensitivity was not painful exactly, but it was relentless. Every object on every shelf pressed against her awareness with its own weight and charge and emotional signature, and she could not find the off switch. She reached toward the Georgian silver tea service on a middle shelf without touching it, and felt, faintly, distantly, like music heard through a wall, a thread of something she could not name. The tea service was not flagged in Martin's investigative ledgers. It was not linked to a death, but it carried something, some residue of use and grief and years, and Sarah could feel it. She pulled her hand back. The sensitivity would not close. It would not recede to a manageable level. It was not an adrenaline response or a trauma reaction or any of the clinical categories she might have reached for a week ago. The pocket watch imprint had opened something in her that operated on the same principle as the objects themselves. It was encoded, it was permanent, and it was not subject to the terms she preferred. She thought of Martin's letter. The shop has been many things to many people. I want it to be yours. She thought of Martin saying, 3 days and a lifetime ago, that the objects choose their own custodians. She had not been chosen. She had chosen. She had stood in this corridor with her father's watch in her hand and let the imprint in, deliberately, with her eyes closed, because she was done holding the world at arm's length. And the shop had responded. Or she had changed. Or both. The distinction, she suspected, would not matter for very long. A pulse moved through the shop. It was not violent, not like the music box's concussive detonation or the mirror's sharp cold. It was more like the moment a struck bell's vibration reaches its lowest audible frequency before sinking into silence. A single wave that passed through every object on every shelf, a ripple in the field that connected them. The orrery's remaining planets trembled. The silver tea service chimed faintly, a high, pure note, and then stopped. The ivory figurine by the display case turned, or seemed to turn, a fraction of a degree toward the east wall, toward the compartment Sarah had just opened. The taxidermy noticed. Sarah was certain of it. The sparrowhawk on its driftwood perch shifted the angle of its glass-eyed attention toward the aisle. The jay's cocked head appeared to track something she could not see. The fox on its low table held its amber gaze on the space where the pulse had originated, one paw raised in its perpetual almost step. Even the owl on the upper shelf of the third aisle, pale gold eyes wide and unblinking, seemed oriented differently than it had been when she'd passed it minutes ago. They had felt it too. She stood very still, the pocket watch warm in her fist, and waited. From the east wall, where the compartment was sealed and the impossible room pressed against the other side, and Martin's trace lingered in whatever form a ghost too depleted to speak could take, she felt a shift in the air. Not a voice, not a word, something less than a whisper, but more than nothing. A thread of cold that found her and held, briefly, with a pressure she had learned to associate with Martin's presence at its strongest. This was not that. This was a guttering flame lifting one last time before the wick drowned. Then it faded. The cold thinned to nothing she could distinguish from the building itself. The same wall, the same ambient chill, Martin's trace indistinguishable from plaster and age. He was there or he wasn't. She could not tell. and the not knowing settled into the same space as every other grief she was learning to carry without containing. Sara exhaled. She tucked the pocket watch into the inner pocket of her coat, where it settled against her ribs beside her legal pad and Martin's folded map, and the letter that called her custodian. The weight was substantial. She adjusted it carefully, making room. Then, from the east wall, from somewhere close enough to be inside the corridor and far enough to be on the other side of everything, she felt something press against her new sensitivity. Not a voice, not a word she could hear with her ears. A shape in the cold, a pattern in the fading pressure, the way a hand pressed against glass leaves condensation in the outline of fingers. Martin's trace, if it was still Martin, if anything remained beyond the building's own chill, pushed against the thinning boundary of what he could still convey. Sara stood very still. Her sensitivity read the pressure the way a seismologist reads tremors, not as language, but as signal, as data requiring interpretation. The first impression arrived, a shape that carried the weight of a name, not spoken, felt. The contour of it pressed against her awareness the way the mourning brooch pressed grief and the mirror pressed smoke, a specific, recognizable signature. She knew the shape. She had written it on 13 pages of her legal pad, had spoken it into phones and across desks and into the silence of this shop. Dominic. The second impression came slower, with the effortful quality of a consciousness pushing a single thought through a channel almost too narrow to carry it. A long pause followed, during which the cold near the wall flickered, steadied, flickered again. Then a sensation. Not a word, but the emotional residue of one, the feeling of something perceived, something registered, as if Martin were trying to convey that someone, somewhere, had sensed what had just happened in this shop. Felt. Another pause, longer. The pressure thinned until Sara was not certain she was reading anything at all, until the signal blurred into the ambient noise of a building full of objects that hummed with their own frequencies. Then one more impression, barely distinguishable from nothing. A demonstrative, a pointing, the ghost of a gesture aimed at the pulse that had rippled through every object minutes ago. That. 3 impressions, not a sentence. 3 separate acts of will. Each one pulled from a depth Martin could barely reach, delivered like stones dropped one at a time into a well so deep the splash arrived long after the release. Sara pieced them together. Dominic felt that. The pulse, the ripple that had moved through every object in the shop when the pocket watch imprint released her. The connected field, the network of cursed and weighted things that Martin had spent decades cataloging, had registered a disturbance. And if Sara could feel it, so could someone else. Someone who understood the objects. Someone who, as Martin had said with his last coherent breath in this shop, had not learned this alone. Dominic Hale would know something had happened. He would know the pocket watch had been found. He was coming. The cold near the wall held for another moment, trembled like a candle flame in a draught, then thinned to nothing she could distinguish from the building itself. Martin had spent what might have been his last coherent fragment to warn her. She could not waste it. She pressed her hands flat against Martin's desk, not to suppress what she felt, but to steady herself for what came next. The gesture had carried her through 12 years of depositions and nearly a week of impossible revelations, and she honored it the way she honored every tool that had brought her this far, even the ones she had outgrown. She moved toward the desk with the urgency of a woman who has just learned the window is smaller than she thought. Her new sensitivity pressed against her from every shelf. The mirror's smoke and heat, the brooch's grief pressure, the jade letter opener's interrupted stride, all of it arriving simultaneously, a chorus she could not silence and was beginning to understand she never would. She sat down. The legal pad came out of her coat. She opened her phone to the photograph she had taken of the evidence file and began to work. The pen moved rapidly, her handwriting looser than her usual precise script, but legible. The handwriting of a woman who had been weeping and was now making plans, and who had discovered that the two activities did not require separate hands. Page 14. She documented the evidence file's contents. Martin's handwritten note, the service records, the microphotograph extracted from inside the watch case. She noted the part number and the supplier's location in Somerset. She noted Dominic Hale's full name on the receipt and the date, 1 week before David Voss's death. She noted the chain of custody. Martin had secured the evidence behind the east wall using a hidden compartment accessible only through the third shelf bracket, quarter-turn counterclockwise, with the microphotograph itself stored physically inside the pocket watch behind the interior lid. She noted the time on the watch, 3:47. She noted the engraved initials, DRV. She turned to a fresh page, page 15. She wrote 3 lines. The first, Dominic Hale purchased the brake component used to sabotage David Voss's car. Receipt dated 1 week before death. Full name on document. Matched to vehicle service records confirmed by Martin Voss's independent analysis. The second, physical evidence secured. Originals in situ. Digital copies transmitted. This line she would make true in the next 10 minutes. The third, underlined. He is coming. Prepare. She opened her phone. The photograph she had taken of the micro receipt, the service records, Martin's note, and the pocket watch were sharp and clear. She opened her email and composed a message to Helen Garrett, a prosecutor she had worked with during a fraud referral at Whitfield and Price 3 years ago. A woman with gray hair and no patience for ambiguity who had told Sara at the time that if she ever found something that smelled worse than the Lomond Holdings case, she should send it directly and without ceremony. Sara had filed the name away the way she filed everything, precisely, in case it ever balanced against a future need. The message was brief. She wrote that she had come into possession of physical evidence linking an estate attorney named Dominic Hale to the murder of David Voss 22 years ago. She wrote that she believed the same individual was connected to at least 6 additional deaths over 2 decades and had broken into the premises where the evidence was stored in an attempt to destroy it. She attached the photographs. She wrote that she was contacting Hallow Bridge police separately and requested that Helen Garrett acknowledge receipt and advise on next steps for evidence preservation. She sent the message. Then she called the Hallow Bridge police station. The duty officer who answered sounded half asleep. Sara identified herself, stated that she wished to report a break-in at Voss and Vale Antiques that had occurred the previous night, and that she had evidence linking the break-in to an attempted homicide and a pattern of suspicious deaths over 20 years. The officer's tone sharpened. Sara gave her name, the shop's address, and requested that an officer meet her at the premises at 10:30 that morning. Not immediately, not when it was convenient, but at a specific time she named, with the same precision she applied to every number that mattered. She said she would have documentation ready and needed the responding officer to be prepared to take a formal statement and process physical evidence. She did not mention ghosts. She did not mention cursed objects. She did not mention the fact that she could feel every death in the shop pressing against her bones like a low electrical current that would never turn off. She presented what would hold: the break-in, the theft, the receipt, the pattern. The world beyond this shop required a different evidentiary standard than the one she had been operating under for the past 6 days, and she knew exactly where the line fell. She hung up and stood in the center of the main aisle. The shop breathed around her. She could feel it now. Not just the individual objects, but the architecture itself. The impossible geometry Martin had mapped and she had measured. The space behind the walls that should not exist. The sealed room to the left of the east wall compartment pressed against her awareness, 8 feet by 12 feet of something Martin had annotated, "not yet." A weight behind the plaster, she registered the way she registered an unreconciled line in a ledger. Present, significant, deferred. She did not open it. That was for another day, another chapter of whatever this inheritance was becoming. She looked down at the inner pocket of her coat where the pocket watch rested. 3:47. Her father's final moment, frozen in gold. His love, still warm. The fox watched from its low table. The sparrowhawk watched from its driftwood perch. The owl watched from the upper shelf with pale gold eyes. The ivory figurine faced the door, its painted eyes wet with the morning light beginning to filter through the display window. The music box sat in its silence, depleted, carrying the memory of a dead woman's bathwater and the residue of an uncle's sacrifice. Somewhere in Hallow Bridge, Dominic Hale had felt the pulse. Sara was certain of it, the way she was certain of a column that didn't add up, not through evidence she could present, but through the bone-deep mathematical sense that had made her career and was now making her something else entirely. He would not know exactly what had happened, but he would know the pocket watch had been found, the way a predator knows when the ground shifts under its prey's feet. He would come. The morning light strengthened through the display window, catching the sparrowhawk's glass eyes, the fox's amber patience, the dust motes drifting in patterns only she could see. She pulled the legal pad toward her and began converting the remaining pages of notes, every connection, every date, every name, into language a courtroom would accept. The pen moved across the paper with the fluency of a woman who had spent her whole life preparing for a case she didn't know she was building. Dominic Hale was coming. Let him come. Sara Voss, forensic accountant, daughter of David, niece of Martin, custodian of Voss and Vale Antiques, had the evidence, the preparation, and 22 years of grief transmuted into something harder than armor and more precise than rage. She had the truth. She had the proof. And she had a shop full of dead things that remembered what had been done to them, watching from their shelves with glass eyes that caught the light and held it, waiting with the patience of objects that had all the time in the world. Chapter 8. The Last Curator. The shop breathed differently after dark. Sara stood behind the front counter with her hands flat on the wood, feeling the grain through her fingertips and something deeper beneath it, the faint, persistent hum of every object on every shelf, radiating its particular frequency into the air she had learned to read. The silver mirror pulsed smoke and cold from its velvet cloth in the third aisle. The mourning brooch pressed grief against the walls of its display case. The jade letter opener sent out clean, interrupted motion, a walk that never finished, a man who simply stopped. The porcelain figurine carried vertigo, a body falling from a landing it should never have fallen from. The cigarette case whispered speed and wrongness. The music box held its depleted silence like a wound that had stopped bleeding but would never close. She had turned off the fluorescent fixtures 2 hours ago. Only the green-shaded brass lamp in the back office cast any light, its warm glow reaching the corridor, but thinning before it found the main aisles, leaving the deeper shelves in layered shadow. She preferred it this way. The objects spoke more clearly in the dark. Not louder, but with less interference, the way a radio signal sharpens when you strip the static. Her legal pad lay open on the counter. 15 pages of notes, every entry now converted to language a courtroom would accept. The pen she'd been using rested parallel to the pad's edge, a habit so automatic she no longer noticed it. Her phone sat beside it, screen dark, email sent, confirmation received. Helen Garrett had responded 40 minutes ago. 3 sentences, no preamble. The prosecutor remembered the Lomond Holdings case. She remembered Sara. She had forwarded the evidence to the appropriate authorities and suggested Sara not be alone. That ship had sailed at 4:15 this morning when Sara chose the pocket watch over caution. She wanted Dominic to come first. That was the calculation she had been running since Martin's 3 impressions landed in her awareness that morning. Dominic felt that. Each one pulled from a depth that might have cost Martin everything. If the police arrived before he did, Dominic would simply stay away. He would see the car through the window, or the uniforms, and he would turn his silver-haired, impeccably groomed self around and walk back to his office and begin the patient, methodical work of erasing whatever trail he'd left. He was a man who had operated for 22 years without being questioned. He would not walk into a room that had already been claimed by people asking questions. So Sara had called back. That morning, she had reported the break-in and requested an officer at 10:30, a reasonable hour for a formal statement and evidence processing, the kind of time a methodical person would choose. But after Martin's warning, after the certainty that Dominic would come and come soon, the morning appointment became a liability. She needed the shop empty of uniforms when he arrived. She needed him to walk through that door believing he still held the advantage. The officer on duty this time sounded more awake than the one she'd spoken with earlier that morning. She'd explained that her schedule had shifted. Could they come this evening instead? Same time, different half of the day. 10:30 tonight. He'd asked if she felt she was in immediate danger. She'd said no, aware it was a lie, aware that the truth, a dead man's ghost warned me through sensory impressions transmitted via my newly acquired supernatural sensitivity, that a murderer felt a psychic pulse from a network of cursed objects, would not strengthen her credibility. She had also confirmed with Helen Garrett that the digital evidence copies were secured and that the originals remained in situ behind the sealed compartment. If Dominic came before the police, the evidence was already beyond his reach, and Sara wanted him here, in the shop, on her terms, surrounded by the objects he had spent decades exploiting. It was a calculated risk. 12 hours alone in the shop, knowing what was coming. 12 hours with no backup except a legal pad, a phone full of transmitted evidence, and a building full of objects that had already proven they could do more than sit on shelves. Helen Garrett would have told her she was insane. June would have told her to come home. But Sara had spent 22 years living inside other people's calculations of what was safe for her, and every one of those calculations had been wrong. 10:30. She checked the time on her phone and set it down again. Near the east wall, at the edge of where lamplight surrendered to shadow, the air held a trace of cold. Not the sharp, purposeful cold of the cursed objects. Not the concussive wave that had nearly killed her yesterday morning. This was barely there. A thread of temperature a fraction below the surrounding air. The kind of variance a thermometer might not register, but a body standing close enough would sense as a faint breath against the skin. Martin. She had been aware of him since returning to the shop after sunset. Not his voice. That had been gone since the 3 impressions he'd forced through her sensitivity that morning, each one pulled from a depth that might have cost him everything. But presence, yes. The ghost equivalent of someone sitting in a room with you, too exhausted to speak, choosing to be there anyway. She spoke quietly, not to the cold, but toward it. I've been thinking about what you told me. About stopping. The air near the east wall did not change. She hadn't expected it to. She continued anyway, her voice low and even, the clipped precision she'd carried for 12 years softened around edges she would have filed smooth a week ago. June asked you to stop, and you did, because she asked and because part of you wanted permission to stop carrying it. She pressed her fingertips into the counter, not to suppress anything, to feel the wood, the grain, the building beneath her. You called it love. Then you called it cowardice. And the truth is, it wasn't one or the other, Martin. The cold near the wall shifted. A single degree, maybe less. The brass orrery on the shelf above the compartment, 2 planets missing from its incomplete solar system, trembled faintly, its remaining arms swaying a fraction of an inch before settling. Sara closed her eyes. It wasn't love, and it wasn't cowardice. It was both. That's what makes it so hard to carry. She opened her eyes. The air around her warmed, not dramatically, not even enough to register as heat, but as something else. A presence drawing closer, the feeling of someone leaning in from a great distance, the last inch of reach from a person whose arms had nothing left to give. She felt it settle against her awareness the way a hand might rest on a shoulder. Light, deliberate, unmistakable. She understood what it meant. Not forgiveness requested, not absolution offered. Just the truth, shared between 2 people who had stopped pretending the truth was simple. I know, she said softly. I know. Then, from the front of the shop, the sound of a key sliding into a lock. Sara's hands went still on the counter. The mechanism turned with the heavy, familiar click of tumblers she had heard every morning for 6 days, the sound of her own key engaging the same lock. But she was inside, and she had not given anyone a copy. The door swung open. October air flooded the entrance, cold and damp with the mineral smell of wet pavement, and with it came the silhouette of a man framed against the streetlight, silver-haired, unhurried, wearing a dark overcoat that moved with the easy drape of expensive wool. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him, with the care of someone who had done this many times. Dominic Hale held the key in his right hand for a moment, letting her see it, before sliding it into his coat pocket. The front bell did not chime. He must have caught the clapper as the door swung, a small, precise gesture that spoke of practice. Sara watched him from behind the counter, 30 feet away, and felt every filed observation of the past 6 days fall into sequence. The key on his ring. Chapter 1. His first visit. She'd noticed it alongside his car key and a fob she hadn't recognized, the same cut and patina as her own. He'd offered an explanation before she asked. A state attorney's copy, standard practice. The picked lock, yesterday morning. Fine parallel scratches scored into the brass plate around the keyhole, deliberate and visible, the kind of damage that announced itself. She'd filed the discrepancy. Why would a man with a key force entry? Because a man who thinks like a lawyer controls the evidence trail even when committing a crime. The tool marks were theater, a staged scene. If police investigated the break-in, they would find evidence of forced entry by a stranger, not a keyed entry by the estate attorney whose name appeared on the paperwork. Dominic hadn't picked the lock because he needed to. He'd picked it to make it look like someone else had. The realization settled into place with the clean, final click of a ledger column that balanced. She had been carrying both pieces, key and scratches, for days, and only now did the sum resolve. Dominic stopped 6 feet inside the door, beside the display case where the ivory figurine stood facing him with its painted eyes. He surveyed the dark shop with the unhurried calm of a man who knew every aisle. Sara. His voice carried the same warm baritone she remembered from their first meeting, the name placed carefully, intimately the way he used it. Sara, not Ms. Voss, never anything formal enough to create distance. I wasn't sure you'd still be here. Where else would I be? He tilted his head, the street light through the display window catching the silver at his temples. Home. That's what a sensible person would do, after what happened the other morning. He knew about the music box. He'd set the trap and come to check on the result. And the result was standing behind the counter watching him with the particular stillness of a woman who had already transmitted every piece of evidence to a prosecutor and scheduled the police. Sara let the silence sit for 3 beats. An old deposition technique. Let the subject fill the void. Dominic filled it. I've come to collect something Martin left in my care. Estate business. You know how it is. Documentation, loose ends. I'd rather handle it quietly than involve the courts. He took a step toward the first aisle. It won't take long. The lock hadn't been changed. Sara had asked Nora to arrange it. That was yesterday morning, in the wreckage after the music box, when everything felt urgent and the list of tasks had been longer than the hours remaining. But the locksmith in Hallow Bridge was a single man with a waiting list, and Nora had reported back that afternoon. Earliest availability was Thursday. By then, Sara had been consumed with the pocket watch retrieval, the evidence transmission, the police call, the legal pad conversion, and the unchanged lock had slipped from the top of her priorities into the gap between intention and execution. She'd known it distantly, filed it the way she filed things she couldn't fix immediately. And now Dominic Hale was standing in the shop with the same key he'd always had, and the tumblers had turned for him the way they turned for her, because they were the same tumblers. You still have Martin's key, she said. He paused. Something shifted behind his eyes, a recalculation, quick and controlled. Then the practiced smile returned. Of course, a state attorney's copy. You know that. The same key you used 2 nights ago, before you picked the lock to make it look like you hadn't. The smile held, but its edges lost their warmth. She watched it happen the way she watched a column of numbers reveal a discrepancy, not with surprise, but with the grim satisfaction of confirmation. I don't know what you're referring to, he said. The scratches on the brass plate are deliberate, scored by a thin, hard instrument inserted at angles consistent with lock-picking tools. But the tumblers weren't damaged, Dominic. A real forced entry damages the mechanism. Someone with a key who wanted to leave marks wouldn't need to actually pick anything. He'd just scratch the surface and walk in. Dominic stood motionless near the ivory figurine. The streetlight made his face a composition of silver and shadow. He studied her the way he might study a chess problem, not with anger, not yet, but with the quiet focus of a man reassessing his opponent. You're Martin's niece, he said. The warmth was draining from his voice like water from a cracked vessel. You have his talent for finding complexity where none exists. I'm David's daughter, and I have his pocket watch. The name landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. David. She said it the way Martin's ledger wrote it, with no abbreviation, no shorthand, the full weight of the man behind the name. Dominic's expression did not change, but his body did. A subtle shift of weight, feet repositioning, shoulders squaring by a fraction. The posture of a man who has just discovered the ground is not where he thought it was. Sara. He used her name again, but this time the false intimacy was thinner, stretched over something harder underneath. Let me be direct. I've known your family for a very long time. I respected your father. I respected your uncle. I would like to respect you. You respected them so much you killed them both. He was quiet for 4 seconds. She counted. In depositions, silence longer than 3 seconds after a direct accusation meant the subject was not formulating a denial. He was formulating a response. "That's an extraordinary claim," he said. The baritone had flattened, cool, transactional. "And I think you know it wouldn't survive a conversation with anyone who matters." A receipt from an automotive parts supplier in Somerset, dated 1 week before my father's death. Your full name, Dominic Hale, not initials, on a purchase order for a specific brake component, part number matching the component that failed in his car, confirmed by independent analysis against the vehicle service records. The receipt is inside the pocket watch. Martin put it there so the proof would be inseparable from the object. She watched each fact land, watched the micro adjustments in his face, the tightening around the eyes, the slight compression of his lips, the way his gaze shifted from her to the corridor leading to the back office and the east wall beyond it. "That evidence has been photographed," she continued. "Digital copies were transmitted to a prosecutor this morning. The original is secured in a location you don't have access to. And the Hallow Bridge police are expecting to arrive at this shop at 10:30. The room went very still. Dominic Hale had been charming for so long that when the charm fell away, the absence was more disturbing than anything it might have concealed. What remained was a face stripped to its operating architecture, intelligent, calculating, and utterly devoid of the warmth that had made him trusted for decades. He looked, Sara thought, like a balance sheet with the goodwill written off. "Martin always kept too many records," Dominic said quietly. The false first-name intimacy was gone. "I told him, years ago. I said, Martin, documentation is a liability as much as a safeguard." He never listened. He listened enough to hide the evidence where you couldn't find it. Where I hadn't found it yet. A correction, precise and cold. There's a difference. He moved. Not toward her, toward the corridor. Toward the back office, the east wall, the hidden compartment he now knew existed because the pulse had told him the watch was found. His stride was unhurried, confident, the walk of a man who had navigated these aisles for years during Thursday chess games and port. "The police won't arrive for a while yet," he said without turning around. "And what they'll find is a shop full of curiosities, a grief-stricken woman making accusations about a 22-year-old car accident, and an estate attorney who came to check on a property he's been managing for decades." He paused at the mouth of the first aisle. "Your uncle tried to build a case. Your mother tried to bury it. Neither approach worked. I'm offering you a third option." "Which is?" "Walk away. Sell the shop. Live your life. You're young, Sara. You're talented. There's no reason this has to end the way it ended for Martin." The way it ended for Martin. Not the way Martin died. The way it ended. Passive construction. No agent. The kind of language a man uses when he has committed an act so many times, the grammar of it has worn smooth. "You said my father's name," Sara said. "A minute ago. You said it the way you'd say the name of a problem you solved." Dominic turned to face her. The street light was behind him now, and his face was in shadow. "David made choices," he said. "Martin made choices. June made a very sensible choice for 22 years. I'm asking you to make the same one." "No." The word was quiet and complete. Not defiant, not theatrical. Just the sound a number makes when it refuses to be adjusted. Dominic studied her for a long moment. Then something shifted in his bearing. Not anger, not even frustration, but the clinical detachment of a man who has assessed a situation and determined that negotiation is no longer the optimal strategy. "You're making the same mistake your uncle made," he said. "The same mistake your father made. David trusted the wrong people and asked the wrong questions. and the world corrected the error. Martin spent 20 years trying to prove something everyone already knew, and the only thing he accomplished was dying alone in a shop full of junk. He took one step into the aisle. "This is junk, Sara. Old silver and broken clocks and dead animals. None of it means what Martin thought it meant." He moved toward the back office. Sara did not follow him. She stayed behind the counter with her hands on the wood and felt the shop stir. It began at the edges, the way a storm begins with a change in pressure before the first wind moves. The objects on the nearest shelves shifted their frequencies. The mirror's smoke and cold intensified. The brooch's grief deepened. The jade letter opener's interrupted motion sharpened into something that felt less like a stalled walk and more like a held breath about to release. And near the east wall, where a thread of cold had been hovering at the edge of awareness for hours, faint, depleted, barely distinguishable from the building's own chill, something gathered itself. Dominic was 8 steps down the corridor when the silver mirror blazed. Not light, not exactly. Sara's new sensitivity registered it as a flare of heat and smoke that billowed outward from the third aisle shelf where Clara Dunn's mirror lay face down on its velvet cloth. The air above the mirror shimmered and distorted, and with it came the smell. Acrid, structural, the reek of paint and insulation and something organic burning. 15 years of silence compressed into a single exhalation of fire that had never gone out. Dominic stopped. The music box vibrated on its low shelf. Not playing, its mechanism had been spent in the attack, its cold fields shattered by Martin yesterday morning, but vibrating with a resonance that was not mechanical. The shaped absence Sara had felt since the imprint now filled with something. Not the drowning cold of before, but a pressure, a presence. The memory of bathwater and a woman who had slipped beneath it 12 years ago in a porcelain tub. The vibration was low enough to feel in the teeth, in the sternum, in the bones of the feet through the floorboards. Then the jade letter opener pulsed, a wave of interrupted motion that swept through the nearest shelves like a gust of wind that carried no air. The porcelain figurine of the dancing woman radiated vertigo so intense Sara gripped the counter edge. The cigarette case blazed speed and wrongness, the phantom of a straight road that suddenly wasn't, tires screaming on tarmac that should have been safe. Every object in the shop spoke at once, not in words, in sensation, in memory, in the accumulated testimony of the dead compressed into a single simultaneous chorus that filled the aisles from floor to ceiling. Sara felt them through her sensitivity, like standing in the center of an orchestra at full volume. 6 deaths testified from the shelves. 6 objects carrying 6 lives cut short by the man standing 10 feet from her in the corridor. And a 7th joined from against her ribs, warm where the others were cold. David Voss's pocket watch adding its voice to the chorus from inside her coat. Each one reaching through whatever membrane separated the living from the recorded dead to say the same wordless thing. I was here. This happened. He did this. The whispered names came not as voices but as textures pressed into the air itself. Smoke for Clara. Falling for Jeffrey. The arrested heartbeat of a woman who was 53 and healthy. The wrongness of a road that should have been straight. A walk that stopped mid-stride on an evening when nothing was wrong. Water closing over a face. And woven through all of it, beneath it, holding it together like the bass note in a chord, warmth. The particular warmth of a gold pocket watch that had been held so long the heat never left. David Voss's love, still radiating from Sara's coat pocket, joining the testimony of the dead he had preceded by a decade. the taxidermy moved. Not physically, not exactly, but Sara saw it happen through her sensitivity and through something older than sensitivity, something that operated at the level of witness rather than perception. The sparrowhawk on its driftwood perch near the entrance shifted the angle of its glass-eyed attention from the window to the corridor where Dominic stood. The jay cocked its head, a fraction, an impossible fraction, tracking something invisible through the cluttered air. The fox on its low table held its amber gaze on Dominic with the steady, unblinking patience of a predator that had been watching from the moment he entered. The weasel on its high bracket in the third aisle oriented downward. The two finches on either side of their narrow gap turned inward, toward the aisle. The owl on its upper shelf fixed its pale gold eyes on the space Dominic occupied, with an attention that felt, in this moment, indistinguishable from judgment. The shop's dead things bearing witness alongside its cursed ones. The preserved and the haunted, together, turning their collective gaze on the man who had walked through these aisles for decades, carrying a key and a smile and the certainty that no one would ever question either. Martin Voss did not speak. His voice had been gone for hours, for days, really, thinning in stages from the warm, rambling cadence of their first conversation, to fragments, to whispers, to impressions pressed against Sara's awareness like fingerprints on glass. Now even that was beyond him. What he had left he gave not to language, but to the objects he had spent his life cataloging, protecting. Sara felt it happen. Felt the last thread of cold near the east wall unravel and disperse. Not into nothing, but into everything. Into the mirror, and the music box, and the letter opener, and the brooch, and the figurine, and the cigarette case, and the watch against her ribs. Into the fox, and the sparrowhawk, and the jay, and the finches, and the owl, and the weasel. Into the shelves themselves, the floorboards, the plaster walls, the impossible geometry of a building that held more space than it should have been able to contain. Martin Voss, who had begun as a voice warm with guilt and verbose with the desperate need to explain, who had deteriorated through halting confessions and fragmented warnings, and 3 agonized impressions that might have been his last, Martin Voss ended as silence. A silence that was not absence, but presence, distributed so widely it could never be gathered back into a single point. The man who had told himself that silence was love spent the last of his existence ensuring that no one in this shop would ever be silent again. The chorus of objects crescendoed. Dominic Hale stood in the corridor with his back against the wall, both hands raised, palms outward. His composure, the defining architecture of a man who had never been questioned in his own town, was gone. Not crumbling, gone. The way a wall looks after the load-bearing support has been removed. Still standing, for the moment, but the structural integrity that held it had vanished, and everyone in the room knew it. His face was white. His breathing was shallow and fast. His eyes moved from object to object the way a cornered animal tracks threats. Left to the mirror's heat shimmer, right to the vibrating music box, up to the owl's pale gold stare, down to the fox's amber patience. "Stop it," he said. The warm baritone had cracked. "Make it stop." Sara watched him from behind the counter. She did not move. She did not need to. "I can't make them stop," she said. "They're not mine to command. They never were. They're theirs." The objects held their testimony for another 10 seconds. Sara counted because counting was what she did, and then began to fade. Not abruptly, slowly, like an orchestra easing into silence after the final chord. The mirror's fire dimmed to its usual smoke and cold. The music box's vibration stilled. The letter opener's interrupted motion settled into dormancy. The brooch's grief softened. The figurine's vertigo receded. The cigarette case's speed bled away. The taxidermy did not move back. The sparrowhawk's glass eyes remained fixed on the corridor. The fox held its amber watch. The owl kept its pale gold vigil. Whatever had turned them, whatever force Martin had channeled through the shop's connected field, had not been a temporary animation. It had been a revelation. The animals had always been watching. Martin had simply, finally, given their attention direction. From outside, the sound of car doors, then voices, low and professional. Then the heavy tread of boots on the pavement outside the shop's front door. 10:30, exactly on time. Sara crossed from behind the counter and opened the front door for them. The officers she had called, arriving at the hour she had arranged, stepping into a shop where the evidence was documented, the suspect was present, and every preparation she had made over 2 days had converged on this moment. She had built the case the way she built every case, brick by brick, number by number, each piece placed so that when the structure was finally examined, it would hold. 2 officers entered. Sara identified herself, presented her legal pad, and directed them to the evidence. Dominic Hale said nothing while they approached him. He offered his wrists before they asked. But as the first officer reached him, he looked at Sara across the length of the shop, past the shelves and the glass-eyed watchers and the objects that had spoken with the voices of his dead, and his face settled into something she recognized. Not defeat, calculation. The face of a man cutting his losses. "You think this is over," he said. His voice was stripped bare, no warmth, no performance, just the flat transactional register beneath everything he'd ever pretended to be. "You think arresting me closes the ledger?" Sara said nothing. "I didn't learn this alone." The same words Martin had spent his last coherent sentence on, now echoing from the mouth of the man Martin had died accusing. "Someone showed me what the objects are, what they can do, how to use them." He let the officer take his arm. "There's a market for what this shop contains, Sara. People who seek out places like this, curators' shops, collectors' archives, people who understand the value of what's on these shelves in ways your uncle never imagined." "Names," Sara said. Dominic's smile was thin, bloodless, and genuine for the first time. "I'm a client. Clients don't get names. They get instructions." He paused at the door, the officer's hand firm on his elbow. "By taking over this shop, you've put yourself on their map. They'll know about you soon enough. They may already know." He stepped through the door into the October night, and the door closed behind him, and the bell chimed once, clear, bright, carrying through the length of the shop with the impossible clarity of sound traveling distances that shouldn't exist in a building measured at 1,200 square feet. Sara stood behind the counter and listened to the car doors close, the engine start, the tires pull away from the curb and recede down the street into the darkness of Hallow Bridge at night. The shop was quiet. Not the muffled, watchful quiet she had learned to navigate over 6 days. Not the held-breath silence of concealment, or the loaded pause of a building deciding how much to reveal. This was something else. The silence that follows testimony. The hush in a courtroom after the last witness has spoken, and the jury sits with the weight of what they've heard. Every voice accounted for. Every accusation delivered. The dead, finally, allowed to rest in the wake of their own words. Sara felt the absence of Martin, the way she might feel the absence of a sound she'd grown accustomed to. The background hum of a refrigerator that cuts out, leaving a silence more noticeable than the noise it replaced. The cold near the east wall was gone. Not faded, not depleted, not hovering at the threshold of perception the way it had been all day. Gone. The air along the corridor carried the same temperature from wall to wall, uniform and empty. And where Martin Voss had spent 6 days leaning against the boundary between existence and dissolution, there was now only plaster and shelf brackets, and a compartment with a resealed panel that held an evidence file and nothing else. She pressed her hands flat on the counter, held them there, felt the wood and the grain and the faint, subsiding hum of objects settling back into their individual frequencies after the chorus that had unified them. The front door opened again. The bell chimed, lighter this time, almost gentle. Nora Marsh stood in the doorway with her coat buttoned wrong and her auburn hair escaping its loose knot, and her eyes wide with the particular expression of someone who has driven through the dark toward a feeling she could not name but could not ignore. She had arrived at 8 that morning, as they'd arranged. Sara had called her at 5:30 to say she was going to the shop alone first, and Nora had agreed to come at 8, and she had, carrying coffee from the cafe on Bellum Street and the quiet steadiness of a woman who understood that some retrievals had to be made alone. Sara had briefed her on what the pocket watch contained, on the evidence transmitted and the police scheduled, and then had sent her away, told her to go home, to stay clear of the shop until it was over. Nora had gone, but something, the pulse still echoing in the connected field, or the simple instinct of a woman who had carried Martin's sealed envelope for 6 weeks and understood what the shop demanded of the people who loved it, had brought her back. She took in the shop, the displaced objects, the lingering smell of smoke that had no physical source, the silence that was nothing like the silence of any previous night. And she did not ask what had happened. She read it, the way she read the objects, the way she had always read this place. She walked to where Sara stood behind the counter and stopped beside her, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched, the same distance she had maintained on the floor yesterday morning when the music box had nearly killed Sara and she had sat down without questions or solutions. Nora's hand found Sara's shoulder. Her grip was warm and firm and carried the accumulated weight of 6 weeks of carrying a sealed envelope, of quiet intelligence gathering, of filing supplies delivered without interruption, of a commitment spoken once and held to without wavering. "He's gone," Sara said. She meant Martin. Nora understood. "I know. Dominic's been arrested, the evidence held, all of it, the receipt, the service records, the pattern." "I know," Nora said again, quieter. Her thumb rubbed the thin silver band on her index finger in its small automatic circuit. "Martin wrote something, weeks before he died, in his letter." Sara's voice was steady but thin, holding itself together the way a wire holds tension, not because it's strong, but because letting go would mean letting everything collapse at once. "He said the shop has been many things to many people. He wanted it to be mine." Nora waited. "He gave his voice to them," Sara said. "To the objects, everything he had left. He didn't speak, he just—" She stopped, pressed her hands harder against the counter. "He let them speak for him. Clara Dunn, Ellen Thorpe, Jeffrey Branch, all of them. He gave them back what Dominic took." The shop held its silence around them. The mirror rested on its velvet. The music box sat on its low shelf. The fox watched from its table with amber eyes and one raised paw, and the patience of a thing that had all the time in the world. Nora stood beside her, shoulder nearly touching Sara's, her hands still resting on Sara's shoulder with the steadiness of someone who had learned long ago that presence was more useful than words. Her thumb stilled on the silver band. She did not try to fill the silence. She held it with Sara the way she had held the envelope, carefully, for as long as it needed holding. Sara looked down the length of the shop, past the aisles and the shelves and the glass-eyed watchers holding their new orientations, past the corridor that measured 17 steps from the office to the main floor and appeared shorter looking back than looking forward, past the east wall where a cedar-lined compartment held the documentation of a murder, and beside it, 8 feet by 12 feet of sealed space that Martin had annotated, "Not yet." The pocket watch rested against her ribs. 3:47. Still warm. In the display case beside the entrance, the ivory figurine stood, facing the door, with its painted eyes reflecting the streetlight. Somewhere in the back of the shop, a clock she had never heard before ticked once, a single resonant stroke, and fell silent, as though the building itself were marking the hour, or acknowledging a change in ownership. Dominic Hale was in custody. The evidence was in the hands of a prosecutor who had no patience for ambiguity. The Hallow Bridge police had the physical premises, the tool-marked lock, and a man with a key he should not have been carrying. 6 deaths and a 22-year-old murder had names now, trajectories, proof. The family's silence was broken, cracked open by a forensic accountant who had spent her life making numbers balance and discovered that some debts could not be settled on a spreadsheet. But the shop was larger than one man's crimes. Martin had known that. The sealed room knew it. And Sara, who could feel every object on every shelf radiating its particular grief into the dark air of a building that held more space than the world outside could account for. Sara knew it too. She straightened, took her hands off the counter, turned to Nora. Nora met her gaze. In the low light, her red-rimmed eyes, still carrying grief, always carrying grief, but carrying other things too now, held steady. She did not speak. She didn't need to. She was here. She had always been here, in one form or another, carrying the envelope, carrying the tea, carrying the quiet vigil of a woman who had understood what the shop was before Sara had even arrived. The cost of the night settled between them. Martin's sacrifice, Dominic's words about a network, the weight of what had been won and what remained unresolved. Sara let it sit. She would carry it the way she carried the pocket watch, close, warm, and with the knowledge that some things, once taken up, could not be set down. The shop settled around them. The silence deepened. Not the silence of concealment or suppression, or the terrible, corroded quiet of a family that chose comfort over truth for 22 years. This was the silence after. The silence that comes when every voice has been heard, and the room holds the weight of what was spoken, and waits, with the patience of old things and dead things, and things that remember, for whatever comes next. Somewhere past the walls, past the plaster and the shelf brackets, and the impossible geometry that Martin had mapped and Sara had measured, the sealed room waited. 8 by 12 feet. No visible entry. Not yet. Sara Voss stood in the center of Voss and Vale Antiques, with the pocket watch warm against her heart and the legal pad in her coat, and 15 pages of truth written in the precise, compact handwriting of a forensic accountant who had become something else entirely. Nora Marsh stood beside her, steady, ready. Let them come. Chapter 9. First Entry. The shop was quiet in a way Sara had never heard it be quiet before. Not the held-breath silence of her first evening, when the filing cabinet drawer had slid open on its own and the dust motes hung frozen in lamplight. not the loaded silence of Martin's pauses, where words gathered and thinned and gathered again as he fought to hold the thread of his own dissolving memory. Not the suffocating silence of the music box's aftermath, when the building had settled around her like rubble and she had lain on the floor tasting someone else's bathwater and wondering if she was going to die. This was the silence of a room after the last witness has spoken and the verdict has been delivered and everyone has gone home. The silence of a ledger whose columns finally balance. 4 days had passed since the night Dominic Hale offered his wrists to 2 officers from the Hallow Bridge police station and was led through the front door of Voss and Vale Antiques for the last time. The bell had chimed as they escorted him out, clear, bright, carrying through the impossible depth of the shop with the resonance of a struck tuning fork. Sara had stood behind the counter and listened to the sound travel, and it had reached places a 1,200-square-foot building should not have contained. In the days since, the machinery of ordinary justice had begun to turn. Helen Garrett, the prosecutor Sara had contacted, moved with the efficient lack of sentiment Sara remembered from the Lomond Holdings case 3 years earlier. Sara's 15 pages of notes, converted to courtroom-ready language, had been entered into the formal record alongside the digital photographs she'd transmitted. The micro-receipt from the automotive parts supplier in Somerset, Dominic Hale's full name, a specific brake component, 1 week before David Voss's death, was now in the hands of people whose job it was to build cases from exactly this kind of evidence. Martin's handwritten analysis matching the part number to David's vehicle service records had been catalogued. The physical originals remained in the cedar-lined compartment behind the east wall, sealed and documented. The cold cases Martin had tracked across 2 decades were under review. All 6 deaths where his meticulous documentation linked Dominic Hale as a state administrator. Clara Dunn's house fire, Ellen Thorpe's drowning, Robert Finch's car leaving a straight road in clear weather, Jeffrey Branch's fall from a 2nd-story landing, Patricia Seward's cardiac arrest at 53 with no prior heart history, Thomas Waring's collapse on an evening walk with no explanation. Sara had provided the evidentiary framework, the pattern of estate administration, the timeline of deaths, the documentary connections Martin had built over years of meticulous, solitary work. Investigators would handle the rest. She had done what she did, followed the numbers until they told the truth, then put that truth in the hands of people authorized to act on it. She stood now in the 3rd aisle of the shop on a Tuesday morning, holding a soft cloth she'd found folded in a drawer beneath the front counter. October light came through the display window in long, pale bars, catching dust motes that drifted in currents she could feel without understanding, not with her hands or her skin, but with the quiet, persistent awareness that had taken up residence behind her ribs since the pocket watch imprint 4 days ago. The sensitivity had not faded. She had tested it every morning since, standing in the center of the shop, eyes closed, cataloging what arrived. The silver hand mirror on its faded blue velvet gave off a faint heat shimmer that she perceived the way she perceived the warmth of a candle from across a room. Not touching her, but present, registered by something deeper than the 5 senses she trusted. The mourning brooch, 2 shelves lower and to the left, pressed grief against the back of her eyes like the onset of a headache that never quite materialized. The jade letter opener radiated cold and clean, interrupted motion. The porcelain figurine of a dancing woman, Jeffrey Branch's figurine, carried vertigo that made her grip the nearest shelf if she lingered too long. The silver cigarette case whispered speed and the wrongness of a straight road. The music box, on its low shelf deeper in the aisles, held the shaped absence it had carried since Martin shattered its cold field. A silence within a silence, the space where 12 years of drowning had lived. Each signature was distinct. Each was constant. The volume had settled from the acute, overwhelming chorus of the first hours into something quieter, a background hum, like the frequency of a building's electrical system or the ambient vibration of plumbing behind walls. She could live with it. She thought she could live with it. What she could not yet know was what prolonged exposure would cost her, whether the sensitivity would deepen, whether new objects would register differently, whether the awareness would sharpen into something she couldn't ignore. She filed the uncertainty the way she filed everything, as a line item requiring future investigation, with the date noted and the column left open for data she hadn't yet collected. She began with the ceramic vessels in the third aisle, the ones the music box's concussive wave had knocked sideways and shoved to the edges of their shelves. She righted them one by one, wiping each with the cloth, feeling the faint residual hum of use and years that even unflagged objects carried. A blue and white bowl, Chinese export, late 18th century by Sarah's rough estimate. A pair of small stoneware crocks with handles. A ceramic jug with a hairline crack running from lip to base that she traced with her fingertip, feeling not the crack itself, but the memory of the impact that caused it. A bright, brief percussion, decades old, like a bell struck once and still ringing at a frequency only she could detect. This was the first time she had cared for the shop rather than simply worked in it. The distinction surprised her. For 6 days, arriving at the shop before dawn, leaving after dark, hunched over ledgers and filing cabinets and legal pads, she had treated Voss and Vale Antiques as a crime scene, a repository of evidence, a puzzle whose solution would reveal the shape of a 22-year-old murder and the pattern of 6 more beyond it. She had cataloged, cross-referenced, transcribed, photographed, and analyzed, bringing every tool she had forged in 12 years of corporate auditing to bear on a problem that existed halfway between a forensic reconstruction and something no courtroom on earth would admit. Now, with the investigation behind her, the evidence submitted, the suspect arrested, the pattern exposed, she found herself doing something she had never done in any professional engagement at Whitfield & Price. She was tidying up. Not the way she organized files or sorted data, with the purposeful efficiency of someone clearing a workspace for the next task. She was tidying the way you tidy a room you intend to live in, straightening a frame, adjusting the angle of an object on a shelf, restoring the placement Martin had chosen with the care of a man who believed every position in the shop meant something. She passed the spot in the second aisle where a cut glass vase had shattered during the music box attack. She had swept the glass 3 days ago, the morning after the arrest, but she could still feel a faint residue in the floorboards. Not the glass itself, but the vibration that had broken it, the echo of Ellen Thorpe's bathwater given concussive force. Sara knelt and ran the cloth along the baseboard, and the residue thinned under her attention. Not gone, but quieter, as though the act of noticing it, acknowledging it, had allowed it to settle. She straightened and moved deeper into the aisles. The sparrowhawk watched from its driftwood perch near the entrance, glass eyes angled toward the corridor where it had reoriented during the collective testimony. It had not moved back. None of the taxidermy had. The jay's head was cocked at the angle it had settled into when Martin dispersed through the connected field. The weasel on its high bracket in the third aisle pointed downward toward the space where Dominic had stood. The 2 finches faced inward. The owl on the upper shelf held its pale gold vigil with an attention that felt, when Sara passed beneath it, like being seen by something patient enough to wait centuries. The fox on its low table near the display window held its amber gaze on the door, one paw raised in its perpetual almost step. Its position had shifted, fractionally but visibly, from the window toward the corridor. It watched the interior now. The predator's patience was directed inward, toward the shop, toward whatever came next through the aisles and corridors and impossible spaces of the building it had guarded in stillness since before Sara arrived. She paused in the third aisle beside Clara Dunn's silver hand mirror, still face down on its faded blue velvet, the first object she had touched, the one that had driven cold through her palms to the bones of her forearms and filled her nostrils with the acrid smell of a house fire on Stratham Road 15 years ago. She did not pick it up. She placed her hand near it, not on the silver, but on the velvet beside it, and let the mirror's signature wash over her. Smoke and cold, muted now, like embers banked for the night rather than ablaze. Clara Dunn had been a collector of small things, primarily silver. She had died in a room full of the things she loved, in a fire that started among them, caused by a man who administered her estate and walked away with objects he could use. For 15 years, her mirror had sat face down on this shelf, contained, turned away from the room, holding the memory of her death the way the pocket watch held the memory of David's. But someone had finally heard. Martin had heard and documented and built the case in his meticulous coded hand. Sara had heard and followed the numbers and put the evidence where it could do what evidence was meant to do. 15 years was too long. Justice delayed until the witnesses are dead and the evidence has faded and the killer has lived a comfortable life. Sara didn't know whether that constituted justice at all, in any meaningful sense. The accounts might never fully balance. But Clara's name was in a file now, attached to an investigation, linked to a man in custody. The ledger was no longer silent about her. Sara withdrew her hand. The mirror's smoke and cold settled back to its steady emanation, quieter, she thought, than it had been when she first touched it. Or maybe she was quieter. Maybe that was the difference. She moved on, through the narrowing aisles, past shelves dense with the accumulated inventory of decades. Porcelain, brass, leather, glass, silver, wood. Objects she had cataloged in Martin's system, and objects she hadn't reached yet, each carrying its own weight, some measurably supernatural, some merely old and worn, and freighted with the ordinary gravity of having been held by human hands for generations. The shot no longer pressed against her the way it had during that first walk-through, when every surface seemed to watch, and every shadow held intent. The oppression had lifted. What remained was something more like coexistence, the sense of being in a room full of things that were aware of her presence, and had decided, for now, that she belonged. She reached the east wall. The corridor stretched 17 steps from the office door. She had stopped counting, but the number was lodged in her like a heartbeat, impossible to ignore. The brass orrery with its 2 missing planets caught the green lamplight she'd left burning in the office doorway. Beside it, the leather-bound atlases, the porcelain inkwell shaped like an acorn. Below them, the 3rd shelf bracket, iron, blackened with age, that she had turned counterclockwise 4 mornings ago to open the hidden compartment where Martin had secured her father's pocket watch and the evidence of his murder. The compartment was sealed again. The evidence file rested inside it, documented and photographed and transmitted. The pocket watch was in Sara's coat pocket, warm against her ribs, its hands frozen at 3:47. She did not stop at the compartment. She continued along the east wall, past the spot where Martin's ghost had gathered its diminishing cold night after night, where his voice had grown thinner and his pauses had lengthened, and his formal, old-fashioned cadence had compressed into single words and then into silence. The wall here was plastered, unremarkable, the same age-darkened surface as every other wall in the shop. To the eye, it was solid. To her hand, when she reached out and pressed her palm flat against it, it was something else entirely. The sensation came through her new sensitivity like a chord struck on an organ in a cathedral. Not loud, but deep. not sharp, but immense, vibrating at a frequency that bypassed her ears and arrived directly in the architecture of her bones. A low thrum, patient, ancient, like a heartbeat behind stone, or the breathing of something large enough that its rhythm measured in years rather than seconds. The sealed room. 8 feet by 12, no visible entry. Annotated on Martin's map in red ink, underlined. Not yet. Not until you understand what the shop is. Sara kept her palm flat against the plaster. The spatial wrongness she had flagged on her first visit, the 1,200 exterior square feet that couldn't contain the interior she walked through, had been leading here all along. She had noted the discrepancy like an auditor catching a number that didn't balance. She had registered the corridor's directional inconsistency on her second visit, the passage compression on her third. She had felt the sealed spaces pressing against the edges of what she could measure. Martin's map had confirmed the architectural impossibility. And now, with her sensitivity awake and permanent, the sealed room was no longer an abstraction on paper or an anomaly in her spatial calculations. It was a presence. Something behind the wall that existed in the same way the objects on the shelves existed, waited, watchful, real in a manner that her 12 years at Whitfield and Price had not prepared her to classify. She couldn't feel what was inside, just that something was. Something that had been there before Martin, before the name Voss appeared on the sign outside. Maybe before anyone had thought to build a shop on this particular stretch of Hallow Bridge's quiet main street. The thrum was neither welcoming nor hostile. It was the vibration of a closed door that had been closed for a very long time and would open only when the person standing before it was ready to understand what they were opening. Sara pulled her hand away. Not yet. But someday. She wiped the plaster dust from her palm against her trousers and turned back toward the office, passing the orrery, the atlases, the inkwell. The shop's mineral breath, geological, pulled up through stone, settled around her as she walked. The dust motes drifted in patterns she could almost read, currents visible to whatever new sense the pocket watch had encoded in her nervous system. She didn't try to read them. She let them drift. In the office, the green-shaded brass lamp pulled warm light across Martin's desk. The filing cabinet stood in its corner, drawers closed. The corkboard held photographs of the shop across decades, and a picture of a lean, white-haired man with kind eyes and reading glasses, perched on his forehead and ink stains on his fingers. Sara paused at the photograph. Martin Voss, her uncle, the man who had spent his death trying to correct the choices he made in his life, and who had given the last of himself so that 6 deaths and a 22-year-old murder would not go unspoken. She sat in his chair. The leather creaked in the way old leather does, not protesting, but settling, accommodating a new weight. She picked up the phone. June answered before the second ring. The pattern had held. 6 calls now, almost every one answered before Sara could draw a second breath. But the quality of the silence on the line was different. The controlled tension was gone. The rehearsed deflections, the desperate pivots, the escalating panic of a woman maintaining a lie that had become the load-bearing wall of her entire existence. All of it had collapsed in the call 4 nights ago, and what remained was something raw and open and terrified in a way that had nothing to do with Dominic Hale. June was afraid of the conversation itself, afraid of what honesty would sound like between them after 22 years of architecture. Sara. Her mother's voice was careful, not guarded, careful. The way you speak to someone after an injury, when the bruises are still visible and neither of you knows yet how deep the damage goes. Hi, Mom. A pause. Sara heard the mantel clock ticking in the background, its steady rhythm as familiar as her own heartbeat. June wound it with devotion, the last reliable mechanism in a household where time had been broken since a Tuesday afternoon 22 years ago, when a gold pocket watch stopped at 3:47. "How are you?" June asked. "Tired. Okay. The evidence is moving through the system. Helen Garrett, the prosecutor, says the reopened cases will take time, but the documentary chain is strong." "Good. That's good." Another pause. Sara could hear her mother's breathing, the short, controlled rhythm she recognized from every phone call they'd ever had, and from her own chest when she pressed her hands flat on desks and forced the world into columns that balanced. She had learned the breathing from June. She had learned most of her armor from June. The difference was that Sara had cracked hers open, and now she could hear June trying to do the same. The effortful, unfamiliar work of breathing without the constriction. "Mom." "Yes. He's at peace." The silence that followed was not a deflection. It was the silence of a woman processing a sentence she had waited decades to hear. Sara heard the faint sound of June sitting down, the creak of a kitchen chair, the exhale that meant the weight she'd been carrying had found a surface to rest on, even temporarily. "Martin? Martin. Are you sure?" Sara considered the question with the precision she brought to everything. Martin Voss's ghost had dispersed 4 nights ago, channeled the last of his remaining existence into every object, every shelf, every floorboard, every impossible inch of the building he had spent his life in. He had not spoken. He had not needed to. He had given his voice to 6 dead people and to a gold pocket watch that held his brother's final moment, and in doing so, he had ensured that the silence he'd chosen in life was broken irrevocably in death. Whether that constituted peace, Sara couldn't say with the certainty her auditor's discipline demanded. But she could say this: the east wall carried uniform temperature now. The air in the corridor where his cold had gathered was indistinguishable from the air anywhere else. The desperate, guilty, deteriorating presence that had greeted her on her second evening, that had taught her his coding system, directed her to critical cross-references, fought to hold coherence as his memory dissolved, and thrown himself against a wall of supernatural force to keep her breathing, was gone in the way a sound is gone when it stops. The silence it left was gentle. Whatever Martin had become by dissolving into the connected field of the shop, it did not feel like suffering. "Yes," Sara said. "I'm sure." June made a sound that might have been a breath, or might have been the first millimeter of a sob contained before it could form. Sara heard the mantel clock tick 3 times before her mother spoke again. "I read about the arrest, online. The Hallow Bridge paper ran a notice." It would have been short. Most of the details are sealed while the investigation is active. It said estate attorney. It said fraud and related charges. That's the starting point. The murder charges will take longer. The evidence is strong. "Sara," a pause. "Is it over?" Sara looked at the corkboard, Martin's photograph, the shop in different decades, the display window changing, the sign weathering, the street outside evolving from horse carts to automobiles to modern storefronts, while the building itself remained. The name on the sign in every photograph the same: Voss and Vale. "The part with Dominic is over," she said. "He's in custody. The evidence is with people who know what to do with it. The families of the people he hurt, Clara Dunn's family, Ellen Thorpe's, the others, they'll have a chance at answers. Some of them, the ones who are still looking. And your father." The words arrived without deflection. No redirect, no pivot, no careful pronoun substitution to keep David's name out of the conversation. June said your father the way she might say the sky is blue, as a fact she was no longer trying to rearrange. Dad's case is the strongest, Sara said. The receipt from the parts supplier. Martin's analysis matching it to the vehicle service records. It's direct proof, not pattern, not implication. Dominic's full name on a document dated 1 week before. Martin found that. Martin found everything. He just couldn't. Sara stopped. She had been about to say, couldn't finish it, but that wasn't accurate. Martin could have finished it. He chose not to, for years. Then he tried to finish it and was stopped. Then he built a system to ensure someone else could finish it after him. The sentence she needed was longer and more complicated than the phone line deserved. He built the path, Sara said instead. All of it. Every cross-reference, every coded entry, every hidden compartment. He spent years alone in this shop, building a case he knew he might never get to present. And when he realized he was running out of time, he built the failsafe, the envelope, the map. Me. June was quiet for a long time. Sara let the quiet sit. She had spent nearly a week in this shop learning the difference between silence that conceals and silence that processes, and she could hear her mother doing the work, the honest, grinding, necessary work of sitting with a truth that had been avoided for 2 decades and letting it occupy the space it had always needed. I should have let him, June said finally. Her voice was low and rough. When he came to the kitchen table, when you were 18, I should have said yes. You were protecting me. I was protecting myself. I told myself it was you, but it was... I couldn't face it, Sara. What Dominic had done, what David's death really was, what it would mean to open it up and look at it, and let other people look at it. The financial arrangements, all of it. I couldn't. I know. That doesn't make it right. No, Sara said. It doesn't. The honesty sat between them. Not comfortable, not cruel, just present. The first exchange in Sara's memory that existed without the lie beneath it. She could feel the fragility of it, the way new ice forms on water, thin enough to see through, strong enough to hold weight if you stepped carefully. They were not reconciled. They were not healed. 22 years of silence and the damage it had caused. To Martin, to Sara, to June herself, to the 6 families whose losses might have been prevented, could not be repaired by a phone call. But the silence was over. The lie was gone. What remained was the long, uncertain, uncomfortable work of learning how to speak to each other without it. Your father, June said, and her voice changed. It steadied, the way a hand steadies when it finds something solid to grip. He would have stayed too. The sentence landed in Sara's chest with a force she did not expect. She knew the words were true. She had known it, or something shaped like it, since her second evening in the shop. A fleeting pull toward her father's memory that she had caught the trailing edge of and let go before it became a question she would have had to answer. Not a thought exactly, not even an intuition, just a flicker. The shape of a man who collected cheap pocket knives and kept a compass that didn't point north, and who, when given the chance to run from something difficult, would have planted his feet and stayed. She had never articulated it to herself. She had been too defended, too armored, too busy counting and categorizing and pressing her hands flat against every available surface to keep the world from shaking. The flicker had come and gone in the space between one breath and the next, and she had let it pass because letting things pass was what she did. It was what June had taught her. And now June, who had known David Voss for years, who had loved him, who had sat beside his grave and wound the mantel clock, and changed her name and built a fortress of silence around the truth of his death, June had spoken it aloud. Not as an echo of Sarah's own thought, as simple fact, delivered with the quiet certainty of a woman who had lived with the shape of her husband's character for longer than Sarah had been alive. He would have stayed. Sarah stayed. The inheritance ran deeper than objects. "I love you, Mom," Sarah said. "I love you too. Be careful." "I will." She hung up and sat in the lamplight. The pocket watch pressed warm against her ribs. The mantel clock's echo faded from her ear, replaced by the deep quiet of the shop. Its mineral breath, its cedar undertones, the faint hum of objects on shelves carrying their particular weights into the still air of a Tuesday morning in October. The front bell chimed, lighter than it had any right to be, a sound that traveled the 17-step corridor and arrived at the office with the clarity of a note played in a concert hall. Nora Marsh appeared in the doorway, carrying 2 cups from the cafe on Bellum Street. Her auburn hair was escaping its loose knot, as it always did. Her coat was buttoned properly today, an improvement over the post-arrest arrival when she'd gotten 3 buttons wrong. Her red-rimmed eyes had not fully cleared, and Sarah suspected they never would. Nora carried grief the way Sarah carried the pocket watch, close, constantly, as a reminder of what had been lost and why it mattered. "Coffee," Nora said, setting 1 cup on the desk beside Martin's photograph. "And a question." "Coffee first." Sarah racked her hands around the cup. The warmth was ordinary, no supernatural resonance, no encoded memory, just hot liquid in a paper cup from a cafe on Bellum Street. She drank. It was slightly too bitter and exactly right. Nora pulled the hidden stool from beneath its shelf, a piece of the shop's geography she had memorized long before Sarah arrived, and sat. She looked at the desk, at the filing cabinet, at the empty shelf where Volume 5 had lived before Dominic stole it. Then she looked at Sarah. "So," Nora said, "what happens to the shop?" The question was practical. It was also everything. It was the question Martin had answered by writing his letter and calling Sarah custodian. It was the question Dominic had tried to answer by urging a quick sale and making introductions to specialist buyers. It was the question June had tried to preempt by calling on Sarah's first evening and begging her to let the attorneys handle everything. It was the question Sarah had come to Hallow Bridge expecting to answer in 3 days. Assess, valuate, liquidate. Sell the building, disperse the inventory, close the estate, return to Whitfield and Price, resume auditing corporate ledgers in rooms where the numbers behaved, and nothing on the shelves carried the imprint of a woman who drowned in her bathtub 12 years ago. "I'm staying," Sarah said. The words surprised her less than she expected. She had felt them forming over the past 4 days, assembling themselves the way evidence assembled in an audit. Disparate data points converging until the conclusion was not a decision so much as a recognition of what the numbers had been saying all along. "The objects still hold stories," she said. "Martin documented dozens of entries I haven't fully investigated. Some of those entries may connect to other cases, other patterns. Some of those objects are still carrying people's deaths, and someone needs to tend them, catalog them, understand what they are and what they can do, and make sure no one does with them what Dominic did." Nora's face changed. The careful restraint she'd maintained since the arrest, the steady watchfulness of a woman who understood what the shop demanded and was waiting to see if Sarah understood it too, dissolved into something Sarah had not seen from her before. Joy. Uncomplicated, unguarded joy. The kind that arrives when a person who has been holding their breath for weeks finally hears the words they needed to hear. "You said, in the beginning," Nora started, then stopped and started again. "I mean, when you first came, you were going to sell. You were going to liquidate everything. I was. And now? Now I'm not. Nora's smile was the first uncomplicated warmth in the story of Sara's time in Hallow Bridge. It reached her eyes and stayed there, transforming the grief-scored features into something luminous. Martin would have been... Nora shook her head. He would have pretended he wasn't surprised, and then spent an hour talking about the responsibility of custodianship and the sacred duty of documentation. And he would have been so proud he couldn't see straight. Custodian. Sara heard the word and felt it settle into the architecture of her understanding, finding the slot Martin had carved for it. He had used it in his letter. Underlined, deliberate, the word he chose when he could have written owner or heir or keeper. Nora had quoted it days ago in the back of the shop on their first real conversation. The objects choose their own custodians. Sara had noted it then as potentially significant. She understood it now as precise. She had not been chosen exactly. She had chosen. She had walked into a building that breathed wrong and smelled of cedar and stone and held more space than the world outside could account for. And instead of leaving, instead of closing the ledger and filing her report and retreating to a life of controlled, measurable certainties, she had stayed. She had touched the mirror. She had listened to the ghost. She had opened the compartment and held her father's pocket watch and let it in, deliberately, choosing to stop holding the world at arm's length. The objects had not chosen her. She had chosen them, and the distinction she suspected was what made the difference. There's a lot of work, Sara said. Martin's system is thorough but incomplete. Some entries reference objects I haven't located in the inventory yet. Some of the cross-references point to files that may have been removed or were never finished. Nora nodded slowly, her fingers tracing the edge of her coffee cup. Some of his later notes, the ones from the last year or two, reference pieces I've never actually seen on the shelves. Objects he wrote about as though they were in the collection, but when I'd go looking, the shelf would be empty, or the description wouldn't match anything in the aisles. Sara filed the detail. Missing objects referenced in Martin's later documentation, objects that should have been present but weren't. It connected to Dominic's parting warning about a network of people who sought out curator shops and collectors' archives. If objects had been removed from the shop without Martin's knowledge, or acquired and diverted before they ever reached the shelves, that was a thread she would need to follow. But it was a thread about the network, about what Dominic had been part of and who he had served. What Sara noticed next was something different. Nora had been describing one of the missing objects a moment later. Its particular quality of cold, the way Martin had documented the signature in his notes. She spoke about it with a specificity that went beyond recitation, not the careful precision of someone repeating terminology she'd absorbed from years of working alongside Martin, though she had certainly done that. It was something in the texture of the description, the way Nora's voice shifted when she mentioned the cold, dropping into a register that was less informational and more remembered. The way her hands, which were always moving, always adjusting something, went completely still in her lap. The same arrested quality Sara had seen when Nora had described touching Patricia Seward's mourning brooch and sitting on the floor crying for 10 minutes. Sara caught the same flicker she had noticed in their first real conversation, when she had asked how Nora found the shop, and Nora had deflected with, "I felt drawn here," pivoting with the practiced ease of someone who knew exactly where the question was heading and chose to step sideways. That deflection had carried the weight of prior encounters with the supernatural that predated this shop, predated Martin, predated Hallow Bridge. Whatever Nora's deeper connection to this world was, whatever had brought her here, for other reasons she didn't specify, it sat behind her words like a figure in a doorway, visible, but not yet entering the room. Sara noted it. She did not press. Nora had earned the right to her own timeline. She had carried Martin's envelope for 6 weeks without opening it. She had monitored Dominic's inquiries and reported them through channels. She had sat on the floor beside Sara after the music box attack and held silence, the way only someone who understood the weight of what had happened could hold it. Whatever her story was, however she had come to understand objects that pulse with energy on certain days and go dormant on others, or a shop whose mood shifts when particular pieces are disturbed, it would surface when she was ready. Sara could wait. Patience was a forensic skill, and she had practice. "We'll inventory everything," Sara said. "Cross-reference against Martin's entries. Flag any gaps between what's documented and what's physically present. Start building a picture of what's here and what might be missing." Nora's thumb rubbed the thin silver band on her index finger in its small automatic circuit. "You sound like him. When he'd start a new project, the way he'd lay out the methodology." "I sound like me. He and I just happen to think the same way about documentation." That's what he would have said too. They sat for a moment in the lamplight, drinking coffee in Martin Voss's office, while the shop breathed around them. The hum of the objects on the shelves was steady and low, a frequency Sara could feel through the desk and the chair and the floorboards beneath her feet. Each signature distinct, each constant. The silver mirror's smoke, the brooch's grief, the music box's shaped absence. And beneath them all, threaded through the building like groundwater, the immense, patient thrum from behind the east wall, the sealed room, waiting. Nora left to open the front blinds and begin her own assessment of the post-arrest damage. Sara heard her moving through the aisles with the fluid ease of someone who had memorized every object's position, her hands touching and adjusting as she went. The tactile relationship with the inventory that spoke of comfort rather than nervousness, of a woman who understood that care was a form of attention, and attention was a form of love. Sara turned to the desk. Martin's investigative ledgers occupied the shelf behind her, the remaining volumes sitting with the gap where Volume 5 had been. She would need to reconstruct its contents from her notes, her photographs, and the evidence file behind the east wall. She pulled the most recent remaining volume toward her, Volume 4, the one that ended with Martin's final months of work, when the handwriting had grown cramped and hurried, and the margin notes had fractured into fragments. She opened it to the last written page, Martin's entry. His handwriting, compressed, abbreviated, the script of a man who had been cataloging the supernatural for decades and had developed his own shorthand for the ineffable. The entry was dated approximately 2 weeks before his death. It was not about an object in the shop, a name she did not recognize, a location, a city Sara had never visited, and beside the name and location, in Martin's careful hand, a single word: Curator. Sara read it twice. Another shop, another collection, another person doing what Martin had done, documenting, cataloging, protecting objects that carried the weight of deaths and memories and forces that operated outside the frameworks of ordinary evidence. Or another person to whom it had been done, a curator silenced, the way Martin had been silenced. The entry was sparse, no cross-references, no supplementary file codes, no multi-ink annotations spanning years of revisitation. Just the name, the place, and the word. Martin had written it in his final days, when he was writing only what mattered most, when every stroke of the pen cost energy his deteriorating body could barely afford. He had known about this other curator. He had chosen to record it. He had not had time, or capacity, or courage to follow it further. Sara closed the volume. Tomorrow. That mystery belonged to tomorrow. She had a shop to care for, an inventory to reconstruct, partnerships to honor, and a family relationship to rebuild, one honest conversation at a time. The other curator, whoever they were, whatever had happened to them, however their story connected to Martin's and to the network Dominic had described in his parting words, would be waiting when Sara was ready to look. She looked up from the desk, through the open office door, down the corridor that stretched 17 steps to the main shop floor. Through the cluttered display window at the far end, she could see the October light falling across the front of the building, catching the faded gilt letters on the sign in a way that made them legible even in reverse. Voss and Vale Antiques. She had never learned who Vale was. Martin had deflected the question on Sara's second evening. Old history, older than me, not what you need right now. And she had not pressed, accepting the 2-day deadline that events had overtaken and rendered irrelevant. His ledgers contained no reference to a partner. His photographs on the corkboard showed the shop across decades, the sign always bearing both names, but no face she could attach to the second one. Sara doubted Nora knew either. No one seemed to, and the name sat in the shop's history the way certain objects sat on its shelves, present, unexplained, carrying a weight that no one living could account for. The gilt on the sign was old enough that it had worn thin in places. The letters settled into the wood like something that had always been there. The ampersand between the names had faded to a ghostly impression, barely legible. Voss she knew. Vale she did not. She filed it the way she filed every unanswered question, as a line item with an open column. A thread that would surface when it was ready, or when she was ready to pull it. The shop had existed before Martin. The name had existed before the name. Whatever Vale signified, a person, a history, a connection to the deeper strangeness of a building that held more space than physics allowed, it was one more entry in a ledger that would never be fully closed. Sara pulled a fresh ledger from the supply shelf, a blank one, unused, its pages clean and heavy. She opened it on the desk. The spine cracked with the sound of something new beginning. She selected a pen from the desk, a fountain pen with blue-black ink, the same color as Martin's earliest, most careful entries, and wrote the date at the top of the first blank page. Below it, she began her first entry. Object code, physical description, acquisition details, provenance chain, notes. She wrote in the precise, compact handwriting she had developed over 12 years of auditing, not Martin's compressed, abbreviation-heavy script, but her own hand bringing her own methodology to the system he had built. His structure, her voice. A third system. Martin's purpose married to her precision, without June's concealment, without the family's silence, without the 22 years of chosen blindness that had allowed a man to kill and kill and kill, while the people who could have stopped him pressed their hands flat on kitchen tables and told themselves it was love. Sara wrote. The act of writing, pen on paper, ink forming words, evidence recorded and preserved, was the final answer to everything the story had been about. Silence had been the family inheritance. Silence had been the weapon. Silence had killed David Voss as surely as a tampered brake line, had isolated Martin Voss in a shop full of ghosts and evidence and no one to tell, had imprisoned June Callahan in a kitchen where she wound the mantel clock and read the obituaries and closed the browser and made dinner. Silence had been the architecture of Sara's entire adult life. The pressed hands, the clipped speech, the rigid insistence on numbers and evidence and frameworks that could be measured and controlled and contained. Writing was the opposite of silence. She was 3 lines into the entry when the air in the office shifted. A gentle change, the temperature dropping by a single degree Not the crushing localized cold that had once gathered near the east wall. Not Martin's signature of presence pulling warmth from the surrounding space. Just a subtle, almost imperceptible cooling, the kind you might notice only if you were paying very close attention, or if you had spent 4 days learning to read the air of a building that held more within its walls than architecture alone could explain. Sara registered it through her sensitivity the way she registered an entry that was fractionally off. Not alarming, not dramatic, but present. She went still. On the desk, at the edge of the lamplight, a single page of Martin's old ledger, Volume 4, still open to his final entry, lifted at the corner and turned, not blown, not rustled by a draft, turned, deliberately, carefully, the way someone turns a page when they are reading over your shoulder and want to see what comes next. Sara did not speak. There was nothing to say that the turned page had not already said, and she was no longer certain what had turned it. Martin Voss was dead. His ghost had dispersed 4 nights ago into every atom of the building he had spent his life in. The cold near the east wall was gone. His voice had been gone for days before that. There was no coming back from what he had done. The dissolution was complete. His presence distributed so widely it could never be gathered into a single point again. And yet, a page turning, the temperature easing down by a degree. The faintest possible signal from a source she could not identify. It might have been the building itself remembering, or the connected field settling into some new equilibrium, or nothing more than the physics of old paper in old air. She did not need to know which. Sara, who had spent her life demanding evidence and quantifiable proof, found that the not knowing was enough. Some residues defied the frameworks she trusted, and she was learning to let them. She allowed herself the smallest smile, the first real one in days. It hurt in the way that honest things hurt, not because they are sharp, but because they reach the places you have spent years defending, and the defenses, once cracked, do not close again. She looked at the turned page. She looked at the photograph on the corkboard. Martin, with his kind eyes and his ink-stained fingers and his reading glasses pushed up on his forehead, standing in the shop that bore his name, and a name no one could explain. Then she turned back to the blank page and began to write. The pen moved across paper. Blue-black ink formed words. Outside, October light strengthened over the rooftops of Hallow Bridge. Inside, the shop breathed its mineral breath and held its impossible spaces and waited, with the patience of old things and cursed things and things that remember, for whatever its new curator would find next. Thank you for listening to The Last Curator, Book 1 in the Curator Files, written by Nora Ashford and produced by Blue Coast Studio. This audiobook is protected by copyright. It is provided for your personal enjoyment only and may not be copied, shared, or redistributed in any form without permission. If you enjoyed this story, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with others who might enjoy it. Blue Coast Studio brings you new, full-length audiobooks regularly, so tap the notification bell and stay tuned for more stories to come. Until next time, happy listening.